8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Good time gang settling in live in studio, and we're ready for another day together. Boy, we got a lot to talk about, a lot to recap, and you're part of that. You help produce this hour. If you want to join, you can. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Now, understand there'll be on-screen phone calls, so when we answer, we're live. But we look over, and if we can get to them, we will. So feel free to call 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey.
How are y'all?
Good.
What?
Sorry. I'm trying to think back of all the things that have happened over the last
few
days.
Yeah, sure.
When we take off, we can't
Yeah.
remember nothing.
And I don't even know that you know this or not, but I did end up going by his house.
Yes.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
That's why I was
We ain't been
laughing.
at work
Right.
since then.
I know.
Well, there was a bet
that was
that
on Wednesday.
forgot
we
about
left.
that.
Yeah.
there was a bet that Millie would bite you. Did she?
Well,
Tried.
she didn't. She tried, and
Okay.
let me tell you,
Well,
this one right here.
She was
no
just
help.
She was
Really?
bluffing.
She
was
it looked
bluffing.
like she was. Now I did try to pet her, and
No, you
Greg
ain't
said
gonna-
that'll never happen.
I can't even pet her.
But
I feed her.
he,
I feed her.
it was.
Oh, that's good.
So of course, Mr. Buddy, goodness gracious,
He'll bark.
He'll bark, and
Really?
he's kind of just all talk. Like
yeah,
he's
he
not.
don't act
yeah,
like he's
but
trying to get after
But I will say this: Millie does act as if she's going to get, like the way she kind of. She'll come at you,
Okay.
and this one doesn't help at all.
No.
Pointing at Greg, this was his advice. Okay, you would think like if you showed up at my house, and I'd put the dogs up or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Hey, don't turn your back to her. That was his
Well,
advice to
what
me.
she does, if
Whatever
you
you do,
So
Helms,
that's your advice.
that's
Well, as long
it.
as you're
Hey,
looking at
Helms,
her,
whatever
she's
you do, don't turn your back to her. She won't get you that way.
Yeah, because if you do turn, that's how she likes to sneak up on people.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do
And
that
she ain't
thing.
gonna bite you, but you'll think she is.
You do with her, like Mr. Buddy. I never like he
he's
looks
just
like it,
yelping.
and he's
Hey, hey,
but he looks like the type of dog that might. But I never thought
Nah.
once he's going to bite me. Millie, I thought anytime I'm outside, you better have your head on a swivel.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
not, and
yeah.
she's not.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up
She has
because
ran off the postman and the cook's.
yeah,
But
we
besides-
do need to go back to midweek and discuss this. If you don't know what we're talking about, Greg's main TV was acting a little fool and kind
Time
of
to go.
losing some of its
You're talking about some weird
clarity and
colors?
stuff. Oh
Oh,
yeah,
they be like green going on
yeah.
her face.
So he decided it's time to replace it, and he went and grabbed him a TV, but he had not pulled it down from the wall and replaced it.
yeah.
And there was a little bit, even though you probably felt like you could do it, there's a little apprehension there of okay, I'm not really sure. And
Yeah,
Helmsley
probably 'cause
being
it's
there all
I
the
didn't have
time.
a smart TV, but this one was, and I don't. Anyway,
It was
Yeah.
different than most smart TVs I've dealt with, by the way.
Yeah.
But
You just wanted to replace your external device into the new one and go.
Yeah.
Okay, your Fire Stick or whatever.
yeah,
And so Helmsy said,
because
hey,
I couldn't
I'll,
remember none of my passwords
Right,
to my
right.
other. Or we could have set that up.
he said, I'll come over and help you. And that was for about a week. You said that, and then
It's
finally,
good to see him.
Wednesday,
We had a good time.
you said, I am going to be there, and you feeling froggy because of Thanksgiving. You say, okay, I kind of would like to watch some football, probably. In your mind, is that what
Yeah.
you were thinking? And so you go do it. So tell me from the time
Well,
you pull
Well, we had
up,
a
what
little
happened.
problem.
Well, we did have a little issue we'll get to.
I can't wait.
But
That's what I want.
So I had two individual practices with players.
Ooh, look at me. I
So-
got feet.
They were involved.
So
by the way.
unnecessary.
Made no sense.
So I started that at 11, and I knew I was going to have a couple hours before any of that could take place. But Greg did. I wasn't going to say anything because I told him, just text me. Well, he texted me, and he was like, hey, come on whenever you get a chance. And
that
I
means
said,
that he was desperate.
and I said,
No, I did tell him, look, if you feel like fooling with it, if you don't worry about it.
And so I
I'll
said,
get
give me,
Riley to come.
I said, give me about an hour.
The programming part was where I was going. I could physically get it.
I
Well, I ended up anyway.
Yeah, we'll get to it, Greg. Hold off. And
Can't wait.
I said, give me about an hour and I'll be there. And at this point, it was like 1:30 maybe.
Yeah.
2:30.
You wanted him to come on.
2:30 or 3 is when I.
But he actually did. Come
I
on.
did. I came on.
Surprise.
Hey, by the way, well, what's funny is when I got about halfway from Pete Matthews Coliseum to his house is what, 6 minutes,
About that.
7 minutes, something. Well, about halfway there, I forgot to text him and tell him I was coming. So I went ahead and texted him. Well, the text didn't go through.
Yeah, not good coverage in some of their areas.
So I
Did you come
pull
to
up.
doing your grippies?
I pull up and I think,
What are you doing here?
I look at my phone and I'm like, well, crap, the text didn't go through. Well, I sent it anyway, knowing I was pulling down that long driveway. I thought by the time I get there, he'll see it.
You're a
But
mile from the house anyway.
So he met me outside, dogs barking, those kind of things.
So as you go halfway down the driveway, do you see the dogs coming
Yes.
out?
yeah.
Okay.
They'll greet you. And
Here they come.
Millie, she scares me about like I feel like I'm gonna run
Well,
over.
first of all, yeah, I know that part. You're right.
Because she gets like you can't see her. Like Buddy will get in front of the car, but he'll also he'll bounce out and show himself, and then get back in there.
Yeah, she gets
Millie
close.
never. I couldn't see her.
And this is just, I say, the past 3 weeks. Used to, when cars came, she would run and hide.
Really?
So recently, she's just engaging vehicles.
Okay. Brave.
And would ignore me when I leave. But now when I go to leave, she turns circles and chases me. She'll stop, turn a circle, run, turn a circle till I get past the first ditch, and then she'll let me go. But I don't know what happened. She used to run and hide, get in the garage, get on the back porch, and now she's harassing everybody. Well, I tell you what, she's going to end up getting run over.
All right, so let's break here. So you pull up. Dogs are coming out.
Yeah.
Text just went through.
Yep.
Greg, so glad you finally got there.
He did, probably.
He's so ready to get this done.
Well, and he had some other things going on too.
Yeah.
that involved other workers.
Yeah.
that were
Well,
coming later.
He claimed
Jonathan-
he was going to get them to help him at
Jonathan
one point.
showed up. I ended up with, we didn't get done with that for a long time because
It was late when you called me to let me know.
just
the
trying to
TV
put them
was-
big ladder up in there was tough.
All right, so we'll take a break. Helmsy gets out of the truck, and we go from there. I cannot wait for this. Dogs running everywhere. We're barking. Hey, don't turn your back on Millie.
Millie will make you nervous.
Yeah, I mean, she's not going to bite you, but she's going to act like she.
Yeah. Well, they're both so well trained.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Yard dog.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
At Simply Safe, our 24/7 lifeguard protection helps stop crime in real time. Because during a break-in, every second counts. And these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's best home security of 2023. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
There's never a wrong time to protect your family, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new Simply Safe home security system. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit Rick and Bubba under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We're off and running for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. At top of the hour, Rick and Adler will join us. Apparently, we're hearing that Bubba is sick, out today. That's the reports we have right now. So it will be Rick and Adler joining us at top of the hour for the main show. We have a lot of like news and sports to cover and all that, but we're starting back at last Wednesday when, if you missed the first segment, Greg had gotten a new TV, needed to get it off his wall, the old one, the new one up and connected and all this kind of stuff. And Helmsy being in the area and more tech savvy than Greg, and I get what you were doing. Hey, can you come on over and help me? And Helmsy, you were offering it up. And finally, you pull up, a text goes through, you pulling down this driveway, the dogs are running out, Greg's greeting you, and then what happens?
Well, we hung out for a few minutes, and then I look over, and there's the new TV just sitting there in the box, just ready to go.
Ready to go.
And the house looks great, by the way. I mean, it's been forever since I've been in there, but I know y'all been doing some work, and you were showing me everything. That, by the way, that's the biggest ladder I think I have ever seen.
I know.
Tall ceilings.
Goodness
Real
gracious.
Yeah.
So he had that out because he had another guy coming to work, replace some lighting and stuff.
Had he gotten the big tree out yet?
No. Still not out.
Oh, you're still refusing.
I've got some smaller ones still debating.
But the house looks great, and I didn't know little man here was so scared of Lisa on many fronts. It was good to see that side of you because there were things that and I feel the same way when I'm at my house. I get it.
Scratching the top of the thing, and all that.
Like the things that he went to lengths to protect. When you see him, the way he kind of just nonchalants around here and throws peanut shells everywhere and
I
this
drop
here
'em
and that there. And
I drop them accidentally.
but I promise
You don't
this,
care that you drop them.
But when,
I pick
but if
some
that
up.
was
No,
at,
you do not.
If that was at your house, oh my goodness, you would
Oh,
pick it up in a
God.
minute,
Oh,
Greg.
yeah.
Well,
Are you
I think there's a combination. He's scared of Lisa, and he spent so much daggone money
That's true.
fixing
That is
that
true.
place up. He's like,
Yeah.
the last thing I want to do is scrape
That's
it
a
up.
good point.
So they have it real that accent wall, whatever we've talked about it. It looks great.
Oh, yeah.
The TV's mounted on that wall. It looks
Oh,
good, and
all
they've
right.
got a piece of furniture there in front. So we get the box has a nice Samsung TV.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
got. I
Spared
mean,
no
he
expense.
didn't. And so we get the other one off the wall, and you know he's
Moving right along.
Yeah, everything's going smooth. I'm thinking in my mind,
Is he in a good mood?
yeah, very good.
Because
mood.
he's happy you're there.
I'm thinking 5 or 10 minutes. We're just gonna hang out.
Yeah.
Like that's
the way it
probably
was
what.
going. Okay.
We'll
All
wait
right.
on the other guy to get here, and then we'll hang out till he gets here, and then I'll probably leave at some point.
Okay.
And so we get the off the wall, get the other one. We take the thing is we thought, well, we'll just take the brackets off the old TV, put it
'em
on
on
the new one, and
Hang
hang
her
it
back up. Boom.
It's simple
Done.
as that. I've done that in many
no.
TVs.
The brackets fit.
No.
Oh.
You know what got us?
What?
The screw size. I stuck it in there and it just spun. It's too small.
They didn't come with multiple screw sizes?
Well-
when I originally bought the thing,
Oh,
see,
yeah.
this
That's
is
what I
old.
told him.
You threw all the others away.
So I just went the next
That's
day.
what I told him.
The next day, I just went to Walmart and went in there and bought another bracket
Yeah.
because I'm gonna need it somewhere.
Sure.
And again, they give you a variety of
Told you
sizes,
that's what they would do.
washers, everything.
Yeah.
And haven't mounted it, but I've got everything picked and ready to go.
So
Okay.
so let's talk about that.
Oh, wait a minute. So we just stopped and pulled back
Well, no,
because you weren't going to run.
we went to the little stand.
So listen, this
Okay.
is a process. This is what's
Oh,
funny
wow.
about this. So we sit there, and I told him, I said, "Look, you probably don't have it. Most people throw this stuff away, you know."
Yeah,
And,
it'd
and
be
my
in-
dad somewhere is
God
going,
knows.
"This is why you don't throw things away."
Hey, it's a good point.
But I told him, I said, when you buy these mounts, they come with all these different sizes,
Just
and
in
I said,
case.
yeah, and I said,
I normally
so
throw
that's,
the box in the attic and keep it all, you know.
that's probably what
I don't
that's
remember.
probably what's
Attaboy.
going on here.
Well, it's been
And so I said,
15 years.
why don't we put it on the stand and set it on top of this piece of furniture that Lisa's got right here, and it will actually cover the
That wasn't
mount
cheap
up.
at
You
all.
can't see the mount if it's on the little stand that comes on.
How was Lisa with that?
she don't like.
I knew she wouldn't like it, but it was either us put the old plug everything back in, put the old TV back up on the
which
wall,
was dumb.
which I mean, and we wouldn't have been able to hook. The main reason I was there is to get the smart TV side of it.
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
Get everything up and
And
going.
so I thought, well, why don't we put it up there? So we put the little pieces on and got it up there and plugged in. And then, of course, you know what happens when you turn one of these devices on for the first time. It's got to go through, see
Sure
if
it
it has an
does.
update.
Mm-hmm.
And
Do
so
y'all like the music it plays?
I
the
didn't.
little
We had it
instrumental music?
muted. So
Okay.
yeah, and so
It's very soothing.
It says your update will be ready in 40 minutes. Or something.
and then
yeah,
it
and you-
just works its way down. And so it gets to be to where it's like it's reality is going to be about 17 to 20 minutes. Well, then is it Jonathan?
Yeah.
Jonathan shows up, and so that kind of broke up
With that
the
big
time.
old ladder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Actually, the ladder was already laying in the
Yeah.
house. He brought it by the night.
but we had to maneuver that ladder around.
Wow.
And I was
I
a little
mean,
nervous about that.
I was too, because freshly painted walls.
You
and
don't-
that
you don't wanna touch
hardwood.
'em.
Yeah.
I was
Good
like,
night.
goodness. So a lot of things going on. Well, finally, it was it finally got updated. And while he was helping Jonathan with the light, I was in the living room just hanging out. But when we put the TV on the stand, you know how it come the I don't know what the feet of the stand.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out.
There we couldn't get those in, right? I couldn't get them. I was like, this is ridiculous because there's no screws. You just pull in and
Yeah.
twist, whatever. And so, but at the bottom of it, they had this rubbery feet type thing. He was convinced that it was going to scratch the whatever this piece of furniture was
Right.
that it was sitting on.
That
So he
furniture
went and
that
got
thing hit me
some
hard.
pads. I don't know where those pads.
There's
came
like
from,
you
but-
put them under stuff to slide on.
Look,
floor.
I get it. Let's cover everything up. That way,
But
it's
I
going
to-
on the wall anyway, right?
But what I told
you
him
don't want
is-
to mess the furniture up.
Yeah.
But it had pads on.
I
it.
know. I
wouldn't
get
have
what he's
hurt it.
doing.
It
but
wouldn't
but
overdid it.
scared to
But
death.
listen,
I get it.
no.
I get it.
But here's the ultimate point: if you don't think she's going to like it sitting on the furniture, she's definitely not going to like it with
yeah.
pads sticking
Yeah,
there.
that didn't
and
help.
staying there for good.
Yeah.
Honey, this is temporary. Just give you a
So,
few days.
Um,
Hope it's not like that ditch that you still need a weed eat.
Now that thing's looking good.
So the TV, I'll say this: smart TVs are getting even smarter.
Boy, are they!
The one he bought, basically, it doesn't matter how many devices you have set up. You plug one in, and it recognizes all of it, and it just starts, doing its thing. So I was able to
I was glad to say that.
tell him, hey, look, here's one remote, and this will do it.
Yeah.
And so
Good stuff. So he's hooked up, but on the stand, on the furniture.
Yes, but I've got the hardware now. I can mount it.
Are you?
But what
are
I
you
got to
going
do,
use?
I got to pull the old stuff out of the wall because I got to run the power cord and it won't fit in there until I get all that other.
The
out.
power cord was different on this one, and we started to go down that path, and he was like, let's not do that.
Upgrading my HDMI cord, but I'm gonna be honest, guys. This 4K. Is
you got your 4K cord.
It's killing me. I can't stand the way. Now sports I like.
Mm-hmm.
Movies. I tried to watch a movie. I watched it, but it ruined it. It absolutely. It was a Robert Redford and Nick Nolte. There's a movie, Walking in the Woods.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You can
First
go
of all,
into your settings and change that in picture.
I'm gonna have to do that.
Yeah.
Is that Robert Redford and Nick Nolte?
Nick Nolte.
Okay.
Okay. And look, they're old now. Boy, you ought to see them in HD 4K. They look horrible.
Really?
But to me, though, again, I felt like here's two major movie stars, and it looked like they were in an after-school special, like on afternoon TV
he goes to
movie
the
show.
extreme.
It doesn't look like a movie at all. And to me, they look like they're so clear. The people, it's like they're photoshopped into the background. The background doesn't look as good as the people do. I can't explain it. I just don't like the 4K. I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't. It's
well.
I'm gonna get over it. I'm gonna try to adjust it.
We can work you through that
but
setting
look, I tried to watch Band of Brothers. I'd turn it off.
How long do you think it'll be before you actually replace it and hang it up?
No, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, no, believe me, it'll happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, now we're getting reports Bubba's coming in, so I think he's feeling better. So
How do you? Well, okay.
who knows? I'm glad he's feeling better. Amen to that.
Well,
Let's get him.
but that was kind of
Yeah. So ignore what I said at the beginning of the segment. It's an ongoing process here, development. Well, hey, thank you for going over there, buddy. On Greg's behalf,
I enjoyed
I'm thanking
visiting.
you.
It was fun.
Yeah, it went
We'll be right
well.
back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's never too early to start your holiday shopping. Why not take care of it now when Raycon is having their biggest holiday sale ever? Right now, you can save up to 50% off during Raycon's Black Friday and Cyber Monday sales. How about this? Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year, they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech, including their faucet filter and Magic 180 charging cable. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands, and every order includes free shipping, buy now, pay later options, and an easy and free return guarantee. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get up to 50% off site-wide, plus even more with limited time product bundles. These deals are only available for 1 week, so you got to shop now. Go right now to buyraycon.com/Bubba for up to 50% off. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
There's never a wrong time to protect your home, but this fall happens to be an especially good time because you can get up to 50% off a brand new Simply Safe home security system. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detects break-ins, fires, floods, and more. It's powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, half the cost of traditional home security. With new 24/7 live guard protection and a smart alarm wireless indoor camera, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders, helping stop a crime in real time. Try Simply Safe for 60 days, risk-free. If you don't love it, return your system for a full refund. For an unlimited time, listeners can get a special 50% off any Simply Safe system with a Fast Protect plan. Just visit simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 50% off, or visit rickandbubba.com and check it out under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour with the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. So we started with last Wednesday, Greg replacing his new TV. Helmsy went over there and helped him. And not quite finished with the project yet, but it's working and it's functionable and it's ready to go. You just got to replace some bracket stuff, and that's
change the picture so it don't look so weird.
If you want me to come by this week and do that, we can.
Here we go.
I don't. But it's probably you probably can do that by yourself. But just know I'm available.
It keeps sending me a message. The message comes that says, "Is your picture as good as it can be? Click here and we'll walk." Anyway, I guess they tell you what.
Yeah.
It said I hit remind me later.
Sure you did. Now what you should do is say, yeah, come on back over and have somebody help you get it up. But I know you don't want to bother him again. I get it. I get it. But that's probably what you need to do. And he was just trying to get out of it because he just said you can.
No,
probably
I'm
do it
saying
yourself.
people don't.
Right.
Yeah. No, you probably could.
I
But
took the other one of it.
but now when you start messing with those wires and
So you're behind the wall and coming out. Okay. You got one of those little things. You got one of those things to fish it out.
I don't have any fish tape. I don't.
You don't. Do you have the little rod that goes up and?
No, I don't have any.
I have one of those at the house. You want me to bring it? You just tape it to one side and then
bring me that.
You fish it down and then pull it.
All right. How about that?
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
You want that?
Yeah.
Yeah, bring it.
You don't have to bring it to my house. Just bring it.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
What if he showed up to the house? I'm
going to ride over.
Come on over.
All right, so that was last Wednesday. Now let's go to Thanksgiving. And I hope all of you had a great Thanksgiving. I know that the reports are from all the group texting is that everybody did. We ran over to Sturgis, Mississippi. Johnette and Reg.
How
by the
about
way,
that?
Reg says hey.
Good. Good.
We
man.
went over there. Hey,
Reginald.
You talking about the power couple? Good night, man. I've told y'all this before, but they have got this house in Sturgis, and it was an older home, and they have spent years redoing it.
Yeah.
And it is so nice. And the back area, it's covered. They got like a little fireplace back there. They got a TV. You just sitting out, relaxing.
Like it.
So we had the NFL on, just more food than you could ever imagine.
Oh yeah.
We got a big, huge yard with dogs running everywhere. It was just a great day. Long day. We went out early. Had gone Wednesday while y'all were doing TVs. I was picking up my parents in Huntsville.
Okay.
And we got them back, and they spent the night with us Wednesday night. Just had a good old time with them.
Yeah, good weekend.
And I'm going to tell y'all, so Thanksgiving morning, in the car, I'm driving, Terry's passenger seat, they're in the back seat. We unfortunately, just because of the size of the family, we had to take multiple cars, people coming from different directions. But we got into them bringing up songs that were like big hits when they were growing up, and artists that they love.
Oh.
And so they would throw out the song or throw out the artist. We would search the song, and within 20 seconds, we're playing it. Mm-hmm. And I got to tell you, that was a lot of fun. I mean, some that I had heard of, some I had never heard of
Some you
before.
hated, some you liked.
And I mean, they were like, "Oh my gosh!" And they were singing, just having a blast, man. It was so much fun. And we get there and just spend the day, and left and listened to the first half of the Egg Bowl on the radio. And then got back, settled in, and you just watched the ending of it or whatever. So it was a really long day, but man, it was so much fun. Just so many
no hassles,
so many things
smooth.
going on. It's just a pretty ride too. From
Didn't have to be in a hurry.
Birmingham to Starkville.
Yeah, and that's
it's
not a
just
bad ride
great.
at all.
Yeah, no, it's not. But I know that y'all rented a cabin or something, Helms, right?
Yeah.
And the whole family
mountain
went.
man.
In our little
mountain man.
Look at you.
Well, it's a cabin and 5 people and 2 dogs sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. And I know a lot of people that do that. Some go to the beach, some go to the mountains.
Yeah, we've. I think this is our 3rd or 4th year we've done this, and it is nice. And Amanda picks the cabin, and it's a different place. I wish we would put this one on the rotation more. It's in the middle of the woods, and in Mentone.
Okay.
And it's kind of on the back side of a mountain.
It is at Mentone?
Yeah, it is
okay.
Mentone.
All
and so unlike the one that you and I stayed at, there's nobody, like you can't see anybody around.
Oh,
like
you can't?
You're in the woods. Like
Yeah.
it's nuts. Like I loved it. But
Trees.
I
for
sat.
days.
Yeah.
Internet was so. But they had a TV that of course we got the ball game. So after I wrapped up here Friday with the best of, I left, picked up everybody, and we headed. And we had to make a stop in Gadsden, and I don't remember. I think we were just simply saying hello. I don't think we had to pick up anything.
Hey.
But it was on the way. It was an easy stop, and so we did that, and then we head on, and it was a relaxing 2 days in a cabin in the woods, and there was nothing special about it other than we watched a ton of football and ate way too much.
Walk out and look at the woods.
Yeah. I love that though.
Oh,
that's so awesome. And that area that he's
and
in
there's a river that runs through behind it.
Okay.
Sounds like a movie. River runs through it. And you can hear the waterfall from it, and it's tied to DeSoto Park somehow. Whatever.
Come on.
And so, but there's the drought is so bad right now. You can basically walk across it because of the rocks and stuff.
Oh, wow.
So of course, kids down there playing and all that. But I couldn't have put another log on the fire. Like that was my job all weekend to keep the fire going.
Guy, which I know you love.
And it wasn't the weather
fire
for a
guy's
fire.
not bad.
Like it wasn't the weather for a
you were
fire,
gonna do
but
it
we're
anyway.
going to do a fire. If there's a fireplace
Take
and
your shirt
you're
off,
in
get
a
your shorts off.
and you're in a cabin,
Yes.
we're going to do
Of
a fire.
course.
There was one moment in the afternoon where we had the front door open and the back door open and a fire going. Which made zero sense, but we were because we were getting too hot because of the
Because you
fire.
were blazing a fire.
But you're not if you're in a cabin in the woods. There's a fire
you
at
gotta
play.
smell fire.
So I did come off the mountain one time to run to the grocery store.
I love how you say you come off the mountain.
I did.
That's what the locals say.
Back to civilization.
Ran into some listeners of the show,
Oh,
which was
good.
fun, and of course I was out of it at the time. I think I was
Drunk?
just dazed and
Oh,
confused
okay.
because I mean. In your woods and staring at a fire the whole time.
Oh,
you
yeah.
come out and there's actually civilization. You're like, what'd I do?
Growing a beard,
And,
you know?
I mean, I know it was only, at this point, only 24 hours, but it felt like much longer. And so I was like startled because I wasn't expecting, you know.
Yeah.
And so that was fun to talk to them for a minute and then went back to the mountain place and hung out for another 24 hours. And then we came home yesterday.
Well,
And I know that you went over to your brother's. I saw pictures of
yeah,
that.
yeah,
And that was a lot of
And
fun.
we had a great time. Ate a lot of food. Kids had fun.
Yeah. And I saw where all the
big time.
grandkids made it.
They all
That's
did.
good.
And I actually got a picture of them all looking in one direction. which
That's
is
huge.
impossible.
Hey, speaking of that, Johnette.
That's like a 4th and 31, Greg.
Absolutely.
Converting
That is
it.
likely.
Hey, you talking about a game changer? She had a little tripod that holds a phone, and she was able to just set it up, take pictures, put it on a countdown or whatever, and it changed the duration of picture time. Okay, which everybody. Let's just be honest. Besides maybe one or two of the ladies, nobody likes picture time. Let's matter of fact,
And then they make you keep taking them because they don't like the way they look.
Right. And matter of fact, it was, hey, we're here. Let's hang out. Okay, let's get pictures done so we can all relax and not have to worry about it and just knock it out. And so that was a big deal. I did get asked one question, and I'm looking at you now, and I have to find out the soap that changes your hair back.
I haven't been using it.
I was about to say
Time.
because it's not working.
No, I hadn't used it. I need to get on a better. Well, I wasn't going to take it on the trip with me.
Yeah. Well, somebody asked me.
bar of soap.
You had said you had bumped
Yeah,
into some
but
listeners. I did too.
I do good. Take a toothbrush.
And they asked if it was working. And,
Well,
and
I'm
I'm
gonna-
like, I don't know.
This week I will make.
When I left, it
The
happened.
fact that
That's what I told
we
them.
haven't even thought about it tells you it's not working.
Right.
Yeah. I need to get a better plan. I've used it like twice, and that's not going to work.
I think it's actually telling it to get grayer.
Yeah, probably so.
What if it did?
Probably so.
He ordered the wrong one.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'll get on a better plan.
Well, you got to do it.
Well,
or
it's just
not
hard
gonna
to.
work.
It's just hard to. You go. We were on these road trips with tennis, and then we had a week off, and then I did it a couple times, and then we leave this weekend. It just makes sense.
Yeah, I get it. All right, well,
So-
there's your update there. And much more will be discussed during the main show.
yeah.
Rick Bubba just walked in. Adel will be here soon. We have a number of different things to talk about over the Thanksgiving weekend. When we come back, I know the coaching carousel has started. Boy, a lot of coaches have been fired, and some have been hired already. Breaking news over the weekend. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more.
I also need to know what Christmas movies y'all watched to add to
Okay.
my counter.
Okay.
You mean I had a chance to catch up and I didn't? Well,
I
I
didn't watch
did.
any.
I probably did then.
Yeah. I felt like I've.
Let me think.
I added 2 more to my list.
I
At
watched,
least 2,
I was
maybe
watching
3.
Joe Pickett.
I watched
Buddy,
Joe
that's
Pickett
not
too.
That's not a Christmas.
Bubba.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, risankizumab Rizin, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults. Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh,
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At Simply Safe, our 24/7 lifeguard protection helps stop crime in real time. Because during a break-in, every second counts. And these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's best home security of 2023. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. MediShare is a proven thing, too. For over 30 years, it's a Christian community of more than 400,000 members. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 15th, and you mention the promo code SHARE, you'll get another $150 savings. So I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's November 15th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. It's never too early to start your holiday shopping. Why not take care of it now when Raycon is having their biggest holiday sale ever? Right now, you can save up to 50% off during Raycon's Black Friday and Cyber Monday sales. How about this? Raycon first made a name for themselves in the audio space, and this past year, they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon Power Tech, including their faucet filter and Magic 180 charging cable. Raycon is known for delivering high quality and thoughtful features at half the price of the other premium tech brands, and every order includes free shipping, buy now, pay later options, and an easy and free return guarantee. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get up to 50% off site-wide. Plus even more with limited time product bundles. These deals are only available for 1 week, so you got to shop now. Go right now to buyraycon.com/Bubba for up to 50% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back. It's 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, real quick, Helmsy, you had mentioned, hey, guys, did y'all watch any Christmas movies? Now, between the three of us, we just kind of put out a little challenge to see through Christmas season who could watch the most Christmas movies. Greg started out to a roaring lead, roaring start.
5-1-0.
Yeah. And he just had a Saturday where he just watched Christmas movies. I told you Daddy's Home 2 I watched.
Watch that too, by
We
the way.
did consider it a Christmas movie.
Daddy,
I'm glad
funny.
so.
Funny.
And the only other one is Elf. It was on with the family over. Is putting it on and it going from beginning to end
counts.
It does count?
Yeah.
Okay, because I got to
Greg, do you need to weigh in here with what he just
I didn't
asked?
watch more than 3 minutes of it. No. I was busy, but there were some that were sitting down and I was looking over at it.
Doesn't count.
You
then.
can't count.
I can if you want to go if you
beginning
need
to end.
If you need to do something
It
grab
went
something.
to the end.
Yeah, but you said you only watched 3 minutes of it.
Yeah,
just because it's on in the background.
I'm being
I know.
honest.
No,
I could
think
say
this
I
is,
sat down and watched the whole thing.
I think this is good. I think this is a good because I've had these things happen.
You know
too.
where it's just on, and then
Yeah.
you leave the room and you come back.
Yeah.
Now there were some family members that did sit down,
Yeah.
and
but
well,
you
I
can't
was just
claim
kind
they're watching on you.
Yeah, right.
You
Okay.
can't inherit.
Well, then I've only watched one.
There was just because you were in the presence of a movie being
Right.
watched.
What about if I hit play? What about if I'm the one that started it?
Well, for every now and then I look, oh yeah.
Now when it comes to Christmas music, I'm in a big league. We listen to some Christmas
Well,
music.
I don't know if
really?
you're. I'll say
Wait a
this.
minute.
I don't know if you're in a big lead because of Amanda, but I wish you were in a big lead because I'm not a big Christmas music fan.
Buddy, you need to eat.
There's
up a
only
little
like
bit.
6 or 7 Christmas songs that I really and truly like, and you put those on replay if you want, and I'll love it. But some of this stuff is like, ugh.
Yeah, I don't. Some of the new stuff I don't really even listen to, but some of the classic stuff I'm all in.
We were decorating yesterday, so I listened to some then.
Right.
So there.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
in the background, she had it on the music channel or something.
I fully expected to come in here not caught up, and y'all because Greg got such a big lead.
Yeah, boy, did he.
And I figured Speedy probably watched a few, but I forgot you were in and out of town and doing some things. But I'll tell you this: when you're in a cabin with your family, you'll watch a Christmas movie.
Yeah.
And so
I was
able to catch up. So
yeah, that's very Christmas
watched,
movie like to sit there and isn't that kind of why you're there?
I watched
just to hang out. And watch a movie?
So when we started
logs,
this, I
sure.
watched Christmas Vacation just because I feel like we can't get
Yeah.
Oh,
get
that out
Christmas
of the
started
way.
without it.
I did the same thing.
And then Amanda and I Wednesday night watched Fred Claus, which is funny.
Haven't seen that in a while.
Vince
Don't even
Vaughn
remember it.
is
So I'm
funny.
watching it.
God, it's funny.
What happened to him? He's not in a whole lot anymore, is he?
Is he not?
Is he kind of?
I don't
know. I've always thought he's funny.
And we had
He's hilarious.
Yeah.
and then watched
Of
Four
course, it's
Christmases.
the same guy in every movie.
Because
Right.
I like Vince Vaughn. I followed up Fred Claus
Four
before
Christmases
Christmas.
is good.
And then I got caught up, and I watched Daddy's Home. Amanda and I watched Daddy's Home,
okay.
too, or Daddy's Home too.
Did you laugh?
It's funny. And
I
then
meant
you
to watch
have
that.
the
You can't
whole
watch it.
Elf
Can't
Grinch
watch
that kids wanted to watch.
Yeah.
So I've watched 6 at this point.
Oh, well, you're out
Oh,
front.
wow.
And
yeah, well, you're in
and
a cabin.
Greg,
You're in a
yeah,
cabin
and
in the
Greg's-
woods.
And I got started Wednesday. See, we watched Christmas movies Wednesday and Thursday night.
Wow.
So and Thursday during the day.
Good night.
Well, you did it.
We were able to catch up, but
So can I ask a question real quick? Because we got to get just these coaches. But let's go back to Thanksgiving Day. Did y'all see Dolly Parton come out as a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader?
I've seen pictures of it.
Yeah. Can't unsee
I
it.
got to tell you, it stopped the room when.
Did it really?
Yeah.
I'm like, Dad, I'm glad you can't see this.
Was it?
Mom
Who was
would
it?
be jealous.
Peyton Manning? No, that was in Tennessee when he walked her out.
Yeah, that was different. This one here, she was, of course,
She had
at the
on the-
Dallas Cowboys game that was on
she had the
Thanksgiving
cheerleading
Day,
outfit on. Great.
and they blew out the Commanders. Isn't that who they played? Was it Washington? Y'all help me.
I don't know.
I think it was. I
don't
can't remember. I thought it was. Anyway, I just know they were hosting, and it was Thanksgiving, and for halftime, she came out dressed as a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader singing.
I will say this: at 77 wore it well.
Yep. And hey, the crowd went nuts. No
That
pun
is
intended.
funny.
Greg, 77 years old.
Yeah.
77.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
77.
amazing what surgery can do, isn't it?
I mean, good night alive. But I was just, I mean, the fact she was able to get up and do that, but she had a little Cowboys cheerleading outfit on.
Did
and,
she ever? Yep.
Good night alive.
Darling.
So there you go for that. Also, Jeff Levy from Oklahoma, he's been named the new Mississippi State head coach.
And you're a little disappointed.
Does that fire you up?
Well, it's not one of those splash hires because ooh, look at this guy, he's coming in. But I'll be honest with you, I didn't know enough about him. But then I started looking into it, and I started reading some stuff to my dad because he had called and asked about it, and looking at his coaching resume and his history and what he did at UCF and Ole Miss and Oklahoma and the offenses that he's put together and the play calling, it is it's one of those things where anytime you hire a coordinator, it's a gamble because you don't know. But he's 39 years old. It looks like he's a heck of a recruiter. So if this pans out and they can have the offense that he can put together, knowing the defense that Mississippi State's known for, that's a great combination. So I'm excited, and I hope I mean, it's better than some head coach that's been everywhere and hadn't hardly won nothing, and you just hired him because he's a name.
Yeah.
I don't want that. So
I don't know the
I'm
first
excited.
thing about him. So
Well, he's read up on him a little bit. He's from what I didn't know either, Helmsy. But as this started getting rumored on Thanksgiving, it's almost like everybody's like, okay, this is about to happen. Go ahead and do it, But then finally Sunday they did. And I think tonight at 7:30 Central, there at the football complex, they're having their big announcement and get together. And the other thing, too, is Mike Elko. Looks like he's going back to Texas A&M where he was defensive coordinator for years. And so it looks like they have reached an agreement. I think they're going to make it official and have a big announcement within the next day here. Maybe today, if you're listening.
Maybe.
I who knows?
You win
you
at
never
Duke.
know. You never know.
Yeah, he was he's been at Duke since 2021, I guess. Yeah. Well, I can't remember. Anyway, he's 16-9 at Duke.
Yeah.
Duke is 16-9 with Elko at the helm with a Military Bowl win in 2022.
And he's a former on the staff at A&M.
Yeah, wasn't he? Was he not defensive coordinator?
I guess
there?
so.
He joined Texas A&M as defensive coordinator in 2018 after holding the same position at Notre Dame in 2017, Wake Forest in 14-16. And so he was with the Aggies during a good period of the time, including a 9-1 season in 2020 and an Orange Bowl win. So it looks like he's headed back. The official announcement will be made maybe today or tomorrow. But Mississippi State has officially named Jeff Lebby.
I think the biggest thing I've learned over the last few days is the fact that Mark Stoops is one of the top 8 paid head coaches
because
in
he was
college football.
rumored to be taken.
Because we were all like, why didn't he leave? And you go, well, he's got a pretty good gig, making pretty good money.
Guys, he's making over $9 million
with
at
nowhere
Kentucky.
near the pressure.
Right.
And Kentucky's a beautiful place, and I bet he's got a really nice spot there, right?
Yeah. Boy, I'm telling you.
It was the reason bringing this up is because it was heavily rumored on Friday and Saturday that he was going to take the Texas A&M job.
Yeah. Right. Oh, they almost done deal.
Yeah. So when I heard he had turned it down, I don't know if he turned it down or just said he wasn't interested or whatever the case may be. I looked and I thought, well, you can go leave a legacy at Kentucky and still make $9 million a year.
Why would you leave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you leave? And they had a big win this past weekend.
Yeah, they did.
Against Louisville. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
I mean by a dog whistle.
Well, if I say Dan Mullen, you know who he coaches. Okay.
Yeah. So, but anyway,
if I say Felipe Franks,
I didn't know anything about this strike until the guys were at my house and they were leaving, and I was thanking them for getting my system online again. And he said, "I'm glad you got this done before next week because we have a looming strike date." That's the first time I'd heard it. There's time for change, and it is now. It's time for a revolution. And some of our listeners that are in the Florida area, I know I've heard from them. They're on strike too. So there's time for change, and it is now. It's time for a revolution.
Who's that dog whistle? Do you remember to build this wall?
Oh,
you'll do that.
Sure.
And so you're going to have to understand, Bubba, that you're handling something here that's explosive. You're going to have to be more careful.
Well, apparently, as I said before, there may not be enough of these guys out there that they may need to hire some more of them because they're a little behind. Bless their heart, I did communicate with one of the managers this morning, as a matter of fact, and because not everybody's on strike. The management people are still there, and the guy who usually is running all of this and making sure everything is running has been out on service calls. And if I read the text right, he said he'd worked 27 hours straight. There's time for change, and it is now. It's time for a revolution.
Greg,
I felt bad for him, Greg, and I thought, do I need to put my tool belt on and go help him out? But would I'd be a scout then, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Greg,
They
you know-
boo you as you cross the line.
Greg, you know union guy. So
That's right.
here's some of the words here. See if you recognize some of these. They're claiming that AT&T sent negotiators to the bargaining table that were not negotiating in good faith.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Can you
exactly?
I'm not sure about.
What does that mean?
Does that mean they came in knowing that they were going to strike and they didn't want to work with them?
They're saying that we need to get someone from AT&T headquarters in Dallas, like Bubba mentioned. Oh my gosh, it's in the article. I'm just messing with you. Did you get nervous for just a minute?
No,
But
I was already reading, trying to see what they AT&T, the employees are saying that
They don't want
AT&T
just a figurehead.
sent people there who really couldn't even make a deal.
Yeah, they said they want someone that can bargain in good faith. Then all this will go away. That's all they want. What they're saying is send us somebody that can say yes and no to what we want.
Yeah.
Don't send us some figurehead. It says we want that guy Bubba mentioned.
Yeah. The top.
There's time for change, and it is now. It's time for a revolution.
You've caused this.
Well, let me tell you.
I didn't cause
You're in the you share some responsibility.
I think so. You stirred it up. Hey,
This
look
has
over
been
here.
going on.
Here you
This
are.
has been going on for a year.
Look at that pot.
Stir, just a
Stir it, buddy.
Stirring it up.
Stir.
Yeah.
I say this. I hope they get it worked out.
But you're right. Good thing they got to yours before this.
Oh yeah,
You'd be in trouble.
I'd been up the old creek.
Well, I feel bad, and I told
Or it may have
Bubba.
been real good for YouTube TV. One or the other.
Right. Well, and I told you I've got a couple of friends that are in the same bind.
Rick, are you saying you've got some friends?
I have some friends. I have a friend that has but the and they were supposed to have their fiber and high speed internet installed like on August on like August 20th, and they got a call like the day before saying, "Hey, we still have y'all down for tomorrow," and then nobody showed, and then they called them back and says, "Oh, something happened in the computer. We actually took y'all's appointment out," and they're like, "Well, you called the day before."
Yeah.
And we were
So
saying
in
you were
24 hours, you've somehow messed it
and
up.
then they said, that now I see this. This was
they ain't never gonna get
this
it.
was before the strike. They said they'd get to it on October the 9th.
Bad.
Now, hey, keep in mind, I'm trying to run a business, and I'm in my new location, and I got no high-speed internet.
Especially when you told me you were coming the next day. Now I got a problem.
Yeah.
So are they just on strike against AT&T or other companies too? I mean, there's time for change, and it is now.
I think it's just
time
AT&T.
for a revolution.
They're the only
That's
one.
what the sign
All right,
says.
here's an anonymous caller.
Their contract was up, I guess.
All right, anonymous caller, tell us what's going on with the strike that Bubba caused.
Well, what it's about is the company has sent people for bargaining that have no authority to make a decision.
Well, couldn't they just carry back the deal to the higher ups and get them to stamp it?
Well, I think it's that it's the company that is trying to make us go out is what it seems like. I think it's just. I think that's the whole reason why they sent people to the bargaining table that could not make a decision.
Now,
on this contract.
Now, why would they do that? I'm sorry, I must have missed that. The reason you think they did that was what?
I think they wanted to see if we would go out on.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So what are other than that? You think the person that came to the table was not the correct person? What are the issues? Is it pay, hours, conditions? What's the gripe?
It's the whole contract. It includes everything. And I've been working for them for 20 years. I've been through several contracts. We've never had the company just throw their hands up and say we're not going to bargain.
So, but I mean, what issues? You say it's the whole contract, but like what? Are you want more money? Do you want what?
We just want to keep what we have.
So they're trying to cut back on something.
Correct.
Okay.
Is it pay?
It's pay. It's benefits. It's conditions of employment. All that.
So, just in general terms, when you do like the job you do, what is the pay for that a year?
Roughly $70,000.
And I guess are you a field tech?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So you're saying that you guys are saying you understand there's changes in technology. There's even changing on, like we talked about earlier. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Another hour on another day on another week. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Let's go. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. A long weekend. So the stories today are plenty. From within the show to around the world and everything in between. Your phone calls will be part of it. The kickoff hour is behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have knocked that out. It's available if you missed it on our archives today. Eddie Van Adler settles in. He's had a few days off. He's refreshed as well. The YouTube experience is back. You'll get that live today, and you'll get a full archive. And Blaze subscribers, you get a best of hour in your Blaze subscription. On the audio side, you've got America's boldest radio stations in the TuneIn app. There's your live options. And then you get archives on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel today, including a best of hour there. A lot to discuss. Let's bring in the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in.
There it is, Bubba. Welcome back. Hope you had a happy Thanksgiving.
Rick, we had a active Thanksgiving, to say the least. A lot going on. I know many of you did too, and we had highs and lows and a lot in between, and we're just glad to be here today. Hope everybody else is doing well.
Yeah, and I know that this was your first Ozempic Thanksgiving, so I know that led to some new challenges.
Yeah, well, almost didn't make it today.
Ozempic!
Yeah, I even had to retract an announcement I made. I was like, Rick and Adler will join us at top. Bubba, unfortunately, not going to be here. By the end of the segment, I said, well, no, he's coming.
He made a comeback. He sent me a text, says, hey, I don't think I can make it. And I said, yeah, that's fine. Take care of yourself. And then before I knew it, he said, I'm making a comeback.
Yeah.
Had kind of a rough day yesterday, but and it ended with a rough night. And but you know, we got up and was able to rally, and I may, have to leave the broadcast
Yeah.
desk here at any moment, hurriedly.
Well, the
But,
good thing I'll tell you about Ozempic, and everybody I've talked to says even if you overeat, it'll make sure it gets out of your system.
Well, we're learning, and I had worked very carefully not to overeat this weekend compared to normal.
Well, like I say, Ozempic's version of overeating in hours may be completely different.
We were even talking about it at Thanksgiving. I didn't get a second helping, another plate, and the first plate had a lot of white on it. You could see a lot of the plate, which is unlike me. And but I think the combination of we went out to eat one night. We had Thanksgiving. We had ball games. We had this. We had that.
Yeah.
And before you knew it, probably the culmination of all of it was too much for a given window.
Not a very Ozempic friendly weekend.
It's not. It's really not.
Is it turning into crazier than it is fine at some point where you just go, that's it?
Well, trust me. Yesterday we were having those discussions.
Right.
We had to go down to the lake to check on some things, and that's about the time that it all started. And being out of your normal area is tough enough. But the traffic coming back up to it, what should have been about an hour trip was 2.5 hours, bumper to bumper.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of traffic, I think, coming out of the Auburn area where the ball game people had stayed overnight. But then you throw in a few wrecks and misting rain and all that, and it was
nauseated and all that.
Well, I had a bag with me. I thought, well, if we don't make it, we don't make it. But it was the most miserable drive I think I've ever had in my life. It was awful.
Oh, I bet.
It was awful.
Yeah, I told Bubba there is a stomach virus that's going around, and I said, look, we got to make sure this is Ozempic now. Nobody wants that gift.
Yeah, I don't want you guys. Give you, I'll protect you guys at all costs.
I've looked at my week, and it doesn't have stomach virus in there anyway.
The thing, there's nobody around me that has it or has had it, so I think we'll have to put this in the big O category.
Well, that's the most likely. Yeah. But that's it is.
And it is an undiscovered country. We don't really know what we're up against. So
no, we don't.
Good news, down almost 30.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Of course, throwing up and massive diarrhea, but still, I'm down 30. Right. You know what? If you'll have massive diarrhea and throw up, you'll lose weight.
Yeah, we'll give 2-3 pounds back with water weight when we're not dehydrated. But,
well, there it is. So, Bubba, welcome back.
Hey.
That's
look,
right.
I did not want to miss today's show because I knew it was going to be a lot of fun getting back with all the Thanksgiving stories. And, we had some crazy football games. We got so many coaches changing jobs.
Sure.
I mean, we're going to need a spreadsheet here to keep up with it.
Well, how about this? And the teams this year, there's such a distance between the top and the bottom. They've handed out bowl bids to teams they said they were on probation.
Yeah.
I mean, and the other teams have done so bad, they're like, you know what? We're letting you off probation.
Yeah, y'all come on in.
Y'all come on out.
At least y'all play better than that.
I mean, that's big news for Jacksonville State. They're going to get to go their first bowl game ever, so that's very exciting for the university.
And I heard the Birmingham Bowl is going to have New Mexico State take on Auburn again.
That'd be a good one.
I don't think Auburn wants any part of that.
So
the rematch,
or maybe I should say they play Alabama this time. So anyway, weird stuff over the weekend. Some wonderful, great stories, and we'll share those with you today. And there's much to unpack. So it's we got highlights from the Turkey and Dressing Bowl. I don't know how the Willie Bowl went. We've got husband-wife hunting trip.
Oh, can't wait for that.
Got that. Got all the different ball games over the weekend. As Bubba mentioned, I don't know what else happened and really didn't pay attention to anything other than those things. So we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Things the company obviously invested in that maybe they thought had a brighter future than it really had. But you guys are saying we understand all that, which is why we're not asking for more, but we don't want to go back.
That's correct. And
got
you got to think about it, too, this way. We've got a stadium, a multi-billion-dollar stadium that we're paying for as far as AT&T goes, but they don't want to get rid of that. The CEO, look it up, the CEO's making bootloads of money.
Right. Well, we got that, and that's part of their advertising budget. You would expect that. So, in the story, this is from, and I'm just trying to get my hands around this. This is from AL.com. The people at AT&T are saying that they were surprised and disappointed that a strike would be called at this point when we're offering terms that would help our employees, some who average from $121,000 to $134,000 a year in total compensation. I guess that would be insurance and retirement and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, that includes all of that. And as far as money taken home to my family, it's roughly $60,000 to $70,000 a year.
Yeah, by the time what you actually get to live off of.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks, man.
But they're also not saying anything about.
Go ahead. What you got, Tom?
Oh, he hung up.
I'm sorry. So that kind of gives you an idea where everybody is.
There's something kind of funny about a communications worker of America hanging up on you. A little quicker than you wanted to.
No, he thought we were going to the break. He heard the music,
I know.
which I appreciate that.
A lot of people getting worked out.
A lot of people act like they don't hear it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
It's my hair. About Trump.
Everybody say it. Everybody say it. Trump. 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 Well, it's the big face-off between Trump and China. And, Bubba, could it be that China is blinking?
Well, we have a story this morning.
Yep.
And I had told you guys that I deal with a guy who has a lot of insight to that and deals in those markets. And he told me China was hurting. Mm-hmm. Now, you won't know that because they have state-run media. They're not going to have people announcing that. But China this morning has said they are ready to end this.
They said
this morning.
They are now seeking a calm end to the ongoing trade war with the United States. As Bubba mentioned, Asian markets are crumbling. China's currency has plummeted to an 11-year low. Bubba, you mentioned in the break, China tried to be sharp by devaluing their currency. But
you got it.
But they're putting the Jake brakes on it now.
Yeah.
They can't get it stopped.
Now it's in a free fall.
And they said following the latest tariffs.
That was dumb of them to do anyway.
Yeah, on $550 billion in Chinese goods, the Trump administration put tariffs on those, and it looks like Trump, we don't want to do this no more. We come table, we ready make deal. So that says that, and Trump said that it looks like they want to make a deal, and as he said, Bubba, that's a great thing.
About Trump.
The devil will be in the details.
The devil will be in the details.
They may want to end it and keep the deal they had, and that ain't gonna work.
Right.
And as it was explained to me, China's whole economy is set up to build and export things. Okay. Well, guess what? They got stuff sitting on the piers now that has nowhere to go.
Right.
And the docks. And Europe can't buy enough. The rest of the world can't buy enough. Australia can't buy enough to replace the United States. And, at some point, you go, well, we're building a lot of stuff, but we ain't got nowhere to set it.
Right. So it looks like China may be willing to make a deal, and hopefully that'll be something good, even though it's been on the short term, difficult for people. But on the long term, which is one of these things we talked about for a very long time, I hate to bring this up, Ross Perot at times was
Ross Perot.
I remember when he said, and think how long ago that's been now. There is no solution to some of our problems without some short-term pain.
Yeah,
I mean there just isn't. And the problem we have is nobody wants to experience any difficulty in the short term to us be better off in the long term.
Well, it's kind of like a lot of times if you have a tumor, you got to go in there and cut it out. And
21 minutes past the hour. It is an active week here in Rick and Bubba land. So the first gift of the 12 working days of Christmas and our official Rick and Bubba Christmas season starts Thursday. So gift number 1 will be given away, and we'll go 12 working days all the way down to the big year ender. Today is Cyber Monday. So if you're shopping online, don't forget the Rick and Bubba store. New items are there. The new CD Rough Patch is available, hard copies. I laughed pretty hard over the weekend when I posted something about that, and to watch all the young people reply underneath, what's a CD? So hard copies of the CDs are available and coming to all the different streaming services soon, but we don't know when. We'll let you know when that happens. But if you want a hard copy as a stocking stuffer, or maybe it's a tradition for your family, or maybe you're like us, you just still like CDs, Rough Patch is there at rickandbubba.com under the store. And you can see something on our social media today. We got a collective series of glasses coming out, kind of like old school. There'll be one of 4 in the series, and the first installment celebrating the 30 years of Rick and Bubba is a Christmas theme. So that glass is available to you, and our new hunting hat too, with the hunter's orange and the camo pattern and the new studio logo on that as well. There's many other items, but those are items that are new. Also, Cyber Monday, go to themanchurch.com. You can shop the store there. For the men on your Christmas list, all kinds of items there, devotionals and T-shirts and things you can get for the men on your list too. And there's an opportunity to get a cool gift. We'll tell you about that more on Wednesday from themanchurch.com, and also tickets to the conference is also a good idea. All right, so Bubba, looking over college football, we'll start there. We got a lot of stories from Thanksgiving weekend and things that happen. First of all, the coaching shuffle has begun. 2 schools that were in play that people were really talking about have hired their coaches, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like that Jeff Lebby, is that
Lebby.
Lebby.
Mm-hmm.
Lebby is headed to Mississippi State. He was the OC at Oklahoma. I don't know a whole lot about him, Speedy. I know you've studied on it a little bit more. I know he was making a lot of money at Oklahoma.
Yeah, he was. I don't know if that was for the duration of the 3 years or if it was per year, but it says 5.7 was his contract for 3 years at Oklahoma. But yeah, I was just reading to my dad yesterday once the rumor kind of started on Thanksgiving that he was going to be the new head coach, and he has quite the record as offensive coordinator at UCF, Ole Miss, Oklahoma, and now he'll be the head coach at Mississippi State. And I think they officially announced it yesterday, and I think they have a big welcoming party tonight at 7:30 Central at the football complex. But he brings that offensive leech type spread it mindset to Mississippi State, which was missing this year. And then you add that with the reputation State has to play good defense, and a lot of people think it's a good formula. It's not that splash hire of that name everybody knows, but from what I read, those in the football circles go, hey, this is a great hire.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I guess that means State's going to pay him more than 5.7.
Yeah.
It's,
I would assume.
When you jump into the SEC now, and there's several good conferences, very competitive, but the SEC with Texas and Oklahoma coming on board, good night. What a meat grinder.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he'll get to play his old school. I don't know if they played the first year that they come into the league, but he will be in the same conference with them again.
That's
I
right.
think if I'm let's see, I know Oklahoma. I think the first SEC game they play at Auburn. I think so. He'll be out of that. But, anyway, I also heard that I thought it was a done deal that Stoops was going to A&M.
Yeah.
I mean, we were hearing all those reports. And what happened with
I
that?
don't know. He just announced he was staying at Kentucky.
He changed his mind, which to me is smart.
Kentucky did beat Louisville. That we called that one. But and by the way, boy, you don't want to play Clemson once they had the calling guy got on Dabo. They just went on a tear.
Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah,
maybe he needs to call Dabo before the season.
Right. Yeah. I bet he'll be the first caller of the season. Texas A&M now will go with Mike. Is it Elko? Head football coach at Duke.
Yes.
Which they have had, very good season past few years. So,
yeah, and he was defensive coordinator
job
there for a couple of years at Texas A&M, so he comes back as head coach.
Of course, the only thing you think, and it's true, he's been one of these people. I like hires of coaches that go to places that normally don't do well, and they turn that program into highly competitive. That's always very intriguing. Wherever they go, they win.
Yep.
But I will say, if you're an A&M fan, was there any hire, honestly, any that you would have been as excited as you were when they hired Jimbo Fisher?
I mean, probably
You
not.
know,
And that didn't work out.
No.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that too. I really thought with the money they were throwing around, they wanted to have somebody with a proven track record of winning national championships. But like I said, that didn't pan out last time.
And maybe that's why Stoops stayed, because we were looking the kickoff hour what he gets paid a year, right around $9 million. And why would you leave? Why would you leave Kentucky and then maybe go to Texas A&M where
win
it might
8
not
games
pan
a year
out?
and they'll build a statue to you.
Yeah.
Yep. So,
and that by the way, that hire at Texas A&M hadn't officially been announced, but they say it should be within the next 24 hours.
So we'll find
a lot could change in 24 hours.
Yeah,
A&M, you never know.
You know, apparently he's met with the Duke team and told them, but who knows?
Well, we'll find out what the playoff committee thinks about this past weekend. We won't know that till Tuesday night. But looking around, no issue. Georgia didn't blow out Georgia Tech like we thought. Michigan did beat Ohio State and looked like the better team, top to bottom. I watched most of that game. Washington squeaks by Washington State. Florida State doesn't have their quarterback, but they keep winning. Oregon looked good against Oregon State. And Alabama, of course, that game will unpack. No one saw. I certainly didn't even watch the game. I thought it was going to be so ugly. And I'll talk about how I did see the last play and how I saw it and how funny that was. But so if you're picking the top 4, if we're the playoff committee, I'm going to stay with Georgia because I definitely believe in them. Michigan is going to force me to stay with them because they did what they needed to do.
Right.
Are we still punishing Florida State for the loss of the quarterback?
Well, let's address this first. Washington and Oregon will play each other. That's an elimination game.
Yeah, that
winner stays, loser goes.
Right.
And then you have to look at Florida State versus Ohio State. The heavy lobbying for Ohio State will begin very quickly. And you see, they've become, when we grew up, it was Notre Dame.
Right.
And it just seems like they always get a lot of favor. Of course, they have more, folks working at ESPN than any other sport. So get ready for the Buckeye push.
If I was there,
it'll be like the tush push.
Now, Florida State's got to play Louisville, right?
Correct.
Yes. I know Louisville got beat by Kentucky, but Louisville, they could beat Florida State.
But I will tell you this: even without these games happening, I would with zero hesitation right now, I would replace Washington and or Florida State with Texas.
I would too.
Yeah.
I would too.
With zero hesitation.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think they're better than both those teams.
Yep.
Yeah. And they have Oklahoma State in the Big 12.
Would a committee do that with them undefeated and Texas with a loss?
I don't know.
Oklahoma State, what a weird
Probably
thing.
not.
Yeah.
They get hammered by South Alabama
Yeah.
at home.
Yeah.
Get hammered by Central Florida, a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
But the two losses are not conference losses, so now they're in the championship game.
Yeah.
And that's hard to believe.
Crazy.
Your point on Texas, they made a pretty big statement.
Yeah, they did.
Saturday.
Yes, they did.
I mean, a gigantic
blowout. And they got that win over Alabama.
Yeah.
So, let's talk about the SEC championship game when we come back.
Okay.
How does Alabama get in those top 4? And how does Georgia fall out of it? But would they jump everybody with that?
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
That's painful, and there's a healing process, but when it's all over, you're better off.
You mentioned this also, so we'll give you updates on that as we have them. So that's our Trump update. You mentioned to me that, Bubba, I hate this, and a little bit of a scar there on NASA. We have a NASA astronaut that's accused of stealing identity, accessing bank accounts, and of what they're calling here a strange wife.
Yes.
These are two women, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Rick, they're calling it the first crime in space.
The first crime in space. The first crime in space.
So you have these two ladies who are married and going through a bitter divorce. Their language, not mine.
Right.
And apparently the astronaut accessed a bank account and stole an ID as part of this while she was on orbit on the International Space Station.
Yeah.
So, I know you can't really make this stuff up.
baby.
So I don't know how this will play out. Jurisdiction might even come into play here.
Yeah. Well, we've heard and this is kind of the problem with some of the new arrangements. And I'll just put it right there. It's one thing to say hell hath no fury like one woman scorned.
Right.
Look at what we're building when we have a marriage breakup that now two women are being scorned at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
This is we're just creating all kinds of.
You got to have a circuit breaker there somewhere.
There's just
somewhere.
You remember the famous commercials, Double the Trouble.
Yeah.
But anyway, so first crime in space.
Wow. Apparently, there was some comments made in private emails about some spending that was being done.
Right.
That the astronaut or the wife on orbit should not have had access to.
Yeah.
Normally, which raised an eyebrow. And then she was contacted by her bank. This is the wife on the ground that said her sign-in credentials had been used on a computer registered to NASA.
Wow. Can you imagine the credit card bills that two women could stack up?
Boy, oh boy.
Well, they both got cards and they're rolling.
Well, this was kind of easy to track here.
Right.
I wasn't really thinking, was
especially when the computer's registered to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
And
it's out of this world.
And they don't have to come and pick you up. All they have to do is be waiting on you to splash down.
Yeah.
What
in the world?
Yeah. You got,
and I guess technically with Russia, it's not a splashdown since you land in the desert, but land.
Right, I got you.
But you know what I'm saying.
Sure.
There's really nowhere you can go.
Well, you're in space.
You're in a holding cell already in orbit.
Who would have thought they could have traced it back to a NASA computer?
You're right.
Anybody on the computer? No.
Unless you can get out in an escape pod and land somewhere you don't think they know where you're going.
Yeah, it's not
But
good.
the problem is you can't get out and walk.
You have to drive
I mean,
over
you've been up there too long.
But
I know, your legs You have to be carried out.
Here's the problem, because this is the thing that Brian Regan talked about that can be a positive, but now this is a negative. So how many folks we got on the space station? Well, we got so and so. Well, it may be her then, since that's where we're tracing it to.
Yeah.
It's one thing to try to figure out something at some gigantic, factory.
Yeah. Or somebody that's moonlighting through VPNs all over the globe from, Russia is one thing.
Yeah, we got to figure out where this employee's located. I'll tell you where this one is in space.
Well, we've traced the IP address. It appears the International Space Station.
It's the astronaut we have orbiting the space station. And as you said, somebody get out to the desert and wait on her to land.
Yeah. Strange times.
Well,
we had the astronaut, that went crazy. The female that drove across the country with a diaper on.
Oh,
so
yeah.
she
Forgot about that.
She was about to end somebody. She got her shovel and her duct tape. She was about to take somebody
Strapped
out.
the diaper on and said, "Here we go." Yeah, you gotta. I'm telling you, be careful.
Emotions, add space to it. It gets a little.
I know.
It's a little complicated.
It does. Women are complicated.
They are.
Space is complicated.
Yes, it is. Together, more complicated.
So we were talking about these other false narratives. You remember, like we had a. Minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hopefully, over the Thanksgiving weekend, you gave your family the gift of fresh breath, because you got TheraBreath and you're all stocked up and ready. I had the lozenges ready to go as we dined and ate some of that delicious dressing with a little sage. So now TheraBreath lozenge, fresh breath, ready to go. Also, they have their mouthwash, their toothpaste, their gum rinse, their whitening products. All of these are superior to anything else on the market. There's no comparison. Couple of opportunities. Over 100 retailers have them, but remember, due to shelf space, they may not have all the products. If you'd like to find all the products, and they are superior to anything that is in this category, just go to TheraBreath.com. We also have a link for you at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You can find it there too. love these products. We've been using them for years. They address what is actually causing the bad breath. So it's a great gift to you, and it's a great gift to all of your family and friends as we go through this most wonderful time of year. So we're doing college football first because we're now down to the conference championship games, and then ultimately decide who are the 4 teams that gets to the playoffs. And there are some scenarios out there that this playoff committee is going to have their hands full.
Yeah, I would hate to be on that. We want to talk about several things dealing with this, and then we've got to talk about the Iron Bowl a little bit too.
Sure.
But in a scenario, if Georgia wins, they're in, Alabama's out. I think that's pretty cut and dry.
Mm-hmm.
Let's assume Alabama wins, and let's assume they win in a fashion much like they won in the Iron Bowl. Very close, end of the game. Excuse me, field goal, something bizarre, wins the game. What do you do with Georgia? And does Alabama move from a number 8 spot all the way into 4?
So what? Now I'm not trying to dodge that question, but I got to know what's happening with all the other teams in the 4. How did they do?
Let's assume that
you need to assume Texas wins because that's really the key. Of this whole thing.
Assume Texas wins.
Mm-hmm.
Assume that Washington wins.
So they hold off Oregon.
They hold off
then
Oregon.
They're in.
Let's assume Florida State wins.
Okay.
Georgia loses to Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
I'm going to put Alabama in, and I'm going to put Georgia in as well and replace Florida State.
So you would have 2 SEC teams.
Yes.
Michigan and Washington.
Correct.
And so Texas is out.
You've had to jump Texas and Ohio State, which is going to.
Ohio State's out. Yeah, I mean they're out.
Yeah, they've lost.
They're
2,
out.
right?
Yeah, they're done.
Yeah, they're not in play anymore.
No, they've
only lost.
They've only lost 1.
They've only lost 1.
But they don't get to play again.
They're out.
That's out. They're done.
They're done.
Yeah,
they're out.
Because see, Michigan doesn't have to play again.
Yeah. Right. Michigan plays Iowa this weekend.
Okay. They do. I can't forget they do have a championship now, don't they?
Yeah. Which is sad because really
They've
the 2
always,
best teams in the Big Ten are Ohio State and Michigan, but they play Iowa coming up.
Well, if Ohio State's only got 1 loss, though, and Michigan were to lose, they could be back in. So I don't know that we say they're out.
I think
Especially with how low
don't
they are.
underestimate the power of the Buckeyes.
Right.
Wouldn't a 1-loss Texas or Alabama get in over Ohio State?
100%. And that's what they'll end up doing.
Well, no, I think so too. Now here's what I think the committee will do. Barring Texas stumbling against Oklahoma State, I believe if Alabama beats Georgia, I believe that Alabama would go in, Georgia would probably be out, and Texas would go in.
If it was a close loss, do you say, Georgia, you lost, you're out? You've dominated college football for 3 years. Is that going to boil? They'd have an argument on that. Say it comes down to the last play. What do you do?
Yeah. I believe
that committee's, they got some hard work to do.
Yeah, to me right now, and I know this is going to draw some boos, and I got it, but I think right now, no matter what happens, unless there's some blowout, I think Georgia, Michigan, Texas, and either Oregon or Alabama are the 5 best teams. And I don't think Washington and Florida State are as good as the teams I just mentioned. I don't think they're better. Of course, Oregon has a chance to prove that, so that'll solve itself. Right. If Oregon beats Washington, I'd have a hard time keeping them out. And if Texas beats Oklahoma State, I'd have a hard time leaving them out. So you're right. I don't think Georgia and Alabama can be in there together if those 2 teams do what they're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
They can't.
And then you feel sorry for Washington because you're like, well, you beat Oregon 36-33 in the regular season. Now they turn around and beat you in the championship game.
You're even.
So you're even, but you're out.
Right. Yeah. But that's just life.
Oh yeah, that'll be the same with Georgia, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, so much of this will take care of itself next year. Yeah. And because when we're arguing about 12, 13, and 14, that you don't get as you go, well, you should have done
I
better.
think it's actually gonna be a bigger argument because you're gonna have some of these teams that never get to go at play, and the intensity is going to be much more.
I agree.
Maybe for those positions, but it won't be as critical because
you
never
number
know. 12.
You never know. They could get in at a 12 or
a number 12 is probably going to have 2 losses, maybe 3 losses. If you look at where everybody's sitting this time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's argument won't be the same with undefeated.
Number 12 is actually going to probably be like an undefeated team that's
it would be Tulane in the last,
right.
and they're 11-1. So don't look at the rankings. That's not what's going to determine the 12. It's not just 1 through 12.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I get you.
Yeah, I think
it'll be an exciting new world.
It will be.
I think Georgia, Michigan, Texas, and Oregon are the 4 best teams.
I agree with you on Florida State, and I know, and I love hearing the Seminole chant.
Me too. I'm glad they're back,
and I love that.
Hey, you give
But
me
I
their
have
quarterback. You give me the quarterback,
Well,
and I'll leave them in.
I was on the fence even before that, and so I know they play only the games they play. I know the ACC's down, whatever, and they can't help all that.
Right.
But I'm with you on that. I just don't know that but just because they're undefeated, I don't know that they're the best 4 teams.
Well, I'm terrified of the TCU game last year. I'm terrified.
I know.
Of it. I don't want to see that again.
You're going to see more of that
Right.
with this playoff too early on. But
that's fine. But I don't want to see it in the national championship game.
yeah.
You know, and I'm worried. And I will
You're
tell
still
you,
mad at Michigan for letting them in.
and I'm worried about Michigan. Even though I pulled for Big Blue against Ohio State, I did. And
are they as good a team if Harbaugh's actually on the sideline?
I was going to say, they'll win all these with him not there. He'll get back this weekend, and then they'll lose.
They're pretty good. They're pretty good when he ain't there.
By the way,
I think it just shows you what he's put together.
Have you seen Iowa's fan base? Because Iowa's good on defense, but they're terrible on offense.
Oh.
And they actually have shirts that they keep celebrating each punt, and they're bragging about how many punts are in their games because they force teams to punt and then they punt too.
Right.
And all they do is play field position with their good punter.
Right. Just hope you get a field goal.
Right. And so,
but going into championship weekend, the top 8 all have a legit chance of being in right now, depending on how it all plays out. It will be so Alabama before the Milroe miracle. Is that what they're calling it? But that they were probably going to be out. Then they complete that and they beat Auburn in the Iron Bowl. It'll be so Alabama to go on, win the SEC championship, go to the playoffs, and win the national championship.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you do.
And that one play,
you never count Coach Saban out. Never.
Yeah, I didn't see any of the Iron Bowl except the very end, which is funny.
Snap. It was
so,
awesome.
but what I'm saying is, I don't want to take anything away from a valiant effort on Auburn's part because I know Auburn. They're just putting together. They're not where they want to be, and I said even before this ever happened, I do believe Auburn's made the right hire. And that this is going to work itself out. Now, he certainly is held responsible for not having them ready for New Mexico State, but I think we see it probably was true. They were looking to Alabama and trying to get 2 weeks to prepare. So I'm not taking anything away from Auburn's effort because I don't like when people always talk about that the favorite didn't play well and they give no credit to the underdog for playing well. So I don't want to do that. But I will tell you this because, Alabama early in this season kind of spooked me. I didn't think they were, for Alabama's standard, a great Alabama team.
No, they wasn't playing like
They're good, but they weren't. I'm not talking about Alabama compared to the other teams. I'm talking Alabama compared to themselves.
Right.
And so then they hit a run, and I was like, wow, they're mowing. When you get down to this playoff thing, they spooked me a little bit. Now, I didn't see enough of the game to see did they just.
No, they were.
Auburn ran the ball on them.
The running quarterback really hurt them.
So that made me think a little bit less of Alabama.
Yeah, but then you look
taking nothing away from Auburn.
I agree. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, and then you look at other rivalry games like Washington State. That comes down to the last second. Georgia Tech for a while gave Georgia fits.
Right.
Louisville gets beat by Kentucky. This past weekend was just crazy.
Well, I think what you found, which is it's been Hugh Freeze's MO. Unfortunately, and this is unfortunately, is it seems like he is the coach if you like to knock off the Georgias and the Alabamas every now and then, but then he'll turn around and drop a game that you're like, well, my goodness. I mean, because remember when he was at Ole Miss, he knocked off Alabama 2 years in a row, but then Ole Miss would drop games they shouldn't lose. And so it almost like you see that personality again. He plays Georgia down to the wire. He plays Alabama down to the wire, but then he loses 31-10 to New Mexico State.
If he just had a column for valiant efforts, they'd be good.
If he can figure out how to get the team to play each week like they did this weekend, it'll be a scary bunch to go up against week in and week out. But to your point, they also they unveiled some things with Alabama, the penalties, the things that do scare you and going, should they really deserve to be there?
I know. So, but Georgia will help everybody figure that out.
They will, and I'm gonna tell you
they'll clarify
the way they
that.
run the football.
Right.
If they couldn't stop Auburn,
I told
goodness
Rick,
gracious.
I said I haven't broke the film down obviously, but when Auburn was trying to just push them straight up, they were not doing anything. And then when they started pulling guards and tackles, they were running all over the field. A lot of traps and stuff.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know. And Georgia seems to struggle when they play teams like Auburn and Georgia Tech. We saw that. But, boy, when they know it's all on the line, it's a different team.
We'll find out Saturday, won't we?
So the Iron Bowl ends in a miraculous way. We gotta look at the numbers on this. It's just incredible.
Yeah,
incredible.
and we'll talk about our culture here and how that all worked. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ago when we had Elizabeth Warren and Kamala Harris going out and doing the 5th anniversary of the murder that took place, in Maryland, which it's been proven that didn't happen. Yeah. Well, another one has been that we're not building the wall. I mean, I do think the left's gotten to the point now when I had a conversation about this at lunch yesterday with some friends. They're living by the thing. If you just say something enough, then everybody just assumes it's true. And so we've been hearing, well, Trump promised a wall, but he's not even building it, and he's got money for it and all that. It's just not happening.
Well, I mean, yeah, and we thought, well, maybe it's just taking time to get started. I mean, we'd all kind of bought into that a little bit, and I'm sure there's some places that need to be repaired that are, important enough because they initially built some kind of wall there that maybe took priority over new wall or whatever. But I saw this story today, and I don't know, am I missing something in this? Because that's all we've heard. There is no wall being built.
Right.
And Trump's been saying, we are building the wall.
Right.
So the U.S. Custom and Border Patrol released video this weekend that shows 60 miles of new 18-foot-high fencing.
Mm-hmm.
And you see it here in the video. So we are building a wall. This is 60 miles of new wall that has been put up, plus repairs that have been done. And not only that, the Customs and Border Patrol said that by the end of 2020, next year, that there will be 450 miles of new wall in place. Projects are already underway in California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. So, the state of emergency, we heard what a, disaster all that was going to be. They are actually building the wall they said they were going to build. Right? I mean, am I missing something in this?
Bubba, I'm looking at what you're talking about, and we just showed it on our YouTube channel. Apparently, there is a wall not only that is being built, that has been built, 60 miles worth of it in this one place, and it seems to be, they were trying to land on, the border agent said we really do need to be able to see who's on the other side. So this kind of gives you you can see through it.
Yeah,
but it's 18 feet high, and it looks like it'd be almost impossible to climb it. So it is being done.
And there are some other places in high traffic areas that have been repaired. And, Rick, they're showing it as 3 different walls. It looks like a high fence, and then like a real high fence, and then a really, really high fence, all with razor wire on it. So it looks like some of it has been beefed up, so to speak.
Yeah, some. Also, some updates. You're telling me this Jeffrey Epstein deal. They're even saying now that there may have been that you're going to go back and trace. I know other names are popping up now, and I couldn't believe some of the names you mentioned. But they're saying now that there's one theory that there was a guy that provided the money even further back, and like Jeffrey Epstein took over what he was already doing years ago, and he became basically the new protege for this guy, and he got the money and continued this bizarre ring of whatever was going on. But you were telling me some other names are popping up.
There's going to be more and more investigation into this as time goes on, and people are going back and looking at who was where, at what time, what parties.
Wait a minute. What?
Well, they wanted to know what they knew and when they knew it.
2 things.
But some of in the story today, it was in DailyMail.com, had tied at one big party they had that is now you got guilt by association too, you realize. But they're looking into this, and they said at one of these big events that Katie Couric was there, Chelsea Handler was there. Who was the other one I told you this morning? Do you remember who
Papadopoulos or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, Snuffleupagus.
One of them Opoulos.
Yeah. Can any of us say his name correctly?
Snuffleupagus?
Yeah, it's on
No,
ABC.
that's
He's on
Snuffleupagus.
ABC now.
Stephanopoulos.
Is that
Stephanopoulos.
So the character on Sesame Street is
Snuffleupagus.
Snuffleupagus.
I got that.
And this is George
Stephanopoulos.
Stephanopoulos?
Stephanopoulos.
I've never been able to say his name.
Say it again, Bubba.
Snuffleupagus.
Bub, you're all over.
So Georgie Porgy's been down at one of the parties.
Watch it.
Snappo. Georgie Porgy pudding and pie.
I never understood when ABC hired him, to be a fair and honest journalism when he had worked for the Clintons. I never understood that.
Fair. Can anybody even say fair journalism with a straight face anymore? We're just giving you the facts today. Okay, buddy.
Just the facts, man.
As I said, I don't get angry about the way they lie to us. I get angry at the fact that I think I'm buying it.
Yeah.
That's the part that gets me the worst. Because that's offensive. Sure, that's the most offensive thing. It's to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. The 12 working days of Christmas and the official Rick and Bubba Christmas season starting Thursday with gift number 1. Other things that are going on this week, New York City on Friday, Lord willing. I'll be with the Daring Faith Conference with Promise Keepers in New York City. If you want to join us for that, you can if you're going to be in the city. Or you're there and you catch the show there. Or if you'd like to have a simulcast for your group or for your church, just use our link there and just contact Promise Keepers for that. Also on Saturday, a breakfast down in Mobile, Alabama with themanchurch.com with Government Street Baptist Church. They start the men's discipleship strategy this Saturday morning with a huge men's breakfast. Brian Dawson will be speaking there, and they'll plug in to one of our 40-week curriculum. So you can find all that at rickandbubba.com as far as New York City, or themanchurch.com has both those links for you. All right, so there was the rivalry games this weekend. I was excited. We'll talk later. I did upgrade the TV at Camp House, and we'll talk about
I saw that. That's nice.
We'll talk about that later.
There you go.
There's a chance that maybe today that Greg will be happy. All my friends and family that ridiculed me, and even Speedy may be happy on how that all happened. We'll talk about that later. But I watched, it was cool to be at Camp House and see Ohio State, Michigan. Michigan wins that. And then I honestly...
That's 3 in a row, by the way.
Yeah,
Big Blue.
I was laughing because I was so uninterested in the Iron Bowl that I didn't even watch it. Right. And even my oldest son, Blake, and his new wife, Priscilla, which we'll talk about that, they came down for a hunt and spent time together with them over Thanksgiving. They got tickets to go to the Iron Bowl, and Blake's wife has only been to 2 college football games in her life. Both of them were Iron Bowls. Both of them, Auburn were, I'm talking about runaway underdogs. And so she goes with him for the 4-overtime Alabama win when they were supposed to run Auburn out of the stadium.
They went on to win the national championship.
Right. And then, I don't know, and then she was with him Saturday for this game. Both times when they left, it was like, well, she just wants to experience it. We'll go by the tailgates, and we'll probably leave at halftime when Alabama's blowing Auburn out. And so as we now know, it happened again. But Blake's wife, Priscilla, cannot decide whether she's good luck for Auburn or bad luck. Does she just make Auburn competitive, but she doesn't bring luck enough for them to win? She can't. She doesn't know whether she should be celebrated by Auburn fans or she can't come back to another game. So do you say if she wasn't there, they would have been blown out both times? I don't know. But anyway, I'll tell you how I ended up with it. How it ended, and it won't surprise you in the least, but I'll tell you about that.
So we'll skip over all the drama, and there was plenty to talk about. To basically the last play of the game for Alabama. It is 4th and 31. Mm-hmm. 4th and goal from the 31-yard line.
From the 31-yard line.
ESPN stats gave Alabama a chance to win before that snap of 0.1%. Right. They have all their analytics running during the game, literally for every play. The SEC network reported that over the last 2 years in college football, any team that had a 3rd or 4th down, 30 yards or more, the numbers on that, Rick, of converting that, 0 for 90. 0 for 90 over the last 2 years.
90 chances, no accomplishments. None.
Now that will have to be adjusted to 91, 1 for 91. And an incredible play. Threw it in the 1 square foot that it could get into.
Yeah, that's about the only
now
open
there's
spot
going
on
to be
the
a
whole
lot
end
of
zone.
questions. Why you only rush 2? You know, we've always talked about defenses prevent you from winning.
Right.
You drop all these people. It was just an amazing thing. But I told people, we were watching it before the play, I said they're going to score because it's just so Alabama to do that.
Okay, so Auburn to let it happen.
Yes.
So let me. It's probably the most Auburn thing I've ever seen in all my Auburn years. Okay, is I don't even.
And it's an ongoing study that Rick and I have had, really basically over the last 50 years of Auburn football.
Yeah, I've never I've never I didn't
see some replay.
Yeah, and so he's trying to get turned around. How do you let somebody behind you? There's a push off, but I mean, the receiver's going to push off. You can't let the receiver get in that situation, you know. And I'm not saying that was an illegal push off, but you're going to have that. And you saw the defensive players got his hands on him too.
Nice. Well, let me tell you, if you
just can't let that happen.
If you try to support refereeing, you're going to have a hard time in this game. And I think both fan bases have several complaints.
Yeah, I heard that the Alabama fans and the Auburn fans both got calls that were just atrocious. But anyways, it was just poor officiating, period. Not an advantage to one to the other. But anyway, so here's what happened with me, to your point, Bubba. Now keep in mind, you know, our dad played for Auburn, so Greg and I grew up Auburn fans. My oldest son played for Auburn. You know, so we've been through this whole Auburn thing, okay? And then we kind of left it for a while when Dad was at Jacksonville State because that meant more to us than any teams we weren't associated with. So anyway, and then I was brought back to it with a son playing there, and of course experienced all the highs and lows of his 4 years there. And one of them a big high, and that was a national championship, which was a lot of fun. But those are far and few. They're few and far between. So anyway, so I kid you not, Sherry and I don't have any idea what's going on in the game. So I look at my text and I see Blake, who's at the game. He says, "Well, I guess we're not leaving." And I looked at Sherry. I said, "Well, the game must be closer." Then I get Brody, who's in Indiana, but he's watching it. He's with his in-laws in Indiana, and he's like, "Why is Auburn doing this to me again?" And I told Sherry, I said, "Something's going on with the game that's abnormal."
Yeah.
And so we walk into a restaurant, and I look up on the screen. I'm not making this up. Sherry will tell you this. There's no embellishment on this whatsoever, okay? I walk in, and I see the bad snap. And Sherry goes, "Oh, my goodness, Auburn may win this game." I said, Nope, that's not going to happen. And she goes, "Rick, they really got a long way to go to score. It's 4th down." I said, 4th and 31, to be exact, Sherry. Look, and I take
number of times that's been converted in the last 2 years, 0 of 90.
Listen, I take my fork, I stick it in I'm going to give you great details, in a roasted chicken salad.
Sounds good.
Okay? Roasted chicken on top of a salad. I stick my fork in one piece of the chicken, get a little dressing on it. I bring it to my mouth as it's coming in. I said, "Alabama will score right here." As he catches the ball, I bite on the chicken and wink at my wife, and she looks at me. She said, "How did you know that?" And I said, "Honey, it's the most Auburn thing ever." I said, "I was so confident that Alabama was going to score right there, I didn't even look at the screen." And she looked at me. She goes, "You called that?" I said, "Baby, but that's nothing. That's like somebody." There being an 80% chance of rain and somebody calling it's going to rain today. I mean, I said, it's probably, I mean, she couldn't believe it. I never even checked up. Look, I took a bite and I winked at her and she goes, "Unbelievable." And I said, "Oh, Alabama will score right here. I promise you that." So credit to Alabama for making it happen. And,
yeah, you never quit.
Yeah. Of course, if you're going to drop 8 back, you can't let somebody get behind you.
Yeah, how do you do that?
Right, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm fine.
My gosh, you think I'm an idiot. I only play one on the radio.
Snuffleupagus.
Well, top of a wacky world continuing. Boy,
You got to cull those nuts. So.
May this never be in the headlines with your name attached to it. Oregon woman rescued from septic tank after being trapped in raw sewage for days. Whoa. Days. I don't want to be trapped in raw sewage for seconds. Days.
Rick, how does this even happen?
Days.
I guess fall in that.
Well, when I'm
the
thinking,
top was rusted out. And
that's what I was going to say.
Broke
through. Almost like you fall through a sinkhole.
I think she was actually working on the thing and it fell in it.
Oh,
so
no.
she wasn't like walking through the yard and it just disappeared.
I don't think.
Yeah, I said that.
But I'm thinking, how do you? And then if there's a hole like that, can't you get a I mean, they're not buried that deep,
I know.
right?
I guess she was in a secluded area.
It says she was
Her daughter got to looking for her.
So you look at this picture of them looking down that hole. I mean, that looks pretty deep.
Again, I'm going to say days.
Yeah,
that's hard.
How about you?
She had been working on the tank outside her home, so this is one of those I'm going to work on it.
Oh, a rural home.
Yeah, I'm not the pro. She lived there alone, and she fell in.
Good night.
Nearest neighbor is 1,000 feet away.
Yeah. And y'all right about the daughter. She went to try to figure out why she hadn't heard from her. And I tell you why I'm in raw sewage, honey.
Yeah. Hey, I'm glad somebody.
Mama, how come you
checked
didn't
on
answer your phone? I'm in raw sewage.
Golly.
That stinks.
It was Speedy.
Oh,
that's terrible. But
look how deep it looks like this is.
Oh,
I mean,
look.
isn't that, I don't. The ones I've seen now, they don't bury them that
Look,
deep.
I've heard the term deep and wide, but this is a fountain flowing that doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
No, you don't want any part of
How
that.
about when you're down in there and you're like, this is where I'm at?
So I'm down here so long I don't even smell it anymore.
Yeah. Is that possible?
I don't know. Nose blind.
I think it probably gets to that. Once you get through with all the sickness.
No. Listen,
I think it does.
Listen to this. It's
After you've thrown up 3 or 4 times.
I'm so glad I remembered this. I'm so glad I remember this. Now, this does not rank falling into a sewage tank. It's close, though, or septic tank. This happened, and you're going to know the person that was with me, so I can confirm this with my wife and another couple that we just had. You know how sometimes you'll just randomly see. Sherry and I out living this empty nest life. We're just scrolling around, just hanging out, and things you'd have never been able to do before you can do now. Like there was a couple we hadn't seen in a while, and we get to the restaurant, and you got to stand in line. They're like, "Well, hey, it's just us. Y'all want to sit with us?" Yeah. So we sit down and get talking. All right. So guys, Greg, this is I thought of you because you live for this kind of stuff.
Sure.
So we're talking, and thank the Lord we were at the end of everything. Because if we'd been eating, I don't know what would have happened. So, when you're in your table and you're sitting down, the other people getting seated are coming by you. They bring them by you.
Oh, Rick. Rick.
Hey, we got crop dusted.
Rick.
Are you serious?
No. You if you still have his cell, you can text and ask him.
Okay.
We got crop dusted so bad. I'm talking about the people who went by us. They were dragging one, and it was a big lady too. And look, and they were dragging one, and it hit our table. And you know how sometimes when people are dragging one, you can feel if it's thick enough, you can feel it up against you.
Feel the heat.
And look,
It's like somebody opened the oven door.
And listen,
Fogged your glasses up.
Listen, he was far left, so it hit him first, and I was far my left. He was far my right. So his wife's sitting across from me. Sherry's on my right. He's his wife's left. Mm-hmm. So he's the guy who gets like her rear end nearly touches him.
Okay.
As she goes by.
Yeah.
So he gets it.
Rick,
I'm talking about
please
it hits him first, and you're like it's the first person to be destroyed. And all of a sudden he starts looking around like this, and I'm like, what? I said, oh my God! And then it hit all of us. It was so bad we left.
No,
we couldn't
didn't.
stay.
No,
we
you
couldn't stay.
left?
It was so bad we said, and we were
Well, it
done.
has to be bad.
It
got in your clothes.
and we are done.
You were.
Yeah. And then I had the moment, and I thought about this. It made me feel bad a little bit in my heart.
horrible.
So we get home, and Sherry's, all she comes back to the kitchen. She goes, "All right, I got to ask you straight up. Was that you?"
Okay.
And I said, "Hey, I wouldn't do that at a restaurant."
And blame Big Mom.
She wanted to know if it was you. She goes, "Go ahead, tell me right now. Was that you?" I said it was not.
I've been
me.
wanting to ask you since it happened. Was that you?
Listen, they crop. Hey, we got crop. I ain't never been crop dusted. I've never been crop dusted like that.
That's Mrs. Bubba's humor right here.
Do you think the person had started letting out the relief while they were waiting, and also they go, "All right, so and so." They're, "Oh gosh, that's us."
Well, they might have been nervous about who they're talking to.
And look, and then man, she drug it by us, Bubba. I'm talking
That's
about.
horrible.
Hey, let me tell you this: if we had been crops, we got no insects anymore. Because let me tell you what, she covered us up good. I mean, we were covered up. I mean, it was awful.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes now past the hour from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world. Another hour on another day on another week of Rick and Bubba history. Thank you for being with us today. So hour number one, we've had the kickoff hour. That's available if you missed it today on our archives. It'll be available later today. And last hour, we kind of jumped into everything that happened in college football, and we recapped that a little bit. And Bubba has been giving some of the stats revolving Alabama's win over Auburn, converting a 4th and 31. He's already given one stat that 3rd and 4th down with that kind of distance, this was 0 for 90.
0 for 90 over the last 2 years in college football.
And then the chances of making that were
0.1% of Alabama winning prior to that 4th down play.
Right, yeah, okay.
And to add to this, just the whole series and how these bizarre – I mean, we've had some very strange finishes in this series. You know, punt, Bama punt. We've had field goals that went in and some that were missed. And, I mean, it's just always something. They were celebrating the kick 6 before the game because it was a 10-year anniversary. Mm-hmm. And I didn't know this either. You're talking about crazy odds. Over the history of NCAA football, only 4 times has a missed field goal been returned for a touchdown. 4 times. Think about all the games that was. The odds of that. Then you add on the odds of what we saw 0 for 90 on 4th down. It's just, it almost moves beyond football into some kind of mathematical, scientific experiment at that point.
Well, it's interesting you say that because I was having a lunch on, was it Tuesday of last week? I think it was. And of course, I was lunching with a bunch of Bammers. And I mean, they were just drenched in crimson and I was, you know, in just enjoying being in the midst of their greatness. And one of them said, I will say this, I'm concerned about the game. And I just looked and I said, have you lost your mind? I said, if there's ever an iron bow, and there's been many that you can relax, I said, this is another one of those. And to his credit, and you just now brought the stat out to affirm what he said. He said, you got any ideas the odds of a kick 6? Oh, yeah. And I said, well, I realize they're low. And he says, I'm telling you, every time that we go down to that place, he said, in credit to Auburn, he said their crowd is always really good when it's when they fight. If Auburn fans sense hope, they can be very enthusiastic. And I'm setting up this quote, so good you found it, yeah. And so he said, when we go down there, not just us, but anybody, he goes, weird things happen. And they seem to happen when Auburn is the underdog. Just weird, strange things happen. And he said, I would not.
If they're the favorite, they usually just go ahead and lose.
Right. And so this Bama fan said, I'm worried that it's going to be another one of those weird games, and I actually am concerned about it. And I said, well, that's the most hilarious thing I've ever heard. Right. And of course, you hear Saban echoing the same thing at the end of the game. He said, but at least one of them finally went our way. So here he is.
We work on that, but it was just a great throw by Jalen and a great catch by Isaiah. I mean, we work on it, but, you know, you're throwing it up for grabs, really. We came down with it. You know, there's been some weird stuff happen here, and this is the first time I can remember it going in our favor.
So, you know, you had – so –
yeah, the whole pregame show, the announcers were that same theme, strange thing. I was going, yeah, right.
Yeah, I was
strange things happen here.
I just didn't see it because I thought the teams – because everybody, hey, man, You only can win games on paper. And you're right, but sometimes one team is just so superior to the other team as far as players and year to year. I'm not talking about every year, but and that it can't happen and all that. But I was shocked, and Alabama, to their credit, won it anyway. But I was just so surprised that this particular setup, because you felt like Auburn was in transition. Well,
look, the week before,
and all that,
embarrassing that was,
right?
And let me say
that
this.
Alabama was on the move, and I understand rivalry games, and again, I think you probably played this game at Bryant-Denny. It probably is a different looking game. I know, as weird as that sounds, but Auburn's atmosphere is a great atmosphere if the crowd starts to buy in, and they can be a difference maker. But it just, credit to the Coach Freeze and his staff for getting the team ready to play and finding ways to move the football, which I didn't see it, but y'all told me that did happen, giving themselves a chance to win. And credit to Alabama for, even when it looked like with the stats that Bubba just gave you, that converting this fourth and 31 was impossible, they did it.
Yeah.
So, and you heard Saban say
it was literally impossible.
Well, you heard Saban saying, really, all we do right here is throw it up for grabs, and you hope your guy. And if you're the receiver, you do what you got to do, because even if they call a penalty on you, you just try it again. That's one thing, like you said, the one thing that the Auburn defense about. But I think he was so shocked the guy got behind him. It looked like he should have just drove him out of bounds and tackled him. And now it's 4th and 16, and they try it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's still not a very high percentage.
No, it isn't, Rick.
I think at the beginning of the year, after Alabama got beat by Texas, and all you people who called the shows and posted on social media how Saban was done and Milroe was not your quarterback and all that, y'all should not be allowed to pull for them the rest of the year. You can pick it up next year. Because you heard it. It was everywhere. He's too old.
Oh, yeah.
He ain't mean enough. Milroe, he ain't no count. He ain't good enough to be a quarterback in Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
Same ones.
Was that what they were saying? He's no account?
That's right. No count.
Yeah, no count. And now,
no count.
Now they want to carry him off the field on their shoulders.
Yeah, the same people. But that's the way this game is, and that's fine.
Back in the Heisman.
Oh, he'll be a Heisman
finalist
finalist for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
they were dogging him.
Yeah,
Saban's old. He ain't mean. He had lost his passion.
That's fandom at its finest there.
So now boy.
Yeah. So where, how, I like I said, I've been through this a little bit, but are you? Say you are Milroe though, and you see Milroe, whatever his name is, you see one of those fans that talked about how terrible you were and you shouldn't be the quarterback and we're going nowhere, and now they're coming up to you to jump up and down with you for making a perfect throw, by the way.
Yeah.
And
the only open spot in the whole field.
The only open spot in the whole field, and he drops it in there just
in the bucket.
Right in the bucket, and now they're jumping up and down with you and telling you how great you are.
Oh yeah.
It goes back to what I've always said. You better not be playing for the fans. You better be playing for something bigger than that.
When they tell you great, you can't believe that because you didn't believe when they told you what. Same thing.
Yeah. And these guys are playing at this such a high level. They've probably grown up with that their whole life, where people love them, hate them, depending on what plays. What there's a commercial out where somebody's kicking a field goal and it shows the fans' reaction. Where it's it's no good, and wait, there's a penalty, and the reaction and the difference. And I'm sure they probably just push it aside and just go deaf to it. I would think.
Yeah, chasing bigger fish.
Well, I think it goes back though. I think y'all said it, and Greg, we went through this, with Dad as a coach, and Dad always communicated this to us. I think the thing you do need to understand. I think Speedy, you just hit it, and Helmsley, you just affirmed it too. If you play this game or you coach this game, I would say 9 out of 10 of them know what they're getting into, and they know that's part of the arrangement.
Yeah, of course.
And like Dad said,
and they're not doing it for the fans.
No,
they're doing it for themselves, their families, and their teammates.
Just like Dad said, he would always tell us this. He said, as long as the team I'm coaching is winning, everybody will tell you how wonderful I am.
Yep.
I said, but as soon as we start losing, they will tell you how terrible I am. Yep. And if we don't all understand that, and we agree to that, that's what we signed up for, and that's part of it. If you win, you get to stay and you get celebrated. If you lose, you run off or you're criticized.
Or if you coach in the SEC, you're rich, set for life.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
that helps.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Dad was coaching before all those big contracts were happening. Yeah. We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll hear your comments from the weekend. still got stories from Thanksgiving weekend coming up. All that still coming on the Rick and Bubba Show. And we'll continue right after this. Your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's never
happen on Monday, could happen today. It'll happen before the week is over. Bubba, how are you?
I am excellent, sir. I hope you and everyone else is doing well this morning.
Well, I was trying to, we always do the what's going on in the old world out there, and it's there's a lot of the same, and of course we got stuff going on within each member of the show as well. But I was looking, right out of the gate, and I know that Bubba, this may be shocking to you. We have an owner of a San Francisco restaurant says that Bernie Sanders lost his vote because he was rude and cranky to all the servers.
Well, let's just look at Bernie Sanders. Who thinks he might be rude and cranky?
Yeah, who would have ever thought?
I've never seen him smile.
No,
have y'all? Has anybody seen Bernie smile?
No.
You think you think he wouldn't start saying what we got to do to get some service over here?
I'd like my sandwich. We'll handle more of that a little later.
Can you imagine that? So this is a guy undoubtedly that normally is looking for who he wants to vote for.
Who you got to kiss to get a Reuben?
Yeah, he would certainly order a Reuben. There's no doubt about that. So undoubtedly it was. It's a 111-year-old restaurant called John's Grill.
I like the fancy name they went with.
John Constant or something, I guess that's how you say it. He was talking to Politico, and he said Democrats dine at his bistro, when the Democratic National Committee was in town for a 3-day event over the weekend. And he told Politico that Sanders arrived for dinner with about 15 members of his campaign team and was not nice to any of the staff. He did not want to shake hands with anybody. He did not want to have his picture taken. He said everybody was nice in the group except for cranky Bernie. He said, I'd look, now, Bubba, we may have to not judge here. He says, I think he was just hungry and didn't want to be bothered, and he lost my vote tonight. So, you've heard the old thing about being hangry. I think Bernie came in there, and he, as you said, he was ready for his Reuben.
Well, Bernie must be starving all the time.
Right, well, that's right. Well, yeah, when was the last time that you saw Bernie Sanders, seeming laid back,
happy,
enjoying his day,
happy about anything?
Happy about anything.
Yeah, you just don't see that much.
And let's face it, we all think that he's Larry David.
Yeah, sure. I
mean,
Larry David can play him, that's for sure. There's several other stories we're going to look at today. We had a landmark ruling against Johnson & Johnson in the opioid crisis going on. Where the judge has found them liable to the tune of over $572 million. And we'll have to break that down. These things, on the surface you think, well, that's good, but isn't there some responsibility with the FDA for approving these things and some responsibility to the people to actually do what it says on the label? But we'll talk about that.
Yeah, let's unpack that because I haven't seen this story yet except for it's here in the stack.
Yeah.
And hearing you reference it. So I'd like to hear the details with that so maybe we can unpack that.
Yeah, that's and how might that affect future medicines that we need?
Yeah.
That's always a concern. Rick, I have a raccoon on the loose at my house, and he's terrorizing our cats in the garage now. So I've got to deal with that today, too. The little bandit, we saw him yesterday in the act.
What does that mean?
Well, coming in.
Oh, you saw him. You come and go chasing around.
Mm-hmm. With his little hands. And I saw this morning when I left, he'd been busy again.
Oh,
well,
busy little thing.
I have to go back to this. I know, and I see this a good bit. I hate to say it. I even saw Span.
Yes.
He's not responsible, but some people there that he works with are responsible. Raccoons are not pets, and this obsession that people have about feeding them and drawing them into suburbia and into neighborhoods. They're one of the biggest carriers of rabies.
Yes,
and they really their numbers.
And I'm not too sure this one we're dealing with might not have a touch of that. He's out in the middle of the daylight coming in there,
Oh, that's not good.
No, it ain't.
Yeah. So and their numbers just seem to be like I get. We have. 20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Phone calls coming in, and we'll take those. Don in Alabama. Don, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy? If you want to join us, you dial it up. Greg's got the phones. Go ahead, Don.
How you doing? Good. How about you guys today?
All right, man.
Hey, listen, this is for Bubba there. I know he's the old Minnesota Viking fan. Hey, after...
Skull. Did he hang up? Wait a minute. Some reason
I'm born to use the old Dennis Green quote. They were who we thought they were.
Wait a minute, sir. Your phone completely cut out during most of that call. Repeat that again.
No, let me tell you. This to me, it's even weirder. His phone signal did not cut out. The line put itself back on hold.
Oh, wow.
Without me touching anything.
How about that?
But anyway, so
I was hearing backgrounders. I was hearing reverb or something there. I don't know.
Yeah, you went back on hold. Go ahead. Start this call over.
Okay. Well, hey, I was going to say, you're the old Denny Green fan, which I am too, but I was wondering after the Ohio State loss to Michigan there this weekend, could they be using that clip this weekend there on their recruiting trail? They were who we thought they were,
Yeah, I remember that, Dennis Green. He was like, who'd you think we were playing?
He almost got comical in the later years because he realized he couldn't defeat the Viking curse.
Right. But as you said, he would still go home wealthy.
Yeah.
Drew in Georgia. Drew, go ahead.
Yeah, Bub, I know you're a big Auburn guy, and the Iron Bowl is always so weird. I've been moving it to Skinwalker Ranch.
Shane in Alabama. Shane, go ahead.
It's like Skinwalker's already taken up with it.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Couldn't get much weirder.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sir. Sure.
Okay, good morning to you guys. I just wanted to say that how society is a true testament how football is. If you watch the Florida State-Florida game, the one time when the free safety blitzed in and hit the quarterback legally, not hard, not helmet to helmet, nothing like that. And I understand trying to protect the quarterback, but they threw a unnecessary roughness on him. When if you would watch the Alabama-Auburn game, those guys are hitting 12 times harder than that one hit. Nobody's getting penalized and stuff. So I just want to say that's a true testament how society is getting weaker and weaker.
Well, football itself, I mean, the fans and the coaches and the players, I kind of agree with what Tom Brady said earlier. Maybe there should be more concentration on protecting and do a better job of blocking. But now football has turned into, and there's still a lot of excitement with football, and it's still fun, so don't hear me getting too old and crotchety here. But it does get on my nerves now that every single tackle and every single hit on the quarterback now, all the fans, regardless of what side it is, targeting, unnecessary roughness. And football, which is a brutal game, has now turned into, our caller's point, to everybody trying to holler that the other team was too rough and they should be penalized.
I don't know on the play he's talking about that we're showing. I don't know how else you tackle. I mean, he's coming.
Yeah,
I mean, what else can he do?
His helmet's not down. The only thing I can think is he maybe hit his face mask with his hand.
Yeah,
that's about it.
That right there is a perfect example of why I don't watch as much college football.
It gets frustrating
because you get emotionally invested in either one of these teams, and then something like this happens, and you can't change it.
I know. It does get real frustrating, and it also seems like that the games consist of every 2 to 3 plays. There's this kind of ruling.
Yes,
and we sit here and wait on the officials to try to figure out the call that they couldn't figure out.
Right.
Yeah. To Speedy's point, what else does the guy do?
What's wrong
He's
with
coming
that?
in standing up.
He can't do anything. I mean,
it looks like the defender
didn't ride him down.
No.
He didn't even land on him at all.
Yeah, it looks like that this player is trying to abide by the current rules as much as he possibly can, and they still penalize him.
Yeah. What do you do?
It's crazy.
Jack in Birmingham, ZZK. Jack, go ahead. Jack,
be nimble.
Jack, you did
Jack,
not
be
there.
quick.
Mac in Alabama. Mac, go ahead.
Me?
Yes, Mac.
Hey, guys. Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Question for you. Y'all's opinion on something. At the end of the game, I found out that Auburn turned off the scoreboard like immediately after the touchdown. And I just wanted your opinion. Is that high class, no class, low class? What do y'all think?
I think it's irrelevant. I mean, if you're the home team and you just lost, cut the scoreboard off. So what?
Yeah.
I'm
if
sure.
you won, I wouldn't worry about it.
If it was at Bryant
It's not a big
Denny,
deal.
if it was at Bryant Denny, I'm sure the same thing would have happened. I mean,
You think so? Okay, all right.
Of course,
It's
yeah.
the first time I ever noticed that. I didn't know that's a thing or what,
There's
why
not-
bother. I mean, Auburn had nothing to be. They got nothing to be ashamed of. They played a fantastic.
Oh yeah,
game.
yeah. But that's I've seen that before, even at the high school level.
Yeah.
It's pretty common.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would say it doesn't really represent anything other than a frustrated fan base that thought, my goodness, we had that. You know, and the scoreboard guy wants to just shut it off. And not
He's
even
ready to
see
go
it.
home. He knows he's not going to be standing around celebrating.
Right. Matthew in Mississippi. Matthew, go ahead.
I'd rather have the win than the scoreboard.
Yes, I was calling about that interception that Alabama had at like 4 seconds left on the clock, and they made that touchdown. Why did they not count that as scoring?
I don't know.
You mean the very last play?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
very,
they went back and ruled that they did not get the play off before the clock expired.
Oh, okay.
Was
Yeah.
my understanding.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Is
I
that
didn't know
correct?
that.
Because that's the only way you could. That's the only thing you could. The last play of the game, Auburn is very quickly trying to get back to the line that had an incomplete pass on the first play.
Right.
I believe that's what the case was, and they're trying to get the snap off. They're already backed up. They're pretty deep in their territory. And the quarterback is hit. He throws up a duck. It is picked. It is run back for a pick six. And I thought that was a score. Then we were told afterwards that they took that score off. And the only way you could do that is if that play never got off.
Oh, I thought he stepped out of bounds.
I did too. I thought that's what happened.
Yeah.
And maybe he did. I don't know.
It may be what you're saying, Bubba.
Yeah, but they never explained it.
No.
All of a sudden, you just looked, and the score wasn't what you
Well,
thought it was. And you
Rick-
kept looking, and I was like, "What did I miss?"
Rick, all the Auburn fans turned the TVs off.
Well, that's right. Scoreboard
They
went
couldn't-
off.
Scoreboard's off. TVs are off.
Lou.
Okay, somebody said he stepped out at.
That's what I thought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
All right, Lou in Montgomery. Lou, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thanks for the call.
It was a fantastic game. The crowd was never out of it. They were loud and raucous. When Alabama's kicker missed that field goal, I reached down and touched the Alabama fan and sitting in front of me. I said, "Oh no, not again."
Yeah, I didn't see that. So is he talking about Alabama missed a field goal
early? Yeah.
Yeah, Rocker.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. Yeah, he did miss
Yeah,
one.
he did.
miss
He
one.
did.
It was pretty close.
Rick,
Yeah.
anytime they start talking about, he's broke records and all, that's such a curse.
Matter of fact, I believe honestly when he missed that field goal was the moment everybody truly started to believe.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now, I guess that's what he's talking about. Kyle in Birmingham, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, 2 quick things. So this weekend on SEC Nation, y'all probably didn't see it, but Feinbaum went on a rant. If you can find that video, he goes on a rant about why are we doing the most deserving and not the best 4 teams. It's so funny. It's the best rant ever.
Let's go to Perry in Troy. Perry, go ahead.
Hey guys, I know we're Christians and we don't believe in this kind of stuff, but just in case, I went to halftime. I'm an Alabama fan. Bama was doing kind of okay in the first half. I threw on my sweatshirt, my Alabama sweatshirt, to go pick up some Chinese food. Halftime came back. Everything went sideways in the second half. Down to the last play before that touchdown, I was holding a sleeping baby. They called a timeout. I said, "Oh, my God, it's the sweatshirt." I handed the baby off, threw the sweatshirt across the room, touchdown. Roll Tide, go Tide.
Hey, let me tell you something.
If I was you, I'd get rid of that shirt.
Perry, you did the right thing. I know we don't believe in any of that, but that's exactly what I would have done.
There you go.
Well, you don't have to believe in it, but why take chances, Rick? You know,
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Moultrie Mobile's up and all that, getting ready for hunting season, and Gary would say, "Hey, how's the cameras looking?" I said, "Well, I get to look at 100 pictures of raccoons today. That was fantastic. They're hanging all over the feeders, and and just they're just everywhere. I probably if I get a download of 100 pictures, 70 of them will be raccoons.
Rick, we also had a
Good
story
night.
today, something that I have always worried about and I thought was could be a potential problem. We had a realtor that had to gun down somebody that attacked her while she was out showing a house. So that's a big story today. VMAs last night. The zoo continues with all that. And, Rick, this story that just seems like it will not go away, little kids in ballet.
Bubba, I got caught. You showed me that story yesterday. It showed me a video on the apology, which I'd love to hear again today.
We may just have to go back and see the whole thing from beginning to end.
Yeah, I think we do, because it was such a big story that in a random channel surfing last night, I saw people carrying on about it again. So it's we'll just on a regular show. So we'll unpack all those stories for you today. Your phone calls will be part of that too. 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you're ever trying to stay up with all the different ways to get the Rick and Bubba show, it's kind of home base is always Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. And if you haven't shopped the Rick and Bubba store and you don't have any Rick and Bubba swag, you can do it there as well. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he said, "Have you seen this thing that's going on with Good Morning America and the Little Prince?" And I thought at first maybe he was talking about the artist Prince. I didn't know, and I said, no, I don't know about this. But Bubba said that that Laura is it Laura Spencer?
Yeah, the bubbly and lovable Laura Spencer, who is the mainstay on the show now. Everybody loves Laura Spencer. She does a secondary show where she goes out and does yard sale stuff or something like that. So she's in that pocket of anchors that like Betty loves.
I think I know who you're talking about when you said the yard sales. That when they go out to this stuff and they go out and make something out of something.
It's something like that.
I know it is.
Something
wars.
The name didn't get me.
Yeah, the name didn't get me, but the face will. But here's the thing, Greg.
Laura.
Greg, this is one of the things that's going to be big for you because this has caused one of the things you've talked about on the show for years: angry dancing.
Oh,
well,
we have
please tell me they're not dancing angry.
Oh yes.
Rick, we had the story, and I really didn't think that much about it when it happened. It got pushed, off the pile when some other things were up. But the story won't go away. She made a comment about Prince George. That is the 6-year-old of Prince William and Kate going to school and what he was taking, and part of it was ballet class. Yeah. Well, she got to making a little fun of it, and she's kind of laughing, and we're going to show you the clip. Well, my gosh, there was all kind of blowback about her making fun.
She wasn't the only
of
one
this.
laughing.
And what she says is absolutely true. Let's
listen.
She had to apologize.
No, Rick, Greg, it's blown up. It's like an international thing now.
Greg, she's under attack by angry male ballet dancers.
And everywhere you turn now that there's any dancing, she has now become public enemy number one.
Yeah, it's one thing.
The dance world has turned on.
Yeah, Greg, it's one thing. Keep in mind that if you pop and lock and you're mad. But these are angry male ballet dancers.
Toes pointed.
You've been served.
Yeah, here it is.
Here's the original comment.
Here's the
Laura
original.
Spencer, courtesy of ABC.
Yeah.
Because we want to get to Taylor. We do have news to begin with, though. Young Prince George, just 6 years old, heading back to school, like so many kids around the world. But, well, unlike other kids his age, it sounds like the third in line to the throne is in for quite a demanding year. Details of George's curriculum have been released, making us all really happy we don't have to do homework anymore. In addition to the ballet, among other things.
You hear George?
That's it?
Listen. You couldn't contain how he looks so happy about the ballet class. Prince William says George absolutely loves ballet. I have news.
Now with Epstein, okay?
Right.
They're all yucking it up laughing. It was a passing comment. It was all lighthearted. It has created an international firestorm.
You don't understand how much it's caused.
Here's her apology.
This is about 4 or 5 days later. It got so bad, she had to come on the air and apologize.
Yeah.
Now, listen to these comments based on what you just saw.
And don't forget what she had. We'll talk about in a minute. Over 300 male ballet dancers outside the window.
300?
Out there dancing angry.
Yeah.
I was.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Cyber Monday. Let me tell you something. MyPillow.com/Bubba, they be ready. You know, after all the stuff that Mike Lindell's been through, you know, retailers have kind of abandoned him. But you know what? Thank goodness for e-commerce, right? Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Big news, but you need to act today. All orders that you make today at MyPillow.com/Bubba will include free shipping. That's today for Cyber Monday. So go ahead and get all your shopping done for the season at MyPillow.com/Bubba. And, of course, if you're looking for some great Christmas gifts, boy, you'll find hundreds of items at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Also, you can link over to the My Store option they have as well. 100% Arabica My Coffee, 50% off, plus you'll get free Go Anywhere My Pillow to fill all your stockings. Down comforters are 33% off. Duvet covers up to 65% off. All new My Towel 6-piece sets and all types of colors are 50% off at just $29.98. The all new My Pillow bed sheets are as low as $24.98. King and Queen My Pillows 2.0s are 50% off, and some of the Christmas specific products like tree skirts, stockings, the Bible Stories collection, throw blankets, rib knitted hats and scarves, they're all 25 to 35% off, and there's so much more. You can find it all today, and if you get an order in today and tomorrow only, you'll get free shipping. So they'll extend it through tomorrow. You can also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, looking back over Thanksgiving, Bubba, I trust you had a great Thanksgiving.
Rick, I did.
Well?
I did. My daughter got to come in from D.C., and we got to spend a lot of time together, and we actually had Thanksgiving at Betty's mom's.
How'd that go?
90 plus now, and still doing well, and it was fun. We a lot of the other family members had things going on, so it wasn't as big a crowd as what we have sometimes, but it was you actually could visit a little bit more, so it was very pleasant.
So you did get to see Caitlin and Hunter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're all together.
Yeah, that's good. Mm-hmm. Well, we were looking at this was a little bit different than normal for us because normally Greg and his family and me and my family don't get to spend Thanksgiving Day together. But this time we did, and it was and I'm gonna go ahead and take something before we get to the funny, because a lot of you when we were putting pictures out and stuff, and I understand, you know, there was a lot of, hey, where's Coach? Where's Coach? Why's Coach not? And I know y'all don't know. We've tried to update y'all as best we could. You know, Dad has Alzheimer's. He's in the final stages of Alzheimer's, and you know he's now in memory care, and you know it's unpredictable. And none of the people that are helping Dad and caring for him thought it was wise for him to attempt to be, unfortunately, with his family at the house on Thanksgiving. So he was unable to attend, and I'll just leave it at that. And I think you can probably figure that's not a good thing. That's sad, but it's he's in the care he needs, and we got some good reports last couple of days that things are kind of back in a good trajectory, but he was not ready for that. So anyway, we'll talk about the turkey and dressing bowl. Here it is. Here's who all played in the turkey and dressing bowl this year, because Brooks Big Love Burgess was the only one of my kids that could be there on actual Thanksgiving Day. I got to see all of them except my daughter. She didn't get home from Philadelphia. She just said, hey, I spent my travel budget at the weddings and understood. But I did get to see all three sons, but on different days. But Big Love was there on Thanksgiving Day. You see Greg's son Taylor. Greg, his first appearance in the turkey and dressing bowl, and Taylor as well. You see Pearson is on the far left, the right if you're looking at the picture. That's Reese in front of him. That's our two nephews. That's both of my sister's sons there. Yeah. And then Greg's son-in-law Riley, who we thought was going to be a big player in the game, and we'll tell you why he was
looked good coming out.
Yeah, he was removed from the game early. And then what we did not count on is three of Greg's grandchildren. They decided to somewhat participate but they really just became a minefield of big people trying not to step on them and knock them
wanted
out.
to get in this picture.
Yeah, and Greg and I knew
Everybody has to play their role.
Well,
and what's funny, they were trying to get a picture of, oh, here's the guys. Well, Marion decided she wanted to be in.
Marion wanted to be in the men-only picture.
That's okay.
Yeah. But anyway, so let's talk about the game first. So Greg and I, all the nephews and everybody, and wanted Greg and I to be captains to harken back to Cheehaw Acres.
And I don't know who to pick,
Yeah, Cheehaw Acres #1. When Greg and I, that's what we did. We would divide up the neighborhood, and Greg would have a team, and I would have a team, and we would face each other on an ongoing rivalry of the Cheehaw Acres Warriors against the Cheehaw Acres Bombers. And then we combine our all-pro team, and we go play Cheehaw Acres #2. Anyway, but so Greg and I in backyard football, we've been competing against each other for all of our lives. And so I will say this for Greg Burgess. I was a little surprised at how hard he played. He played
not very good result.
How about this though? He played hard.
Did he?
Yeah, because you know how you're trying to kind of monitor how hard are we going to play. But Greg was, and at times, like say, because of our age,
I hurt myself.
He hurt himself.
Oh no! We're talking about grass stains on knees.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you gotta see my jeans.
Yeah. Listen, Greg, Lisa couldn't believe it because the ladies were watching, from the deck.
They had a great
at times, and they couldn't believe. Lisa was like, "Greg Burgess, what are you doing?"
Yeah, she was like, "What are you?"
I mean, he's diving for passes. Yeah. There's all the ladies that were cheering.
I can see you way down there, Rick. I can see you.
Yeah, and
look at you through the little rail.
Oh yeah,
look, getting ready. Well, they did have a good.
You talking about game face? So I will say this: Team Turkey, which is my team, and Team Dressing this year, Greg was the captain there. Team Turkey, we had a three-peat. We've won 3 years in a row.
Wow, you Michigan.
Well, this was a weird. Well,
it was. Now there's
who picked first, and how'd y'all decide?
There's a murmur campaign. There's a murmur.
I don't know who's
first
good
of all,
or
people
not.
are discussing, doing a little bit better, Rick. I had a good game. Now we all agree, though, that it did not compare to my performance in 2015.
It did,
which is the one everybody will continue to talk about for years.
Okay,
and that's the one that we just refer to as the catch. But that so I'm not saying I played to that level.
Yeah,
because I was kind of cautious. Being at 59, going into 60 next year.
Mm-hmm.
My goal really was not to be injured. And Greg brought it to another level. He was running hard. One time he hit me and we knocked Marion down.
Yeah, we tripped over the kids 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times. The diving for the pass was probably his most glorious moment. Now, unfortunately,
didn't bring it in.
Were you hurting after that?
Yeah, I landed on my ribs.
Yeah, that was.
So y'all weren't all-time quarterbacks for your teams?
No, we mostly. But
it got
Yeah.
Please tell me you picked your son first.
I couldn't
Greg.
do anything. I did.
Okay,
but I didn't. It wasn't based on when we were picking. I don't know who's.
No.
I will tell you this: if Riley hadn't had the left in the middle of the game, he was our best weapon.
2 people that surprised.
Big tall, he'd go up and get it.
I expected Riley to play well, so he wasn't as surprising. I knew how the others would play. I will tell you what became problematic for Team Dressing was honestly probably the best performance of Brooks Big Love Burgess.
Yeah,
it's the best performance he ever had.
Okay,
boy
Brooks.
He brought his game.
did.
He made some defensive plays. He caught one in traffic on a big touchdown.
Okay,
and we were surprised because you almost think, well, he's an interior lineman. When it comes to this kind of game, what Brooks does well really doesn't come into play.
Yeah. Right.
But surprisingly, he made some plays. And the defensive plays were maybe the ones that we were most surprised by. He had a pick, he had a knock, he had a slap down.
Yeah.
Some people are still talking about my one-handed interception for 6, but we won't get into that.
Mostly that people are you.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And at one time I was high stepping down the sideline in jeans. But anyway, so
was Sherry screaming, "What's wrong with you?"
First of all, the problem with our wives wanting us to look nice for Thanksgiving, we're not dressed for football. That was a problem, but we played.
Taylor
anyway.
took his boots off, played in socks.
Yeah, Taylor finally got tired of his
Boy,
boots.
Taylor.
But Greg, in all fairness, on Team Dressing, where they had a problem is when Riley, because the little kids wanted to play.
Well, first of all,
but
you
they
had
couldn't.
4 players, we had 3.
Yeah, but
That
I
hurt.
didn't expect Reese to be as far along as he is.
True, that's true.
Because I had Reese, the youngest one.
Yeah.
And the way it turned out, we only had 7 players. So yeah. And I thought, and honestly, I didn't expect Big Love to play like he did.
That's true.
So I kind of thought.
And poor Reese.
Yeah.
When Riley had to leave because Pace got upset.
Yeah.
And he had to get him. They sent Reese to our team.
Yeah. So Reese actually ended up playing
from the winning team to the losing
on
team.
both teams. And
Okay.
Well, he
so-
was on both. Yeah. He won and lost.
He won and lost.
What
so-
level of trash talking did we have?
Wasn't bad.
What it didn't
We
get
were
it-
reluctantly playing. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
We just kind of like, y'all want to play, and then it kind of.
And then all of a sudden, then you could feel it. Greg was actually taking it to a level that I had not experienced.
Well, I didn't play well at all.
Yeah, but you played hard. I mean, Greg.
But I caught myself checking up in the middle. I don't know.
I didn't want to bring that up. I'm glad you did. I was sitting there at free safety,
Okay.
and Greg's coming over the middle.
Uh-oh.
And
I short-armed it.
And Taylor threw it to him, and he short-armed it. And I said to him, I said, "Did you think I was going to jack you?" And I guess Greg said, "Maybe." And now I look back, and then of course, when I said I would not have leveled you on that play, and then everybody on the field disagreed.
I disagree. I'm sitting over here right
Everybody
now.
out there, and a couple people who were at a Still Dogs game said, "You know what? I think you would have."
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think I didn't want to, but are y'all saying instinctively?
I think, just spinal reaction. Oh, I got to hit him.
I think it's okay for everybody in the room to question it.
Yeah. Rick,
whether you would have or not.
It's legitimate.
Yeah, I think it's a legitimate concern.
Rick, high throw through the middle. Got him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, usually you catch that and come on down with it.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't play well at all.
Well, it was.
That's the first time I'd played anything, and
Right.
I don't know when. I know this.
And
I had
now-
a lot more hair then.
Did y'all get pictures out of the way beforehand so you're not all dirty and
think so.
grass
Yeah,
stained?
yeah, this
Yeah,
was
it must
okay.
be because Taylor still got his boots on.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
And Greg does not have the marks.
And
all
the
over his
ground was
body.
wet. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
And Riley's still there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you,
pictures first.
When Pistol Pace decided the land of the Giants was not for him, and he wanted his daddy
Well,
to
got
take him
run
out,
over.
out of the game, and you see Greg's big old tall tight end leaving the game, I thought, that's not good. So you got put in a bad situation on that one.
Yeah, man, we didn't play well. Y'all
Right.
beat us bad.
Right.
You okay about it? You look down.
Yeah, I'd like to have played a little better.
Right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
I was scanning last night, Greg, and I went by and I realized when I heard this impassioned speech from one of the judges on "So You Think You Can Dance," I said, "Here it is again," and I landed, and he's giving this impassioned
Well, yeah, Rick, they got something
thing,
to be offended
and
by.
they're so mad about it, and he's talking to a guy on stage who's got an angry face on, saying, "Yeah, I took ballet." Lots of ballet, and they're sitting there and they're angry about it, and they address it on that show last night. So it's
Everybody
been
needs to lighten up.
it's caused this apology.
Yeah.
Screwed up. I did. The comment I made about dance was insensitive, it was stupid, and I am deeply sorry. I've spoken with several members of the dance community over the past few days. I have listened. I have learned about the bravery it takes for a young boy to pursue a career in dance. And last night I sat down with 3 influential dancers who have lived it firsthand.
Oh my goodness.
And they see me in a ballet class with them, and it wasn't about the girls, it was them pointing and laughing through the window. I can't tell you how much that hurts.
If it's that bad for you, don't do it.
I can't. Come on, guys.
What did I just see?
Of all things that we have going on in this world that are offensive, and this is where we draw this. I mean, she had to get on and do this. And
I sat down with ballet dancers and had a real conversation.
Influential.
What in the world?
She should have just said,
dance community.
Look,
Greg.
Greg, here are the 300 that were outside.
Well, that's exactly why I'm making fun of you. Look at you.
Greg, look at the angry faces.
The fact that you're doing that.
Greg, look at the angry faces. Now, keep in mind, we're doing this angry.
We're angry. We're showing you. Rick, we're serving you.
Yeah, this is it.
Is that Tyler the angry cyclist in the black?
It does look like him in the front, doesn't it?
That's good.
I knew that would rock Bubba's
That's
world.
him. There he is.
Look, there's Uncle Duke about two rows back.
Hey,
Have you heard from Uncle Duke? I'm going to step
Whoa.
out. I don't think Uncle Duke would be offended by this.
No.
Nobody ought to be
No.
offended.
If
by
you
No
that.
heard
ballet
the
dancer
original-
from Mississippi will be offended.
See,
No, you're right.
the fact
If you can
they-
come through Mississippi dancing ballet, you can handle anything.
the fact they've made such a fuss about it, to me.
Oh, and made her
even,
apologize.
Even hurts
She had
their
to call
cause
herself
even more.
stupid and all this stuff.
No, y'all were just having fun with the story.
Well,
It wasn't. Y'all, she acts like she has assassinated
right.
somebody.
A lot
here.
of times,
She was-
kids are put in stuff when they're younger. Their
Yes.
parents, hey, try this out.
Right.
And she was just like, hey, good luck with that. He may not stick with that.
Yeah, that's not going to last very long.
You
but,
know,
these are stereotypes. They're funny. And again, this is another example of what's going on in our society right now.
Unreal.
Is that people are taking themselves entirely too serious. None of us are that important.
No.
Okay. You can't live gripped in fear if that male ballet dancers are going to be upset if you make a comment that a lot of little boys may be introduced to something like this when they were younger, but in most cases, he probably won't be. It's just like piano lessons.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
I mean, think about how many times that we did that. We tried it with our kids, and it was funny. They finally got to the point like, hey, you know what? Is it my choice whether I want to go down or not? I don't want to do piano. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying it's one of those things in life. You introduce your kids to different things.
Yep. So we waste time on this.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind, we're hey, she's almost in tears.
Yeah.
That she's upset the male ballet dancing community.
Well, Rick, they're out front dancing. Well, they were serious too. You see that looks on their face.
Yeah.
Rick, I tell you what, I'll get you back.
Yeah. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This Laura Spencer thing we just did.
Yeah.
I just think it's important to note in this to see how our society has running aground here to what I call American values. She was making fun and made a little passing comment, and it was funny. But you have to look at the context that it was in, and that's something we just absolutely just run right over nowadays. She was talking about a 6-year-old. She was also listing the other classes he was having to take, math, science, all this stuff, when usually, if you remember first grade, we tried to make our letters. That was about it.
Mm-hmm.
It was very basic.
Right.
And she's kind of making a joke about what he's having to go through now in school versus just playing with Play-Doh. And she did. I'm not saying she didn't make fun of ballet, but in the whole context, it was a bigger statement on, look at what they're putting this little guy through, that he might just want to go back and play with Play-Doh. And she even mentioned that at the very end. You can hardly hear it under the ruckus of what's going on.
You talking about everybody else laughing?
Yeah.
That's
so,
real. What about them?
Even if she makes fun of ballet, okay, she's
the Rick and Bubba Show, looking back over Thanksgiving. Don't forget Cyber Monday. A lot of new items in the Rick and Bubba store. Catch the new Rick and Bubba hunting hat, the collectible glass series, these tea glasses or whatever you want to put in them. It's going to be there'll be different versions of this. The first one is out. It's got a Christmas theme with the guys on it celebrating our 30th anniversary coming up in January. And then you also can pick up the new Rick and Bubba double CD rough patch and anything else you want to shop for at rickandbubba.com under the store. So looking back over the Burgess Thanksgiving, so the turkey and dressing bowl, we had the little kids trying to be out there amongst old men who can't stop their bodies. Greg and I
both dangerous place to be.
Greg and I both agreed the weirdest feeling is because of our former athletic prowess. Our minds know what we could do and should do. We couldn't make our bodies do it. And wasn't that a weird feeling?
Yeah.
When you're like, I need to get right there, and I know I do, and my mind has me cutting right here, but why am I not cutting?
Yeah.
And your body won't do it. And so
Rick, it's an everyday occurrence now.
Yeah.
Not just on the football field.
Right. Yes, exactly. Go into the mailbox. But I was watching Greg's son, who's the only coach in the whole family, and that has followed in his granddad's footsteps. He's highly competitive. Like a Burgess can be. I didn't think I would ever see.
He coaches state champions. Right?
I know. Big one coming up again this weekend. They're
about to run out of fingers.
They go to the championship for the 5th year in a row.
It's going to be a tough one.
How about
Central?
He gets onto his dad. Now, keep in mind the little child that was crying was Greg's son's daughter.
Yeah,
Greg's granddaughter. Okay,
he claimed he could tell she was okay.
This is her daddy quarterbacking. So Greg comes across the middle. Of course, once again, there I am playing free safety because we don't play man-to-man on Team Turkey. But anyway, and by the way, nobody would have got behind me on 4th and 31. But anyway.
You got to go the distance of the field, or is it completions for first downs?
No, you have to 4 plays to score.
Okay. Yeah.
So Greg's coming over the middle. I'm cutting off his route. Well, he bumps into me, and his granddaughter is standing behind me, hiding.
She worked her way into the middle of the play.
Yeah, in my legs. And I wasn't going to move because I was protecting her like a shield, but the force of 2 old men hitting each other still knocked her down. Now, she wasn't hurt. It just scared her.
Now, how old is she?
She is
Two.
Two? Yeah.
Okay. Just
So,
want to get the
yeah.
picture here.
So I pick.
Yeah, real old.
Yeah, there she is right there. So I pick her up.
Too young to be amongst the turkey.
Right.
Yeah, probably should be on the field.
Yeah. Keep in mind that Greg's other grandson has decided he thinks this is dangerous and he's left.
Yeah,
but
Pace
anyway,
in the middle, he's out.
and he took his very, very tall dad with him. So anyway, so I pick up Marion to comfort her. Well, Greg stays with me because that's his
I was
granddaughter.
checking on her.
And what did your son do?
He was mad at me because I broke my route off. He said, you had him beat. He stopped my mare and you were wide open. He said, I can't believe you came back. He said, I feel kind of bad that I let my daughter lay there. He goes, I thought I could at least complete the pass and then check on her.
And then check on
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I made.
So I blew that one.
I made a mistake. So Greg, give us the age of your grandkids again. Current ages.
Current ages. Marion is 2. Pace is 2. Ellis is 4. And Mary Hollis, the baby, is 8 months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
what kind of ball do y'all play?
Well done, Greg.
We got
no way I could have done that. No way. If it was my 4, there's no way I could have done that.
Legitimate, legal, like would play in a
I'd
real
struggle
game.
my own 3 right now.
Yeah.
That alone could take a kid out.
Oh, it could. Yeah. So anyway, so I make the crucial mistake. 2 things. Greg's grandkids had been, as kids are, they're little petri dishes. They've been a little sickly.
Sure.
But we said, hey, come on. Knew I couldn't do this. Sherry either. I said, yeah, I don't know. I may keep my distance from grandkids. You know, they've been a little bit sick.
They've been hacking.
No. So soon as the baby came in, I took the baby and I was snuggling her, kissing her cheeks, and I thought if I get sick, then I'll just get sick.
This is the only picture now, and I can't quite. They're not quite looking straight
That's pretty
ahead
good,
as they
Greg.
should.
Yeah, it is
So
bad.
we've never had 4 of them looking in the general direction.
Oh,
So that's
a win.
Usually back somebody's heads showed.
You think I'm not gonna kiss those cheeks?
Oh, I know.
I mean,
That'd be tough.
Hey, were they blood red? And was she coughing? She was. But you know what? I had to snuggle that.
Yeah.
And then there they all are.
There
so
they are.
so I make the mistake because keep in mind I don't see them all the time like Greg does and their daddies do and their mamas. So it's novel to me. Because I'm like, I don't get a lot of shot out of them. Well, I make the mistake of wanting to be the beloved great uncle.
Well, you did.
And you know what they said? That sounds good to us. Now let's all be honest. If you start games with kids this age, it's forever.
No, they don't see the end of
It's
nothing.
forever. And
Finish, repeat. Finish, repeat.
And I
Yes.
became every kind of villain,
Constant.
and they kept tackling me, sitting on me, and we started discovering things about Greg's grandkids that we don't know how they know. So if they hit me with the little Nerf football, that meant that I had been killed and I had to fall down, and then they all jump on me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they hit me with the ball. I fell back, and all of a sudden I hear Greg's grandson put both hands on my chest and scream, "Clear."
Yeah. Ellis was clear.
He's
Giving
like,
you the
"Clear."
paddle,
bringing you
And,
back.
and Greg goes, "Where's he know clear?" And I'm like, "What? How does he know? What, like he's bringing me back, bringing my heart back, clear."
Yeah. I asked Taylor. He said, I have no idea.
So where's he get clear? Clear.
And he go, clear.
And then Pistol Pace Jones you have to let him warm up to you.
Oh, yeah.
But once he does, but what was funny, you know, Ellis wanted me. He reminds me so much of Taylor when he was little. I mean, it's like you're looking in the mirror at Taylor as a child, and he acts like him, and he's loud and he's fun and he loves pretending. Marion's just copying anything that they do, and so anyway, so Ellis would say something, and I'd go, "Oh, I don't know about right here. If we go in here, y'all better not go in there because I got all my monkeys ready." And of course, everybody else would be like, and all of a sudden, Pace would look at me and go, "Huh? What?"
Yeah, he didn't like the sound of that.
He would look and say, "What now? Monkeys?" And then I said, "Baby, I'm just playing." And so I'd have to remind him that we're just
playing.
So then we roll out into basketball. So now let's put little children out on the basketball court with all those.
bounced the ball off of them.
So
Concrete and skint knees.
What are y'all doing?
So I'm getting trash talked by my nephew.
We weren't
because
very
I've got a
responsible.
long sleeve shirt on, and I said, "That's it." And I start taking my shirt off. Well, Greg's granddaughter, Marin, did not like. She started pointing her finger at me. She says, "Don't you be naked! Don't you be naked!"
She started getting
I
on
mean,
too.
and she gets her finger at me too. "No, naked! You don't be naked!" I'm like, "I'm not going to be naked," and she made me put my shirt back on.
Something about it bothered me.
I was ready to play skins.
Yeah, skins.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I won't have these long sleeves keeping my shot, dropping my shot short now. You know, naked.
Yeah, she didn't like it.
She didn't got him pointed her finger at me. Got on it. And you know what I did? I put my shirt back
Put
on.
your shirt back on.
I'm like, well, you're gonna be a great mama.
We had fun though.
Oh,
it
what
was
a day.
fun.
We come back. The next stage of Thanksgiving, a hunt with the wives.
Oh, no.
Ladies coming to the camp house. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To do that, she can make a joke. She can have poke fun at it. That's what we do in America. We always poke fun at things. But then the flip side of this is not them poking fun at her. They go after her. They go after her job. They go after. I mean, she was threatened and had to go out there and apologize. You know, that's true bullying. She didn't bully, and I'm not saying that some people who haven't been in dance class haven't been bullied. But Laura Spencer didn't bully you,
right?
But you did bully her.
Yeah.
And see, now she can't even have the freedom of free speech to make a joke or whatever. I think it was totally unfair the way she was treated in this.
Well, what if you honestly, I truly believe this, that if she had, let's say that what she was reading, that ballet was not even in it. If she had said, here's what little Prince George is going to be doing, including classes for him to be trained in classic piano.
Right.
He's going to learn the classics. You know, that would be something the royal family would want him to be exposed to.
Right.
And she says, when Prince, which one is this? Prince Harry?
William. No, this is William.
Yeah, Prince William said he actually is enjoying being introduced to classical piano. And then she would have said, I'll tell you one thing, good luck with that. I don't know how long that's going to last. He probably wants to get back and play with Play-Doh. That's what she was doing.
Right.
She was saying this is a royal education, including the fine arts, including all of this. He's a first grader. Very few of us were exposed, to Bubba's point, to the fine arts when we were in first grade. But the Royals are going to want him to have this, you know, all of these things, and he has access to all these tutors and all these things. She's making a point about what it's like to be a royal.
And be a little kid.
Versus, hey, I just want to be a little boy and play with Play-Doh.
Yeah.
Okay, and anybody.
Pretty busy schedule.
But we've got, to the point that Bubba's making as well, we've gotten in our society this gotcha mentality. And again, no longer do we chuckle and say, well, look, I know what I had to go through when I felt called to be a ballet and to be a ballet dancer. And if they knew how much hard work that is and what athletic ability it takes to actually do that, you know, ha, 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 and then you would move on. But now it's like everybody gets up and says, has anybody said anything today that I can be really mad about and want to kill them over? I mean, and like you said, and then they go after you like you've done the worst thing on the planet. As opposed to, and then here's the thing you'll love the most, is they'll be the very people that will pretend that we should be kinder to each other.
Yeah,
that's my favorite part.
Right,
is that these are the people that are constantly saying that they want us to live in a society that we loathe meanness, but they're some of the meanest people you've ever encountered in your life.
Yeah, if they had wanted to respond to her saying, hey, you know, I'm unhappy. I think you were unfair. You were making fun of something I love. Fine. Send her an email. Call her a bubble-headed bleach blonde that comes on at 5. You know, all that stuff. That's fair. But this thing of this, you know, we're gonna get on social media and we're gonna get everybody torqued up and we're gonna go out here and cause all these problems. She was bullied in this. They owe her an apology.
Right. And let's look at real quick. Adler, take the Rick and Bubba off, and I want you to see where. Look what ABC has underneath her. Curriculum. Oh my gosh!
Please,
looks more like a college program.
Yeah, it looks more like a college program.
I mean, but that's what she's trying to say. She's saying curriculum. Oh my gosh!
Curriculum.
That's my word.
Curriculum.
That's my word. Say it.
Speedy, go.
Curriculum.
You know, oh my gosh.
Curriculum.
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 Hey, move out of the way where I can read this. Move out of the way where I can read it.
Shut up. You be quiet.
So
curriculum.
Look, we've all been
curriculum.
I got nothing to say.
No, say it again.
Everybody be quiet. Speedy, just keep trying to say it.
Say it again.
Curriculum.
Curriculum.
You know what?
My word.
This is Chihuahua.
You know how I'm an S adder. You're a syllable adder.
Yeah.
Curriculum. I say it.
Curriculum.
Curriculum.
No.
Do it again.
He's going to say it so much, we're not going to be able to say it.
Curriculum.
Curriculum.
There you go. Curriculum.
Curriculum.
Nope. That's still not it.
Do it again.
Curriculum.
Curriculum.
Nope.
Now I think you're doing it on purpose.
No, I'm not. It's just sad, isn't it?
But I'm not going to say anything because in the next segment I'll be locked up on something. You know,
curriculum.
Hey, take the Rick and Bubba thing off. I know. I really had it, but Curriculum.
No.
Curriculum.
All right, just stop.
Speedy, that's as
Break
bad
it down
as, hey,
like
we got,
Sesame Street.
We got some calls.
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you? Hey, listen. Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why I want you to stop?
I got it.
Here.
Curriculum.
Yeah. Can I tell you why I want you to stop? Because in a minute there's going to be people protesting out here who need to take speech therapy. Because I'm about to start laughing really hard.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway, certainly something I needed, but to the bigger point,
curriculum.
What you were saying, like you said, Bubba, if you want to have fun with it, you come back and say, "Yeah, I noticed that Laura was making fun of the curriculum and the academics and the exposing to fine arts of Little Prince George." Yes, she's right. He could ignore all that and end up doing a TV show about yard sales. That would be funny.
Yeah.
See, that's funny. You probably wouldn't know about that. That's why you go out and do stand-ups near yard sales. That'd be funny.
Yeah.
So anyway, but no, we have to turn it into like she's become.
Really, if you want to show that you're tough too, being a ballet person, you didn't. This is not the way to respond.
Right.
To it. You responded to it like you're hypersensitive.
Right.
Which.
Bubba Show, active week coming up, and thank you for being with us. Here's how it goes. Thursday, the first gift of Christmas. We'll start Christmas music. We'll kick off Christmas on Thursday with the first gift of Christmas. And the 12 working days of Christmas will be underway. That coming up, I'll be in New York City representing the show on Friday, the Daring Faith Conference. If you want to be there in New York City, you can look for that link at rickandbubba.com and themanchurch.com, or you can talk to Promise Keepers about getting a simulcast for your group. They will. That is an option. Then coming up on Sunday, I got the opportunity to be preaching at Valley View in Leeds, Alabama. This is an ongoing deal with my home church. We're trying to help this church get back on their feet, and I'm honored to get opportunities to go and preach there. I'll be there Sunday morning for their 10:30 service, and you're welcome to join me there on Sunday. Also, the Rick and Bubba staff Christmas party coming up this weekend, so you'll get that report coming up next week. That'll be fun as we gather together and celebrate another year of the Rick and Bubba Show and get ready for our 30th anniversary coming up in January. From themanchurch.com, Brian Dawson in Mobile on Saturday, Government Street Baptist Church. They kick off the men's discipleship strategy with the men's breakfast. Find those details at themanchurch.com as well. So starting this hour, one of the things that we were trying to do is find a way to get everybody together for Thanksgiving. So had one son that was going to Indiana with his in-laws, so we had Thanksgiving with him on Monday. Also, my oldest son was in from New York. He had Thanksgiving with us on Monday night. Then we had Big Love in on Thanksgiving. And then coming back on Friday, Blake, my oldest son, was going to have Thanksgiving with his in-laws in Atlanta. And then coming back, and he had made the decision, hey, Dad, what do you think about us going out? And he thought his younger brother was going to be there too with his wife, but I told him he was in Indiana. What do you think about we do husband and wife hunt on Saturday morning? And then at that time he said, then come back in and watch the ball games. But then he and his wife ended up having tickets to actually go. And I said, that sounds good. I said, but that's going to bring with it quite a bit of drama.
Yeah.
And he said, what do you mean? I said, son, you're talking about bringing women into the camp house world. And I said, I must warn you, as George Costanza warned Jerry. I said, if the married version of ourselves walks into camp house, just as Costanza said, the married version of us will kill the camp house version of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Camp house Rick will be killed by husband Rick. Okay. He won't exist. And I said, so just know that the whole camp house atmosphere, because I was trying to document, I don't think there's ever been any documentation of any kind that anybody's wife has ever spent the night at camp house. Never. This is the one thing
and even Sherry was telling somebody this. She goes, no, this is the one thing that he has that's just his.
Right.
And
so everybody needs that little world.
and she even admitted as a wife, nothing else is really his. And you know, and he goes, but this is his. He decorates it the way he wants, which leads to problems. So I said, but we can do that. And I'd warned last week, one of the biggest issues is his wife has never hunted.
Mm-hmm.
Sherry has been out a couple times, but neither one of them have camo they call their own.
Right. They have to borrow it.
So now I have to find a way to get camo that is cute.
Oh.
Hey, no. And then they're like, well, does it match? I said, hey, ladies, if I'm looking for anything that even fits y'all, we just got to wear what I come up with.
That's right.
Yeah, and y'all going to have to layer and, you know, I don't, this literally happened. I know y'all think I'm making this up because this would be a great line for anybody doing comedy, but, you know, most of it we just report.
Right.
Straight up. I said, hey, now, baby, those camo pants look good on you. Oh, I don't know. Do they make, how do my hips look? And I'm like, are you asking about your hips in camo pants?
That's a conversation normally doesn't happen
I
in
said,
Camp House.
Yeah, I said, I'll tell you what, those hips look great. And, you know, I like the way they fit me. And then she looked at me and she goes, and I've noticed, she goes, you think you're fine in camo, don't you? And I said, well, I mean, yes. And so anyway,
think you're fine.
She goes, you think you're fine in camo? I said, so I noticed Speedy's talked about it with his wife too. Bubba, you may have mentioned it. There's something about when we put camo on. They I think they like taking a gander.
That's right.
Here comes some eye candy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he walked in the woods. I can't see it. But anyway, so I'm trying to figure it out. Blake and his wife are not going to get there till late. So now Sherry is at Camp House, and she's setting up in there. She's moving in. She's going to cook chocolate biscuits in the Camp House kitchen, and so one of the things that had happened, and Greg, you'll be pleased to know this. I sent y'all pictures. I was completely ridiculed by Wingo, by Greg, by all of y'all about the pathetic little TV that I had in Camp House. Got it. Okay.
I didn't even know they still made them that size.
And I told Sherry, I said,
I thought it was a computer at first.
I said, before I get to Camp House, I said, before I'm going to get a TV. Okay. I'm not going to hear this anymore. Speedy, I can't believe I did this.
Oh.
It's not like me, but Camp House is not a place I'm going to be a lot.
Yeah.
So I need a good TV, but I don't necessarily have to have a great TV.
Yeah.
As long as it has a good picture. And these TVs are relatively inexpensive now.
Sure.
I literally walked in, and you're not going to believe this. I got the one that was on sale.
No way.
I did.
That's just so
I
awesome.
got a 50-inch flat screen TV for like $239.
There you go. See, now that's better right there.
Okay.
Nobody's sitting.
And so, Speedy, I did that for you. Now,
well done, buddy.
All right, so back out. Here's the first problem we got.
You could have got more in that corner.
Let me talk about this. This is what the TV was on over here. Okay.
Yeah.
This was against the wall, but the TV's too big now for the little stand that I had it on.
Yeah, this is a good stand. I like what you got.
So
distressed.
Oh, but listen,
Oh,
but
Lisa
listen,
had fit for that.
but listen. So Sherry goes, why don't you put your TV on that? I said, well, I don't know if that's going to work. And so whatever. And so I moved this over. You'll see when you get in there, it actually is a better setup. Well, here's what happened. Notice underneath, Adler, you see all the wires now. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I said now, and I said, oh no, you're not ready for what's next. This is Camp House, y'all. This is Camp House.
For Camp House.
Listen what my wife said, and this is when I knew Camp House had changed. Oh, I tell you what we need to do. Have you got a basket?
Yeah.
And I said, a basket? I said, we don't have baskets at Camp House.
Maybe a clothes basket.
Listen, get you a nice little kind of wicker basket and put throws in it. I said, what did you just say in Camp House?
Yeah.
And I said, Camp House, I'm so sorry. I can't believe this has been uttered. Did you utter the word throw blankets in here? She goes, yeah, everybody been here watching TV, and they all want a throw blanket. I said, guys, we don't do throw blankets.
No, we'll freeze.
Even the mounted deer we're talking.
I said, did you just say for me to get a wicker basket and put it under the Camp House TV for throw blankets?
You know, Rick, now that I look at it, that is a good place.
I'm not doing that.
Rick, it would hide the cable. It would hide the cable.
And that's when I knew everything was changing. That's when I knew I said, hey, everything is changing.
Yeah.
Okay. Get ready for this. There is a picture. This is when I knew I had trouble. Wait till you see this picture. This is after the morning hunt. Okay, and the ball games are on, and you're kind of thinking, will she go back over to her little house she has that, you know, whatever? Will she remain here? Is she going to settle in here? My son's gone. His wife's gone. There's certainly things to be done around here, and this is a picture I took of Sherry. This is not good.
Oh,
This is not good.
Boy, she is settled in.
Look,
got the rubber boots on, laying on the couch.
She is checking her phone. She is kicked back, still has her rubber boots on. By the way, that was funny getting her some boots to wear. I basically had to go back and get like when Brody's boots when he was 9. Okay. And there she is. Y'all, she looks like she is settled into camp house.
She sure is.
What do y'all think? I mean, that is.
She looks real comfortable.
That's not anybody.
Maya should have had a timer. And when the timer goes off, she had to leave.
And I was.
She may move stuff.
She cooked chocolate biscuits. Oh boy, we got the pictures. Of
You
the
get that throw blanket basket out of there, and she said,
She cooked all that, and
boy, those look good.
Yeah, and so boy, you talk about good. And
I shouldn't be hungry. We just ate.
Right, and so this is the thing with the hunting, though. Okay, this is the thing with the hunting, and I knew this was going to happen. Okay, look at the chocolate biscuits. Good gracious, because they have no idea what's going to happen in the game. But anyway, so
just thought it was just a formality.
So we come back. I'll tell you about the actual hunting. Now, what Blake and I, my son, had decided, we know they don't make it more than 2 hours.
Right.
So we're going to go out and we're going to hunt for about 2 hours.
Okay.
Because we know they're not going to. There's no. And then of course, you have women concerned about coffee intake.
Yeah. So 2 hours. Yeah.
How do we go to the potty? And I'm like, don't say potty.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks.
Part of the stereotype that goes with that.
Yeah, you acted exactly.
You did exactly what you should not have done to build that stereotype even stronger.
You pitched a hissy fit.
You did.
You did.
Yeah. So and that's not good. That's not helping. And what we should do, as we were saying in the break, we must prepare our children and we must prepare ourselves if your mom and daddy didn't do it for you. You better be prepared to function in the world the way it is, not the way you wished it was. You better be prepared for how it really is, not how you wished it was. Utopia does not exist.
Yeah.
So if you're going to be a man and you're going to get into ballet, you're going to have to toughen up. Okay? That's it.
That's the truth.
Just like we talked about, when we started, the people who are in, marriages and relationships that, have people of two different races. I've heard people say before, look, society should not see this as any problem, and people who said there's a biblical problem, they're just biblically wrong. However, you need to prepare for how the world really is, not the way it should be. And so no matter what you do, if you decide to do something in a society, you better understand what you're getting into when you say this is who I am and this is what I'm going to do. But you got to know what you're getting into. And to try to go out and make the world not be the way it really is, it's not preparing the person for actually being able to persevere through what they need to persevere through to become who they feel called to be. And well, thank you very much. And this is silly what we're watching right now. I mean, can you really look at the way they've behaved and say, well, I was wrong? I shouldn't have made a comment like that. Right now, Bubba, we can talk about a giant lawsuit involving opioids, or we can talk about your new cow lick. Which one do you want to do right now?
I go with cow lick.
Cow lick for 400.
Cow lick. Sick 'em. New cow lick.
I don't know.
Yeah, he says brand new.
How about that?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Sometime around, I don't know if it happened right when I got my hair cut last time or what, but I have developed a kind of I call it a nest. It doesn't even just stick up; it's just a wad back there.
Looks like a little hair he's pointing to the very.
Yeah, I see it.
It's a bird nest, like
right there.
Did a cow lick you on the crown of your head? Huh?
Looks like you've been asleep.
Isn't that a funny name for your hair won't do something right? They call it a cow lick.
What's happening back there?
Rick, I don't know.
Could you somehow? Yeah, I'm trying to.
There we
look
go.
at that mess.
Yeah.
Huh?
Just go ahead and turn her all the way
Is
around.
any hair coming out right there?
No, not really that I can tell. Yeah. But it's just I've got some that's not laying down. Betty says it's probably got cut too short last time.
Right.
And in between pillows and CPAP, strap on your head and headphones on every day and occasional visor.
Oh, yeah.
That it's probably got it all going the wrong way. She said, just let it grow out. Well, I've been letting it grow. It's still, and it just seems like the nest is getting bigger.
All right,
right
personal
there.
question here. Do you shower the night before or the morning?
Morning. I'm a morning.
I was gonna say I would agree with that, but it's almost like it was bedhead,
But it ought to fix it after you have the shower.
Yeah, I agree.
Has the fact that you have a CPAP that moved you to be a back sleeper?
Yes.
And so that's what's.
But Rick, that was 20 years ago.
Or Cal actually licked
Well, I'm
your
just
head.
saying, over time, has now that caused an issue? Because now it's.
Give me your head. Have you been around some cows?
That cow's got a big old tongue.
Right. Yeah. It's a big
Begging.
It's a big one.
big time.
But it does look
A
odd.
big old
I have to say, it does.
Yeah, it's aggravating me because I
Yeah.
can feel it puffed up.
Oh, I
back
see it
there.
now. Oh, that's all I'm looking at
Even
now.
like when I try to lean back on something, I feel it. I feel it get there before my head does.
Oh, wow.
If you were to start wearing a yarmulke, it would handle it.
I may need a yarmulke cowlick fixer.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to get somebody in there and get after it and see if they can.
It's gonna
straighten
have to
it.
have some special attention.
You're gonna have to bring in,
Cut her out.
like a Gary for bush hogging, and somebody's got to get into that area of your head and fix it.
Yeah, just go 5 and 2. Bring
I'm gonna have to just let it get rid of.
That's a tongue right there, my friend.
Look
at that
so
thing.
Big, I couldn't figure out where the head was.
What is the
for a minute.
commercial that we when we do the brought to you by that shows the old picture of Bubba with this? It looks almost like a high and
Simply
tie.
Safe.
Simply Safe.
I was going to ask him. That's when he wore what I call the J. Jameson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
From Spider.
That'll solve it. Hey, Bubba, that'll solve it right
There it
there.
is.
Right there.
Well, no, it'll
Who
actually
is
make
that?
it stick up in the back.
Who
more.
is
No,
that? That'll solve it because you
I
won't
like
be able
that
to
haircut.
Yeah, I do too. That's what I'm
You
saying.
need to go back to that.
Get Peter
Well,
Parker.
Active week on the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot going on. 12 working days of Christmas starts on Thursday as we kick off the official Christmas season here on the Rick and Bubba Show with gift number 1. So, Bubba, it was good. We had great weather over Thanksgiving weekend for the most part. Sunday got a little damp, but did you get a chance to get out in the outdoors as well?
Yeah, we didn't get to hunt, but me and my daughter Caitlin got out. We got to ride around out in the woods a little bit. She took a few selfies along the way.
Did you get them approved?
Well, she took them, so she had to, approve. If they ever get to me, I know that they're legal, that I can actually show them.
Right,
So,
yeah. There you go.
Well,
But,
y'all
ready to hunt?
We were in the new hats and
Well, I love those
trying
new
them
hats.
out, and they look good. And yeah, I just, like I say, the girls that don't normally go, it's difficult sometimes getting them camo or the right stuff to wear to be warm enough, So.
Well, in Blake's
But it was
wife-
just good to get out in the woods.
I was telling you, Blake's wife is 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. Well, where do you find, for someone who's a model and a dancer and all that? Where do you find? So anyway, but everybody worked out. Everybody seemed to think they were cute in their camo.
Well, that's
able to
amazing.
find boots for everybody, like you were talking about here with Caitlin. And I wanted to do the Rick and Bubba hats, but we went out for a morning hunt. It was so cold.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody
that's
wanted
something else.
toboggans.
Yeah.
So you see, we got Rick and Bubba toboggan that's on. Sherry's wearing the Burgess Burgess hunting club.
I noticed Sherry had her boots on the couch.
Yeah, oh yeah, I know. She took over the whole place, and I've got the Marines deal on. So we're going out. We're going to do a morning hunt. So I said,
Rick, let me throw in here one thing you'll never hear of me, husband and wife hunt with my wife, because she will tell you right up front that she thinks hunting is the most barbaric thing in the world.
Yeah,
So-
right.
And she makes no bones about it. She goes, you can do that.
All
They
right.
don't ever.
Right.
Now, she does agree that she would like to put some camo on, look cute. They do like that.
They do like that.
But
Yeah.
you'll never hear me go, yeah,
Well,
bring Lacey
Caitlin
to the hunting camp.
sounds
Yeah.
like Caitlin got the best of all worlds. She got to be cute in her camo, but didn't have to hunt.
See, now Lisa signed up
Well,
for that.
she probably would have if we'd had time, but
Yeah.
she had me under quite a time restraint because
Oh,
she
yeah.
had
Oh,
several
of
things she
course.
had to be
Yeah.
at.
Yeah, I know how that is.
I said, it's hard to go to the woods and be on too tight of a schedule.
It is. But you notice I still am marketing the show with them. I just put them in Rick and Bubba
Yeah, that's
toboggans.
good. That's good.
And then Sherry's, that actually has, Mom had those
Oh,
made
yeah,
for
I
us.
got it. I got it.
That has the Burgess farm thing on it. So, so anyway, so here's what we got. Look, I said, look, let's all, we got to get up. I'm going to have coffee on. Ladies, be careful on the coffee consumption. Well, what do we do if we get out there? What do we do if we get out there and we got to go to the potty? And I said, well, baby, I don't know what to tell you, but I mean that's not an option.
The jug don't work for y'all.
No, it doesn't.
Well, now you can buy these.
But we agreed.
Got to lean.
But we agreed that we would only take them out for 2 hours. Okay, because we're basically just taking them to the woods. Okay.
Turn around, come back.
Right. So we're like, all right, we really want to get pictures and we want to do this and we spend time in the woods with our wives. It'll be great. So we go out and I gave them the most comfortable shooting houses we have. They weren't exactly roughing it. Okay. And I set them up with their little chairs and all this. And Sherry, I can tell since she'd stayed there and been there all day on Friday, she was starting to really get into Camp House. And I hate to admit this, but I found myself at one point wanting to pretend to find rat pellets. Is that wrong? I mean, like if I had raisins.
Oh, look at here.
If I'd had raisins, I might have dropped some. Oh my goodness,
That's a big one. That's a big one there.
We're gonna have to address that.
Yeah.
But anyway, so now I want.
They'll crawl up in bed with
Listen,
you.
I'm not exaggerating this. So we drop off Blake and his wife, and then I'm taking Sherry to a place we've never hunted before. I want to get a look at it. It's a new place for us this year. I'm excited about it. And so we have guns, all that. And Sherry's like, "Do we have ear protection?" I said, "We do. We have ear protection." Don't. Well, I mean, let me know and I said, "Now, baby, I may take a doe today." "Oh, I don't know." And I said, "Well, I just telling you." And I told Blake, if you want to take a doe, we need to take some does early. If you see a good buck, of course. So, not exaggerating. This is zero embellishment. We are sitting down, okay, at 5:45 a.m. At 5:55, because I looked at my phone to document. This is the quote from my wife. "Wow, this is just like a waiting game, isn't it?" I said, "Babe, we've been here 10 minutes. We've been here. The sun's not even up good."
Right.
I said, "We can't even see yet." "Ooh, wow, I thought we were going to see something." "Hey, babe, it's 10 minutes." And I'm like, and then I start praying, "Lord, please, please let us see something." So anyway, luckily, not too far in the game. Sherry actually, she persevered through 45 minutes.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.
That's a good look.
That's
nearly an hour.
Right. And so we start seeing some deer.
Hey there.
Yeah, and we can see them really good. And so a decent sized doe came out, and then a newly weaned young deer came out. No spots or anything, but in weaned, but still kind of hanging out with mama. And so just for fun, I reached for the gun. Sherry says, no. I said, I'm taking mom out. And look, and she goes, "Do not shoot that baby's mama." And I said, "You're right. I need to shoot the baby. It's better meat, and really that's a better decision." I said, "It's not even breeding yet. At least this one's giving us fawns." And she looked at me. She goes, "What?" I said, "I'm gonna shoot the baby." And look, and I said, "It'll be better meat, and it's really better management." And she, "If you shoot that baby deer," and then the whisper starts. "Oh no, do not!" And then now they're looking around.
Yeah,
and they see her, and I'm like, "Baby, you gotta stop talking. I'm not gonna shoot the baby deer. I'm not gonna shoot. Don't shoot his mom. Don't do that. I can't. I wouldn't be able to." And so I'm like, all right. So and I let her have the binoculars, and I got a funny shot of her. I think that's on the Instagram ad of her looking through the binoculars.
No.
I said, "Baby, you got to be our eyes. You got to look around." And I will give her credit. She saw the first deer. I saw the second one, and she did a good job of checking it, because she persevered for 2 whole hours out there.
Yeah.
And
excellent.
Yeah.
Lifetime.
And then of course, and I'm like, "Well, we're about to wrap up.
I need to go potty.
I need to go back and get the biscuits started." And I'm like, "Okay, can we just..."
See, she used that one because she knew
she thought that would get me.
Yeah.
Well, then
So,
it worked.
That's a good call right
so
there.
we sat out there, and she did a good job. She was as cute as she could be in her camo. And but unfortunately, and I did have one pretty good buck. I think I couldn't see him good enough. He came out, but he wouldn't come out for us to get a good look. And at one point, I did have to talk a little bit about our, if you feel like you need to sniff like that, baby, they can hear that.
Right.
They can
Sniff quietly.
Yeah, just put something over you. And then the deer would look around. They're looking at us. I know, baby, because they think you're wheezing. They think you're blowing like a doe. They think you're another animal. and like, well, they're just looking right at us. Probably because we're moving a lot. That's probably why.
And we've stopped whispering for some reason.
Right. And a minute ago we had a whisper. Now we're just talking. So I don't know what happened there. But let's look at the beauty of everything. Let's just relax. Let's just keep looking. Is Blake and Priscilla see anything? Baby, I don't think so. Well, I just hate that. Well, they need to see something.
I would like that too. I'm not sure what I can do about it, but well, I want them to see something. I do too, baby.
I do
sure
too. Wish I was in control of that.
Right. That's a much higher source.
Get on the radio. Release the deer. Release the deer.
Come on, Gary.
So
where are
it was great. Great weekend. Great everything. Loved it. We'll be back. Your phone calls are next at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In here.
It's really that's more of a summer cut.
Yeah.
And
do that look.
Well, it's been summer. You know, we're still in summer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You that way. Yeah. I think the longer is causing the problem. You know, there's too much.
I do too.
I want to comb it so
Betty
bad.
says it needs to be longer to lay down.
No, it won't though. It's just gonna.
Yeah.
I have this problem. That's why I keep my. This is why I keep my hair short, right here, because I have the exact same issue.
Really?
Do you have a comb in your office? I really want to comb your hair bad.
I want to get around there back
you
behind
have-
us
Adler's
and
got a
have a look
brush.
at it. I want to get back there and really look.
Yeah, I have to do like my
too.
mom. I'll wet my hand.
Yeah.
And, make
Really?
it come out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, the
I'm
old
going in.
haircut,
Please.
will,
All right,
will
Rick's
solve this issue.
Yeah, I agree.
What do you do? Don't be messing with my
Rick's
hair.
walking around
He
now.
wants to run them hands through.
Let's get him to look at that.
Yeah.
Monster.
What do you think?
What you got?
Yeah, the hairs look confused.
Yeah,
They
they
look
I know. It's
confused.
a
Okay.
scatter pattern, and everybody's just doing their own thing.
You got a part right across here.
Yeah.
And somebody who got back in here, I think Betty's right. The last haircut you got.
They cut it wrong or something.
It looks like a tropical system trying to organize.
Yeah, right. We're gonna name it Dorian.
Yeah.
I really
Your
want to
hair
comb
looks
it.
confused. That's the point.
That's all I can think
It's
about.
like you know how
See, I've gone for a long time. I hadn't had a problem. Now Hunter has had one, and it aggravates him. And I hadn't had one, so I don't know. But then all of a sudden I got one.
Well, he probably
Came
got
out of
it.
nowhere.
He probably got it from you, but your hair has been cut in a way that it was right, and somebody didn't cut it right this time.
Or somebody left the door open and a cow came in
That could
overnight.
impossible,
and licked it and put it the wrong way.
and that is always possible. It's not likely, but it's possible.
See, this is the great thing about being bald.
Yeah,
I wished I could have a cowlick.
Yeah,
I do.
Do you
It's all
really?
gone back there. I can't have one now.
Yeah,
I'd like to have two.
But see, isn't that funny, Greg? I can have one, and I don't want one.
Yeah.
Let me ask you.
Have you had that looked at? Have you had anybody look at all that?
That.
Losing your hair up there.
What do you mean look at?
Well, I mean,
It's called age.
That's not like something that doesn't happen.
They can do stuff for all that now.
Yeah, you had him look at it.
Yeah, just don't do the corn. Don't do.
I'm
the,
not doing anything.
Don't do the rows of
Rick,
corn.
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah.
Get you some Rogaine or something.
Yeah.
Golly, if you could take.
It'll
I'm
grow hair
53
on
years
that.
old at this point. I don't really.
Yeah, I mean, how much is even left?
Oh man.
But
Who gives a rip?
Does it?
At least I got more than Speedy.
That's right. Is it cooler? Does it feel cooler? Like
Cooler?
Like you talking about? Like you're not as hot.
I don't know.
Can't really tell the difference.
It's been so long.
Right? Yes. Yeah.
It's just it's a sweating problem. You don't have. You don't. Wow, how'd you find that? How did you find that? There it is.
That's a good one.
There's old Busby.
Yeah. So I don't know, Bubby. It needs to be addressed. I don't know what to do.
I want to comb it. Do you have a comb?
No, I don't usually need
He's
it.
tried to
That's
comb
half
it.
the problem. You don't comb it.
No, he's tried to comb it. That's why it won't.
I
I'm
don't
telling
need
you,
to comb it.
see, I went and looked
Put a
at
big
it.
brush on
You're
it.
speaking from too far away. It's confusion in there.
Ah, okay.
It's like the hair doesn't know where to go. It's like somebody. It's like
It's like a tropical system. It's not well defined.
yeah. It looks
right.
like
It's gonna tighten up.
I gotta redefine where the center is and
Wait,
start to go.
it'll tighten up.
It looks
6 and 2.
What it looks like is like, say somebody says, I normally have my table at a cafe.
That was it.
And they walked in and their table's not available. They don't know where to sit.
Yeah.
And it's like, people who think that the church pews all have names on them. Yeah. You know what I mean? And they don't know where to go. And it's like they're trying to lay down, but their spot's taken by somebody that normally doesn't lay there.
It's like one row needs to go the other way.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got it. It's coming down. It needs to go up.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to
Get in there and work on it.
Yeah. Bubba at rickandbubba.com if you can fix his hair.
I think we need to have a hairdresser come up here during the show today and fix his hair.
That's excellent.
I wish they would.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, come
Remember
on.
we had that one.
Bring your stuff with you. We ain't got anything.
Hey, remember that time that my hair had something in it? We didn't know where it came from. And we thought I had put the wrong thing in my hair.
I forgot about that.
Yes.
It was some kind
They
of
solved that too.
substance.
Yeah.
Don't speed or anything, by the laws, but just come on up.
Yeah, come on up.
Yeah. And bring a massage table too, in case you want one. While you're at it.
14 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show.
866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
While we're fixing that, I got a raccoon in my garage.
Oh, no.
Oh, they're going to say in your hair.
Call Just John. You need a trap. You got to get one of those little traps. He'll walk right in it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we mentioned this one early, but haven't covered it yet, and that is the Johnson & Johnson lawsuit in Oklahoma involving opioids. And, there's a big number that's been handed down. So, Bubba, unpack this for us and tell us what all's in play here.
A judge in Oklahoma found Johnson & Johnson liable for stoking the opioid crisis in the state and said the company must pay $572 million. Now, that's far less than the $17 billion.
All right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone troll time. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. It is time for you to join us, make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. You are now programming the show. We still have more stories from the weekend we'll hit with other members of the show going forward. Right now, you can comment on anything you want to. And Speedy is taking your phone calls right now. The only difference is it is a troll. Unlike our other phone segment prior, that means that 30 seconds is the max. No shout-outs, no shameless plugs. That'll get an instant buzzer. But the good news is it should be easy for you to get in, and as we roll through the calls, they will be disappearing quickly, and you'll get your opportunity. So if you want to talk, now's the time to do it. SimplySafeBubba.com. There's never a wrong time to protect your place. This is that time of year when the criminals, they love to case a house and stay on top of it and try to watch what you're doing so they can come in and steal, knowing you'll be going out of town probably. So right now you can get up to 50% off a brand new security system from SimplySafeBubba.com, named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So go to SimplySafeBubba right now. .com, and remember, this new system detects break-ins, fires, floods, and more in real time. Yeah, so with the 24/7 live guard protection and the smart alarm wireless indoor camera, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders. They can help stop crime in real time. So go to SimplySafeBubba.com for a 60-day risk-free purchase and up to 50% off any security system with the Fast Protection Plan, which you need that anyway. So go to SimplySafeBubba.com or find that link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com safe. To the phones we go. We'll start with Robert in North Carolina. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Robert in North Carolina, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to know what Dippin' Dan thought about the Auburn-Alabama game.
Oh, buddy.
Well, he probably, he probably can't speak about it. He's just so upset.
Do you think he expected it?
Well, yeah, he did.
Right.
Yeah, he did.
Was
He's
he-
a realist.
was he
I mean,
yeah.
there's blind fandom, and then, and you hate to be sometimes a pessimist.
Or pessimist.
Pessimist.
Yes. I don't want to be the other one either, and I don't like because I don't like pests.
Right, especially if you're downhill.
Right,
Get on
yeah.
your nerves.
Right.
But, at some point you have to be a realist too.
No
And,
question.
you kind of, you've lived that. You've walked that path before.
Well, that's the reason why you and I and all others, we called that play like we were prophets. I mean, people were like,
It's
"How did y'all know that?"
It's a shame I wasn't in Vegas. I could have won a lot of money.
Remind me to tell you a story. I don't want to take the phone troll in regards to Caroline.
Okay.
In this game.
Okay. Nate in Enterprise. Nate, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to find out all of the different sound effect greetings that people call in, and then you all respond with the sound effect. I've heard one before, but I didn't know if there were more, and if you could explain what those are.
Well, there's monkey grass, which means first time to call. There's green acres, which means I'm calling from work.
So it means you may have to hang up quick if the boss walks.
Right. There is, if your name is Jordan, you get a fired in there Jordan, which comes from a great
Gila monster.
You've got the Gila monster mating call. That doesn't mean anything other than I know that y'all do that. That's what we use to find each other in crowds. So is there any others?
The owl never stuck. But if you remember, for a while we kept hooting like owls.
That's
but
true.
it
We
never
just
really
did that because we were into it.
Yeah.
Kurt in Alabaster, 104.7 WZZK. Kurt, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Biggins. Hey, you guys are always having fun with Beth, Speedy's girlfriend, but there was a guy doing the Ohio State-Michigan game, Joel Klatt, who said at least a half dozen times, the world-famous Buckeyes. And every time he said it, I wanted to puke a little bit. Did you hear that?
I did. And you're right.
I love Joe Klatt.
It's
I give him a pass.
For some reason, he got really caught up in that phrase. But I mean, it didn't bother me as bad as this guy.
He's trying to get a promotion.
Right.
Klatt's the Herb Street of Fox. In case y'all are wondering.
What's that?
He's the Herb Street.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Of Fox.
Okay. Yeah.
Joe Klatt.
Yeah, they
So he's
called
trying
it-
to get an offer from ESPN.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's go to Greg in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Craig, go ahead. Or Greg, go ahead.
Hey, monkey grass.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Actually, I'm sorry, it's Greenacres. I'm sorry. I messed up. Calling for years. Before the last drive Alabama had, none of the coaches were talking to the players, but there were several lawyers to give them the definition of the word clawback in a contract. In other words, if you went into the championship game with more than one loss, you might lose your Christmas bonus.
Did y'all follow that?
I stopped listening. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm no.
He had me at clawback.
Tom Pell
as
City.
much turkey as we've eaten,
Right.
you know, you
Someone
got
to
to
wear
be
weight.
real straight today, real simple.
Tom in Pell City, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Green Acres and
Thank you. Go right ahead.
yes, sir. Just want to thank y'all for your autographed picture I received in the mail. I'm gonna hang that up good.
You're welcome.
And how about that? How about that number 0? I bet you he's feeling like a 0 after that missed punt. If everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Well, again,
depending on which 0 you're talking about, because they got them mixed up.
I don't know why. And what's so weird is during the times, and I told Bubba this in his office prior to the show today, when it's me, my, I, look at me, look at me, look at me. I want to be an individual. I want to be an individual. Look at me. Even on the team, I want everybody looking at me. And these same people want to wear the same number as someone else on the team. That doesn't make any sense to me.
And I'm done with the number 0. I'd like to see it going.
Yeah.
Question, follow up on that. That's not the normal punt returner. And Hugh Freeze didn't even know he was out there.
Right.
Did I see that?
Yeah, they're saying that there's 2 number 0s, but both who catch punts. One's the backup. One's an offensive 0. One's a defensive 0.
what I understand.
Which is infuriating. And apparently, because they wear the same number,
he didn't know.
Not that would be confusing.
Is this it right here?
That he said that he was thought another guy was back for the punt, and they correct him, said that's not who was back for the punt.
Yeah, there's all
Here it
kind of
is.
confusion.
Yeah, here you got that. Here it is.
The muff punt. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was that Coy back there or Keontae?
It was Keontae.
Was there a reason that Coy was back on that punt instead of Keontae?
Was it Coy? I thought it was Keontae. All right.
Coy.
I'll have to ask Tanner. Yeah, it would have to be Keontae. Must have taken himself out.
So he didn't know. Yeah. Of course, who would have thought having 2 players who catch punts with the same number that we'd ever get confused?
Yeah, exactly.
The same number thing infuriates me. Why would any player want to wear the same number of another player on the team if you actually play? Now, if you do those non-conference games where you have more than 100 players, I got that. Or you're a high school team and you dress more than 100. But on conference games and games that count, you don't have 100 players. I would not allow anybody who starts on offense or defense to wear duplicate numbers. Never.
Yeah.
And why would a player want to do that? I don't understand that. We continue. Let's go to Scott in Mississippi. Scott, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. I just want to know y'all's take on the new Mississippi State football coach. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
First off, let me congratulate you on a great phone.
Great phone.
Yeah.
We talked about that a few hours ago. Honestly, I don't think any of us, including Speedy, know that much about him. So obviously he's good at what he does. He was getting paid over $5 million to be an offensive coordinator. So, but I honestly don't know that much about him. And
I don't know where he was before Oklahoma.
Right.
Ole Miss.
Let's go to Kevin in Alabama. Kevin, go ahead.
Good morning, boys.
Hey. Howdy.
Oh,
Hey, I just got just a few things for you fellas. All I can say is this about the Iron Bowl. I don't even wash my clothes in Tide. Whoa, Eagle boy!
Goodness.
Richard in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI.
That explains the smell.
It does. Richard, go ahead.
Will Riker choked that field goal, and as a result, he lost his bid to become the biggest scoring individual in a single season in NCAA history.
I didn't know that. I knew he was the leader in SEC points, and he was like tied for second all time in the NCAA. And
I'm sorry, and I don't think he choked. I think he just missed it. He's on record for doing a pretty good job.
That stat to me, because it's always kickers.
Not every miss is a choke, guys. Come
it's
on.
not. And but that stat to me is really not a big whoop anyway. I mean, he's doing a good job.
I hate he choked it away.
Yeah,
but of course, field goal kickers would accumulate a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean,
they
count
PATs
every time.
Well, you do. You get to count all of it.
To me, you almost have to say this is the best kicker in that kicker world.
Yeah.
He has done a phenomenal job.
Yes, he has. And for years they needed one.
Yeah, remember that used to not be a big scholarship position, and it was a hurt, a negative for him for a long time. But he's done a great job. And, we don't say a quarterback chokes when he throws an incomplete pass. I mean, you're not going to hit all of them. You just can't.
No. Yeah. You're not.
A lot of moving parts on those.
We'll be back. We'll jump into the world of Helms. He went to see Greg and his daughter's reaction to the Iron Bowl. All that as we continue to move around the rest of the guys and how the weekend went when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That the state was asking for. Now, the judge is the first judge to rule in the opioid cases brought to trial by thousands of state and local governments against opioid manufacturers and distributors. His precedent-setting ruling has been watched closely by the 2,000 other pending lawsuits awaiting to be heard before a federal judge in Ohio in October. Now, Johnson & Johnson says the ruling is flawed. They said that they did not cause the opioid crisis, and neither the facts nor the law support this outcome, and said they will be appealing this. Now, what it has turned into, and there's a lot of people who have died with overdoses, Rick, and that's a very serious thing.
Mm-hmm.
The Oklahoma Attorney General, Mike Hunter, brought the case to trial, arguing that the pharmaceutical companies executed an intensive marketing campaign that overwhelmed the market and misled consumers about the addictive risk of the drugs. If you look at the national numbers, they are staggering. More than 400,000 overdose deaths from 1999 to 2017. Now, that's almost 20 years. He sought $17 billion to cover all the costs related to the state addressing the epidemic for the next 30 years, including treatment and prevention programs. Now, in the legal world, plaintiff lawyers have compared the opioid case to litigation against the tobacco industry.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
That led to the landmark $246 billion dollar settlement in 1998. The city and county lawyers hope the decision could provide a model for future resolutions in public health issues like firearms, climate change, and pollution. That's what you need to be careful of.
That's where you got to be careful.
There it is.
So what they did, if you remember, the tobacco lawsuits started out, and they're trying to do the same thing with Johnson & Johnson, and I don't know what the truth is and isn't. I'm just going to talk about what happened in the past. Is when they finally got the tobacco companies is when they were able to reveal that the tobacco companies knew the problems, they knew what was going on, they knew the addictive components, they knew everything, and they suppressed that information from the public, allowing the public to become addicted to their very dangerous and addictive product. So they found them liable for withholding information that they knew. At one time you didn't know it, then you started realizing it, and you cranked up the marketing, you got people addicted to the product. You knew that if they got addicted to the product, that would benefit you and your shareholders, and you didn't care about the bad effects and the deaths caused by your product. You knew you had a bad product, and you stayed with it.
So that's how they won that case. Well, they're trying to do the same thing, saying that Johnson & Johnson, which they represent any of the companies that make these opioids, that there was a point you knew we had a problem and you suppressed it and you continued to market it, getting people addicted, knowing if they're addicted, and all of this. That's what they're trying to prove. I'm not saying that's the case.
I know,
but that's what they're trying to prove. And
I think there's some big differences here. Smoking was something people did recreational of their own choosing.
Right.
Sometimes with the opioid thing, and look, even though there are some very bad side effects with this, and this is what the Johnson & Johnson attorney was saying, said we made a product, we tested it, we knew it worked, we knew there could be side effects to it, but the FDA approved it.
Right.
The very government who is suing us now is the ones who said it's okay to sell it.
And that's right. That's a legitimate point.
And if you followed the labeling and you followed the way you're supposed to take it, and when you get off of it, the majority of the people would not have any problem. Now, there are some people who are going to get addicted to different things at a different rate, and there's nothing you can do about it. You don't know till it's too late. But I know for a fact, I've had several surgeries, I know you have too, that I'm certainly glad those things exist the day after surgery. Now, most of the time they would be very careful how much they gave you, and you might have a 3-day supply. Well, I always try to get off of it after 1 day. But the day that you come out of surgery, you need something for pain.
Yeah.
And what I'm worried about is that these companies that make the painkillers that we need will be scared into making them and doing research and getting better ones, and we won't have any when we really need it.
Yeah.
And that's not a good scenario either. Now, the fact that so many people have been addicted to these is bad, but most of the time they did not follow the labeling or the prescribing. And think about this too.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
9 minutes now to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. All right, so a couple of things we also hit from over the weekend. I know, Helmsy, that you went to see Greg. We talked about the upgrade on Camp House TV, and Greg, who has made it very clear he hates 4K. 4K. You made that very clear. We're very clear on that.
I wish you would watch the Robert Redford and Nick Nolte's new movie on it.
Here we go.
First of all, Robert Redford's like 87.
Oh, wow.
And anyway, picture him in HD, that close-up shot.
Okay. But you went over there to help Greg, Helmsy, probably against your better judgment.
We had a good time.
Yeah. And so tell us what happened.
Well,
kicking off the holidays.
Yeah, so I got over there probably around 2:33.
Yeah,
forgot.
about 2:30.
I thought I had texted him. Forgot text didn't go through. Whatever. So I'm that guy that just shows up. He did know I was headed that way. Yeah. I just said probably an hour or so, and I got done a little earlier than I thought.
All kidding aside, I was going to put the dogs up when you said you were heading that way, but it was too late once they.
Yeah.
Once
when I pulled in
you,
the driveway, I realized the text didn't go through.
I bet you wish you had.
Well, I got to experience it, and I've heard about Millie, and I've experienced Mr. Buddy before. And so I feel like he's just having a good time, and he's just running around aimlessly barking. And
he's barking.
No harm at all. Okay. I see where he might scare you because he kind of looks mean, but he is harmless. Now, Millie.
Different deal.
She looks mean. She looks like she means
She's
business.
a weird-looking dog.
And she'll come after you.
Oh, so you thought she was on the move?
I did. I thought, she made a couple moves, and I thought, and this one's advice is not come out there and pull Millie away or get her in a sit. His advice is just don't turn your back on her.
Greg, that's all you had?
Well, she likes to sneak up behind you, but she don't bite you hard.
Walk backwards? She don't bite you hard.
Rick, this is me the whole time.
So you can't,
just looking
turn your back on her.
Well, you're doing what he said.
And she's not very big. If she was like dangerous, but she's not very big, even if she bit you.
Who wants to be bit by any
Nobody.
dog?
Nobody.
I don't want them little
snake.
ankle biters to get hold of.
It's like non-poisonous snakes.
Yeah.
I don't want to be bit by any snake.
And I wanted to be the guy that, kind of like you are with the grandkids, I kind of want to be the guy that breaks through with Millie.
Yeah.
So I won't let it go. I'm putting myself in a little dicey situation. Like, Millie, come here, Millie, come here, and I'd sit down.
kept trying.
I kept trying and trying.
I've
and,
had her
and
like
Greg
a year
kept
and she
warning
won't
me.
come to me.
He said, "Listen, she's not going to come."
Yeah, but she doesn't like you. Lisa said that.
Oh yeah, she'll come up to Lisa and let her pet her.
So Lisa has successfully petted her, and that's it. No one else has.
It's weird. If I get on the back porch and sit in a certain chair, she'll come up and let me pet her.
Okay,
that's just weird. But anytime I'm up walking, will not. She backs up. Right.
And came after you, Helms.
Yeah, she did several
Well,
times.
she
And she does this weird thing when you try to leave. She
She'll
gets
turn
in
your
front
back
of
on
your
her.
car, and
Now, that's a problem.
And that's like you can't see her, and so it's like
she'll
you have to
she'll
inch
turn
out.
a circle and run in your car, come back out, turn a circle.
Why?
I don't know. So you
What is
can't
that
just
about?
take off, or you might hit her. And I
Well,
think
it's-
Greg wanted me to hit her at one point.
Well, I mean, it's going to eventually happen.
But anyway, but all that aside, it was fun. I enjoyed
actually got
hanging
to the
out.
door.
We got inside, and what they've done with the place looks fantastic. And so the TV he had a nice new TV, and
my other it started having a weird look to it.
What day was it you did that?
Wednesday.
So that was the last day we worked, right?
Correct.
Right.
We drove by your house Thursday.
When did we come to yours on?
Yeah, you were on
Yeah,
our house on
Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
You were with us.
Was you
But
out?
I knew
you
not
out
to
visiting the
stop.
Walkers?
Yeah, I knew not to stop.
Well, you could have met Millie.
Well,
Yeah.
Don't turn your back on
It
her.
would have broke the wall. You know,
you gotta watch
Well,
that
we weren't
wall.
home, but you've been more than welcome.
But saw the new TV in the box, and so the plan was TV still on the wall.
And what's our issue? What are we trying to do?
Replace the TV.
Yeah,
I got
that's
that.
all we
But
did.
are we mounting it?
We're
You
getting it
have-
off the wall, take the brackets off, put them on the new TV, put it back on the wall.
Okay.
And then Helms was there for the tech end.
Yeah,
'cause it's
I
got
wasn't
all
there
that.
for the mounting, but we were going to go ahead and do that since I was there.
And
Let's
you were
just go ahead
there-
and get it on the
you
wall.
were there
and
to
then
do what?
The smart TV side.
Get it all
Let's
down.
get it
Yeah.
all connected, and so he can actually use
Upgrade.
it and not worry about which remote goes to what.
Yeah.
And so
He's technical support.
So I was just the technical support, but it was one of those
With
things
him.
with why. Well, and it wasn't that bad, but we did run into a little problem.
We did.
The brackets that were on the old TV, the screws that were in the TV. He didn't have the extra screws. This is where my dad would go. This is why you don't throw away anything.
Yeah,
Yep.
you always save all that
and
stuff.
so
That's been a long time.
So we couldn't actually get it on the
Because
on
they
the
give
wall.
you a variety of
not
different
mounted.
ones in your when you get them brackets. It comes with a variety because they know there's different ones. They give you little spacers, different size
Didn't have no
bolts.
screws for it.
How many times do you think I heard it? I don't think there's any threads in there for these screws for any screw to work. I heard that.
Okay.
I don't know how many
I was
times.
wrong.
He'll
Rick.
repeat stuff.
And
by
I
the way.
kept telling him, listen, when you buy these mounts, they come with a variety of different shapes and sizes, and you just grab the one that works for your TV. Now I don't know it works like that.
No.
Helms, I don't see any threads in there.
Yeah, it's
And-
really weird. the way
And
it
you
looked.
about convinced me there wasn't.
Well, I was
But
comparing it to the
But
other
I
one.
convinced him, and I don't think Lisa liked this, even though she wasn't there. We were making decisions without her there. I said, why don't we put it on just like you did with your table? Let's put the
This is the
stand.
new one. I can't scratch it.
Let's put the stand on it and stick it on this new piece of furniture
Yeah.
that Lisa has, and at least it will cover up
Right.
where you hang it up because it's tall
And
enough.
that worked.
And we can get the smart TV side of it going so y'all can experience a new TV over the Thanksgiving holiday. He agreed to that. That's what we did. And it looked good. Now, he, for some reason, is scared to death of Lisa when it comes to this one piece of furniture.
Oh, yeah, you can't mess that furniture up.
And brings out some kind of pads like that
That you
to
put
set
under
the-
stuff to
now,
slide.
listen, the TV platform that comes with it has pads on it. Don't miss that.
It does.
They weren't very
So,
good, though.
but he goes and gets these pads that you'd put under like a
terrifying.
refrigerator to move,
Not quite that
and
bad.
sticks it up under the.
It looked good.
I don't know why. I mean, I thought Lisa's not going to like this anyway. She sure as heck ain't going to like
no,
it like this.
she didn't like that look. But,
Right.
it's better than
but
scratch.
We didn't worry
this
about
one,
that at
like,
Camp House.
like there was one moment. There was one moment, Rick, where the cabinet is that what it is? A cabinet? I'm gonna call it a cabinet.
Piece of furniture.
I think it may have been like an inch or two off, and this one was worried to death. She's gonna notice it. We got to move it
she's
back
one of these-
exactly the way.
Right. I mean,
And so we moved it
so I
around.
had to hear all that crap.
But we got the TV working. I explained. I was a little concerned because when I was when you buy these things, they have updates you got to run through, and so I'm doing that. Well, he has another person showing up to do some lighting in the house.
Greg.
Oh.
So I
Jonathan's
walked
coming
in to
by.
check on them. They're both. He's standing on the steps. Jonathan's on the ladder, big ladder, and they're working through taking the lamp or light down. And I'm still, and I feel like I've got it to where he's used one remote and everything is here. He don't have to worry about changing inputs and all this.
Now,
Like
wait, did he plug his box into it?
I got
Fire
all
stick.
of it. All of it is there. but he only has to use like everything. Amazon, the Fire Stick, the DirecTV, everything is on one source. I figured that out and put it on.
Oh yeah.
And so I thought I'm going to hand this over to him because he doesn't have time for any kind of tutorial right now because he's helping John.
Can even say tutorial.
And so I thought, this is the remote that you use, and you should be good. Everything's there. When you turn it on, you're going to see it. If you have any questions, call me. And I actually took a picture. Took a picture of the remote. Took a picture of the TV. That way, when he needed help, I could just pull it up and go, that's the button you choose.
Mm-hmm.
I got a phone call at 8 o'clock that night just to tell me thank you that it was working fine.
Well, great.
And when the phone call
earlier, but we were working on
when the phone call came in, I thought, here we go. He can't figure it out.
He's done blanked it
But
up.
it wasn't that at all.
He must have got a picture of his grandkids right before he called you.
Rick and Bubba.
Only did the FDA approve it, a doctor prescribed it for you. A pharmacy filled it. Then you had it. So there's a lot of steps, and trust me, if they can get money out of Johnson & Johnson, they'll go right on down that trail
because
they're going to go after your doctor and your pharmacy.
Yeah, because the trail you just laid out, if the company is responsible, then everybody else is responsible as well. But
I really think, and look, it's bad. And again, I'm not
it's terrible.
trying to.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, I've seen how this can destroy people.
It's one of the toughest problems we have when someone becomes addicted to these kind of products. I mean, I've seen it destroy people that were not. They were responsible. They were hardworking, and it just made a turn with them, and they couldn't beat it. Still haven't beaten it.
Right.
And it is a nemesis to our society. But again, there's also good things that come with it. And where is the responsibility of the patient? Then you get to the responsibility of the doctor and the pharmacy and the company. You're right. I mean, you're going down a danger. But I'm just all I was pointing out was they're trying to make, and you said it was in the article, they're trying to do the same thing with this they did to the tobacco companies.
Right, and they're going to try to do it with guns, and they're going to try to do it with climate change and all that too. But, if I'm Johnson & Johnson and I see that we have this addiction problem out there, I start trying to fix it myself. I go, we got to have a better product that has the same pain killing but not the addictive part. That takes time, takes a lot of money, which if they lose this lawsuit, they're not going to have to fool with it. Doctors are responsible for continuing to prescribe it with knowing the dangers of it. So I don't know. I don't know that how you solve this. The one thing is it's obviously a big target for lawyers to go after, and that's the part of this that really shouldn't play into the equation.
Yeah,
if we have a public health issue, we need to address that.
Well, yeah, and it's much more difficult. What we need to do is go in and find the very detailed problems and fix those. There are bad doctors, there are dirty doctors out there, but you can't make these sweeping. You do this big sweep and you affected the good side of it too.
Yeah, I don't know who's on first, who's on second with this.
American Heroes, Rick.
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here, sir. Thank all of you.
Helmsy and Bubba. And the term pickleball has been brought up again. I'm y'all's relationship with pickleball, I don't really know how to follow it. I don't know if y'all were for,
I don't either, Rick.
Y'all are for pickleball, against pickleball. You're intrigued with pickleball. Pickleball. I don't. Pickleball. If I was in the marketing department, I would have never let the term pickleball get off the table.
Yeah.
I
don't like the name.
Not a great name.
Oh boy,
tough to market that. But y'all are going to play pickleball today.
Helms, you want to handle this?
What's happening, Helms?
Who's
videoing it?
Because I did make Adler aware of this in case he wanted to slide over because it would be convenient for him to get there. Because we're discussing it on the show here recently over the past couple of weeks, a woman reached out and said, "Hey, listen, I I think it's a league or whatever, at a church nearby where you guys are located. And if y'all would like to come by one day after the show, love to play, love to teach y'all the game, those type of things.
Ooh.
And so we have said yes.
Y'all got
and so
y'all's
today
endorsed paddles.
we do have a couple of golden axes here. Now Bubba has went out and bought him his own pickleball paddle, which I think takes the next step in really getting involved with the game.
He don't like the golden axe?
Well, he did that before the golden axes showed up.
Which, by the way, Adler featured in his last podcast about this.
Scott Golden.
Yep.
The Monarch Golden Axe here is USAPA approved. But anyway, so today we thought we were going to have some scheduling conflicts on my end. We got that worked out, and so today after the show, Bubba and I are going to give it a whirl and actually play some pickleball with ladies that I don't know. I mean, it may be like retirement deal. I don't know. We may have.
I hope it is.
I don't know what we're getting into. I really don't. It may just be that this woman meets us over there and teaches us about the game.
Sonny.
It may be that we go over here and we're involved with a league and we don't know it. I don't know what's going to happen.
Bubba, let's start at you, sir. you and I'll try to hit it over back to you. We got to hurry because they got dinner on the grounds tonight.
You just told me y'all going to play a bunch of church ladies in pickleball.
Well, that's exactly what I said, Rick. But I don't know what to expect.
Slamming it
I don't know. I don't know what to expect.
You just got dunked on.
It makes me feel good that it's at a church. That I think that helps.
No cussing if you miss one.
Well, I'll say this too, and the fact that it's raining out.
Yeah. Did they play outside?
No. They do it indoors. See, I think
Indoor
this
pickle,
is
Rick.
I think
indoor.
this is the perfect time to play pickleball when you can't go outside and do anything else. That's kind of my thought on this.
But they do play it outside.
They do. They play it on tennis courts, have their own courts.
I am simply.
Why Meemaw crying?
She just got pickled on.
She just got dunked on.
Yeah.
Greg, how much for Rick to spank you one time?
Hey, it hurts. We've been hitting
One
each other
time.
with them.
I'll give you $20.
Okay.
I'm still researching this.
Six minutes past the hour. We're coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world via all sorts of platforms, live and archive. Grab the show as you can, and you never have to miss a minute of it on your own time. Find all the different options at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all with us. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and when I say that, I really mean it.
Yes.
Thank all of you for being a part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
All right, so we've gone through everybody's Thanksgiving. We've talked football. We've done it all. Helmsy, we're almost done with yours, but we did not get the one story in. One of the big rivalry games out of our home state, the Iron Bowl, was a big chatter today, the way it ended, and another one of the many historic Iron Bowl finishes. And you said something about your daughter's experience with that.
So Caroline's 16. She's a junior, and she has kind of had her mind set on going to Auburn for the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
And just to be transparent, it's been a kind of a bone of contention with me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll get to that in a minute, but she was actually supposed to go to the game this weekend. And I don't really know what happened, but she ended up in the cabin with us in Mentone.
Yeah, I remember you telling
which was great because I feel like everybody, that's kind of our family thing. And, you know.
You'd rather have it with you.
Absolutely. And so the plan was to watch the game together. And so over breakfast, I heard some hopes that were starting to kind of get up a little bit on, boy, this is make this Thanksgiving great if Auburn can pull this off and all this. And I'm talking about how there's no chance. We're talking, as we said for a week, this doesn't look good. And when I say bone of contention with her going to Auburn is she has some opportunities to do some other things and get school paid for.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, with me now working at Jacksonville, she would get that paid for.
Mm-hmm.
You can take the tennis aside on that front, but she just would get the school paid for.
Yeah, man.
And so I have been trying to, and failing miserably, to convince her of this. she's just has her heart set on Auburn and has for probably 3 or 4 years. She's got 3 or 4 friends that all they talk about is we're going down there and living together and whatever. And so I don't know when it was, but it was probably about 30 minutes before kickoff. And there was this talk of, Auburn may pull this off. I mean, because they kept showing the kick six and miracles and all this.
And it would take one.
And I said, I tell you what, Caroline. I said, Auburn pulls this off. Because one of the things I have said.
I didn't know you went on the
One of the things that I have said over the last 2 or 3 years is because you have all these opportunities, I'm not paying for you to go down there and figure it out in Auburn. Right. Like if you know what you want to do and but if you don't know, we can go figure that out for free at Jacksonville, or you can go take one of these tennis scholarships and play tennis for a couple years and figure it out there. But I'm not paying for you to go figure it out. And so I said, I tell you what, Caroline.
Oh, you.
Auburn wins. Auburn on me.
Oh, my.
100% paid for.
And you thought there was no chance.
And she said, okay.
Done. You were nervous. Oh, I didn't realize you had that going.
At what point did you panic?
Oh, well, I've kind of.
I heard you yell roll tide.
I have kind of over the last 3 months just kind of got on board with it, not telling her because I don't want her to know I've given in.
Mm-hmm.
But I've kind of just in my mind gone, she's going to end up at Auburn.
Sure.
There's nothing you can do about it. And I hate to break it to you, pal, you're going to pay for it.
There he is.
Whether you like it or not.
Pally.
And so that's kind of my mindset that I've been taking on. That's my attitude. And I don't like it at all. But that's what I've been doing because I feel like that's, as a father who loves his daughter, it's probably what I need to do.
Were you? What happened to you at the end of the game? Where were your emotions?
So listen to this. So as things kept unfolding and weird things kept happening, she just kind of looked back at me and grinned. And I noticed her and her mama had something going too. They were kind of laughing like your dad's about to eat his words.
Got a deal.
And all of a sudden, 4th and 31, she turned around and looked at me and she said, "Is this about to happen?" And I said, "With anybody else, probably so, but not with these two."
No.
I said, "It's going to take a miracle, but I believe they probably got it in them."
Oh, yeah.
They always do.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Nah." And all of a sudden it happened. And I felt horrible for her. I really did.
Bless
now,
her heart.
She saw her whole 4 years go down the drain.
little Helmsy who don't hold on to these things like he used to.
Sure.
I saw him even getting involved.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, this would be worth paying for college. They can pull this off.
I
You know,
know.
little
Oh,
Helm.
yeah.
I mean, I'm looking for my little Auburn helmet.
Oh, yeah.
To
Take
put
you
it
back
on.
to the days when
So
you got
I'm
fired up.
trying not to get invested emotionally as well.
Right.
And so, but I'm gonna tell you, the minute he caught that ball, she got up, walked upstairs, and I thought, well, she's heartbroken. Like, this is not good.
She looks like them people there on TV that are in the stands.
Yeah,
Jordan
and she
Hare.
just kind of glared at me as she was walking up the steps, like, "Hope you're happy," kind of
Sure,
look.
sure.
And I know that's not probably what she said, but that's what I saw.
Sure.
"Hope you're happy, Dad. You don't have to pay for college."
It's one thing for these teams to be cruel to you. It's another thing when these teams are cruel to your kids.
Yeah.
Oh.
I
Then
know.
you really get mad.
So, I did. I didn't say anything. I know at that moment, keep my mouth shut. And Amanda she's truly grew up as an Alabama fan. Her parents went to Alabama. So the Roll Tide will come out in her every once in a while too. And I think Caroline saw that and wasn't happy with that either. That frustrated her.
They rotate.
But she went from being at the game, and all I could say was, "Hey, at least you're not there, sweetie."
Right.
I mean, goodness gracious,
Yeah.
can you imagine being there and have to go through that disappointment there? And of course, it's but my friends would be there with me, and we could just have fun
Sure.
together after, and not
Yeah.
even think about it.
That's a good
And now I got to deal with this in this cabin with all y'all. And now I know you're over. That's just the mindset.
Oh, yeah.
So I sent her a little text this morning because I'd kind of forgotten about it because I didn't think about it much.
You
after
should ought to
that.
go double or nothing on the bowl game.
Right.
Well, I just sent her a
You,
text and I said,
you could
"Listen."
keep this going for a while.
Well, I gave in and I just because I felt her little heart was broken. You could tell Saturday night. First of all, she wasn't there with her friends, and then having to go through that and the fact that she lost a bet to Dad.
Right.
And I sent her a text this morning. I said, "Listen, just know." I know I've given in to this this Auburn thing.
Right.
Like I know you've had your heart set on it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to help best I can.
Yeah,
Just know that I love you, that kind of thing. But I gave it a good 24:36 before I sent that text.
Daddy's going to be sure that you can have your heart broken for 4 more years.
Yeah.
Rick for a lifetime.
For a lifetime.
A lifetime.
You're right.
Well, that's why
You're right.
I want to go. You
Right.
really want to sign up for this?
I know.
Yeah.
Like there's a
it's
school.
tough.
There's a school 45 minutes down the road that's going to win you a national title every couple years.
Helms, I felt the same way. I saw my oldest son get out his Auburn stuff. Saw his new wife because she doesn't know any better. She's married into this mess. And I saw all that, and them putting on their colors, and you just feel bad for him. And he even looks at me and says, "Yeah, well, I got to drive back to Atlanta after the game, so we'll be closer to Atlanta, and then we'll probably leave at halftime, and then we're driving back to New York tomorrow." And I'm just thinking, God love him. And then of course Auburn does the cruelest thing they could possibly do.
They did.
They let you stay for the whole game.
Gave you hope.
And then lose it on a 0% chance of losing. And now you're there in a crowd having to drive to Atlanta and then to New York when you didn't even get the bonus of leaving at halftime. You know, and so
the rivalry
you just feel so bad for them.
It's so cruel on so many levels. And Hams, you talking about Amanda being an Alabama fan growing up. I mean, I know a guy, and he was quoting to me one time about a girl that he dated, and he was an Auburn fan. And he said this girl met all the boxes, and he was listing all the checking, when he was looking for a wife. And he said, I thought she was the one until I went and watched one Alabama-Auburn game with her family and the way that they acted and the way I got treated. And he said, I'm not signing up for that for the rest of my life. And he broke up with her.
Bubba, it's funny you bring
that
this
is a
up.
true story.
I didn't surprise me.
I got off the mountain for an hour and went to Fort Payne and grabbed some extra groceries we needed. And I saw this cute little couple walking down the grocery aisle, hand in hand, probably looked like they'd been married maybe a year or two. One of them had an Alabama jersey and one had an Auburn jersey. And I didn't think much of it at that point. But later on that night, I thought, wonder how that couple's doing right now.
Wonder how that went.
How did that end?
Yeah. Well, if you can keep in the proper perspective, it can be fun, even when you rag each other. But these two fan bases are not able to do that.
They're not.
It's fun, but when the fourth quarter starts, if something changes.
Well, Sherry said that. She looked at me when I was chewing on the piece of chicken after winking and being a prophet. And she says, this was like, is that bothering you a little bit? I said, I just feel bad for the kids.
Yeah.
I couldn't care less, but I feel bad for the kids.
Yeah.
You know,
poor kids.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sport that people are playing.
Well,
Bubba, you bought a paddle.
Listen,
Pickle Bubba.
Look, I'm going to try to break through the clutter here. There's times in life which I call them wake-up calls. Right. Okay? Right. And that's when you assess where you are, and you think to yourself, for the love of all that's good and kind, I've got to do something. I got to do something now. You're at the point you're going to play pickleball over to church against some of the ladies.
Now, we don't know who we're going to play against.
Right.
Even a bunch of blue hair.
There is a lady that has, Greg, there is a lady that has set this up. Now, we really do not know what we're walking into.
Right.
I've been told, here's the church, here's the building at the church, and and get ready to play some pickleball. That's all I know.
If you walk in with a golden axe, they'll say this guy means business.
Yeah.
You're talking about the USAPA.
And look, listen,
you're talking about the intense pickleball players.
Right.
Yeah, these are serious.
The
world champion.
And trying to get prepped for it because he's mad that we're out of peanut butter and crackers.
No eggs today. I mean,
Bubba, that little cup of eggs.
Bubba, I don't know that there's a whole lot of prep that goes into playing church ladies in pickleball.
You'll be okay.
I mean, it'd be
Rick, I'm playing myself. Let's be clear.
Right.
I'm just trying to move around a little bit today.
Rick, what are you doing? Stretching out for cornhole.
The game's perfect for you.
Yeah.
Bro. Have you heard that?
I've heard that quite a bit.
Yeah. Bubba, at one time,
I just wish the ball bounced up a little higher.
Yeah.
It's hurting my back to get down there slow.
At one time, Bubba,
Got to bend over.
Bubba, at one time we were restructuring vacation schedules in the Rick and Bubba show around your various trips to go out and win tennis championships.
Mm-hmm.
And today you're going to go over after the show and play some women in pickleball at the church.
Well, it's we're starting over, Rick.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow, that's a wake up.
I wonder if you get waxed by the ladies. We hadn't talked about that.
Well, yeah, well they might because they probably know how to play it.
No, I think if we go into it thinking anything else is going to happen,
Right.
then I think we've made a mistake.
Right. If y'all lose, we get to paddle y'all with the golden axe tomorrow.
The golden axe. No, I'm not in for the paddling. I'm going for the exercise.
USAPA approved.
Yep.
I've never played an official game. We've hit the ball around once before, but we haven't really played a
Now,
game.
Bubba, I will have to bring this up.
Yeah, please do.
Because you talked about this openly. When you and I went and tried this out a couple weeks ago,
right,
we practiced for like, I don't know, 7-10 minutes tops.
Maybe.
Right. If we get over here in a game, you can't just leave after 7 or 10 minutes
There'll be some
and
mad
leave
old
me
women that you
there.
can.
I mean, you can. It's not.
Well,
it wouldn't be
but what
preferred.
I'm saying
Yeah.
is, you can't. Don't leave me.
Right. Right.
Well, I'm not planning on it.
You can't leave.
You weren't planning on it that day either.
It was
right?
about 110 that day. So it'll be a little cooler today inside.
Well, we'll be inside.
I have to ask you a question, Maverick. Will you engage?
Well, we're just trying to get moving again a little
Right.
bit.
Well,
It takes baby steps, Rick.
No, it
Baby
does.
steps.
It does. I'm just presenting. You have to admit that doesn't sound good. What I just said.
Yeah. Do you realize that your Jeep will pull up to a church and you'll get out and you'll walk into the gym?
Yeah,
And
you
you-
say the golden axe.
The Methodists love pickleball. Everybody knows that.
What am I going? I mean, all right. Let's try this. Okay. So you see somebody our age, and so what are you doing? Well, I got to work, and then I got to go. I'm going to exercise a little bit. So what are you going to do? You going to run? Are you going to work out? Treadmill? Basketball? You in a basketball league? You in a tennis league? Y'all playing golf today? No, that's not what I'm doing today. So what do you?
We're just one step above cards.
What do you do? What do you
Dominoes.
What are you doing today? Well, I'm heading over to play some church ladies in pickleball. It just, it's. But you got to
Please wear
start
that
somewhere.
headband that we had in here.
You got to start somewhere.
Please wear that headband, that big thick one. We
You got to, Bubba.
I didn't feel the passion for it that a lot of people have when we went
No,
down
well,
there.
yeah.
So I'm still just playing, trying to find out more about it.
Right.
Maybe there was something obviously I was missing.
Yeah, the golden axe. You needed it.
Well, and
wait a minute. Hold up.
indoors.
I just got
missing that and what?
I just got a text from the Red Hat Club. They said they'll take you on in badminton if y'all got some time this afternoon.
That's right. The Red Hat Club.
Look, they said they will not play though till after they've eaten at Morrison's cafeteria.
That's right.
That's solid.
End it with a piece of cheese.
Really brought it home there, Rick.
It's 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We've kicked around the Rick and Bubba family here, talking about the Thanksgiving weekend. We've hit many stories. I know, Speedy, you talked about some of yours in the kickoff hour, and we can revisit some of that. Adler, how did everything go with Adler Thanksgiving? Everything run smoothly there? Y'all have a pretty good gathering?
Yeah, it was great. We had the Bible study on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Stuck around, got all that done, and then I had to run home and prepare for Friendsgiving.
Oh no.
Yes.
No friends.
Who invented this?
So we
I
have
thought that's what the kids did.
Yeah, they did.
we have an
adults do it,
annual
too.
we have an annual thing, and,
yeah.
and we figured out the day before Thanksgiving is a good time for us and our friend group. A lot of people come back in town that weren't in town, and a lot of people have things going on the next day.
Right.
So night before, hey, come over to our place, mess our house up, keep your house clean.
There you go.
And it opens up a lot of things for
Are
me.
these your friends?
Yes.
Or are they
Combination of you and Aaron's friends?
Yes. Mostly my friends, their kids, and everybody. We had about 30 people at our house.
Really? Wow, that's a
on
big
on
That's
Wednesday
a lot
night.
of Friendsgiving.
And about 15 kids. So a lot of kids. Yes.
A lot of
yes.
snotty noses.
And I just got activities on top of activities, guys. We got s'mores coming.
Yeah.
We got the jungle gym downstairs. It's fantastic. By the way, I made about an hour loop of great kids music, fun stuff. And I just have that on the loop downstairs, and it's like music and kids get to, but I snuck in the Creed Thanksgiving 2001 performance. So at one point, there's like 7-year-old, 8-year-old, and 5-year-old boys run around hitting each other with pillows. Meanwhile, Creed's blasting in the background. Can you take me higher?
Okay.
So, I mean, it's fantastic.
Okay.
It's America.
Wow. It is.
It's America.
So that's America.
For some reason, I kept showing people pictures of my deer. I finally got my Moultrie camera set up in the backyard.
You're really into that now.
And it's like, once you get it going, you have to tell everybody about it.
You're really into that now.
Look at here, shout out.
I'm texting my neighbors like they care. I'm sending them all the pictures of the deer and stuff.
It's amazing how it draws you in, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic. And I'll say 8 hours ago, there was a buck standing right over there to my friends.
You're going to show you
its
poop.
Yes,
Right there, man.
At one point, we have a ramp on the back of our deck because we want our old grandmas to be able to get up into our house.
Understood.
And for our old dogs. We've had lots of surgeries and stuff like that. Anyways, so there is
I'm glad you got
point,
that in the right order.
Yes.
But you know
grandma's
what?
First.
Somehow I think it was built in the opposite order.
Wasn't my idea, guys.
There you go.
And so at one point there are kids, because we've got a bunch of like lawnmowers and then the little bubble popper thing that you can push as a
Gotta
kid.
have them, yeah.
We've got several, we got a weed whack, everything. And kids are going up and down the ramp. That just became the thing.
Love it.
And I was like, man, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And one of the dads goes, this is stressing me out. And I was like, oh, yeah, my kid's not in this train, so that's why I'm loving this, and that's why it's stressing you out. But it was great. Nobody got hurt. Nobody lost an eye during the s'mores.
Okay.
I was the only one that got burned during the s'mores.
Oh, a little dress how it should be.
Yes, yes, it was great.
That's the way it should be.
It was fantastic. Had the whole crew.
Daddy got burned.
And then everybody leaves, and then you're like, oh, wait a second, we're hosting Thanksgiving tomorrow.
What?
So we clean up everything. Here's what we do.
What a turnaround.
Here's what we do. We get a deep clean at our house the day before. So it's, you can mess it up that night at the party, but still, overall, the deep clean still hangs around. One deep clean gets us through the whole weekend.
I agree.
It's great.
It's good.
By the way, my dad. I think is in the parking lot with. Yep, my dad is in the parking lot here with my grandma, his dad, right now. They're about to come in.
Talking about friends.
So worlds are coming.
You mean his mom?
His mom, my grandma.
Right,
yes.
yes.
What
So
number
that's
are they
about to
singing
happen.
for us?
Yeah.
They're about to kick off the Christmas season.
No,
they're just here to say, hey, my grandma's just in town.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So then the next morning, get cleaned up, and it's time for me to fry turkey up, brothers, because I'm the turkey guy. And so I actually recorded a quick video about the turkey after I got it done, and I do the whole Cajun injection thing.
Okay.
And I still got my music going. Boom. Okay.
I'm very uncomfortable. Can I let your dad in while this is playing?
They can wait. They can wait. It's better that they're not here.
He's right there.
Okay, all
go
right.
ahead.
So here I am. I'm going to talk just a little bit about the turkey that I fried up with my Cajun injection. Oh, yeah.
Well, it's the same voice.
Is that it? That's it?
That's it. Yeah,
That
that
was
was
it.
it.
Wait a minute. Is that the bite you took out?
That's a bite. Yeah, that's the bite. That's
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know if that was turkey or a giant
But y'all
shrimp.
can see where I can injected it. Y'all can see where I injected it real good with that Cajun seasoning Creole. Yeah.
Is that his Cajun voice? Is that what that is?
I'll take all the Cajun Adler I can get.
Hey, by the way, I'm
so good.
I'm glad. I don't know who did this, but I'm glad for your grandmother. So it has been removed, thank goodness. Over in the golden ticket seats.
Rick, you don't have to. I did that just for Greg.
Okay, well, no, let me tell you what happened.
You came. I thought about this.
Let me tell you what
thought,
happened.
I guarantee you, he probably brought some kids or something to buy here.
No, here's what happened. So after church yesterday, I said, Sherry, I said, hey, I need to go by the office. I said, there's a book there that was sent to me. I want to take home to be able to read it home, and I think you'll like it too. And I would need to go. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get my Bible study ready for Wednesday based on the schedule this week today after we get home. So I'm going to go by and I got a commentary I want to get and all that at my office. And we were right over here. And she said, yeah, sure. So she goes, well, I want to go in. I don't think I've been in there to really see it. And since y'all got it set up. No, picture, these are the conversations we have to have.
Greg a surprise.
This is the conversations we have to have. So I walk in and there's a hand in the golden ticket seats, giving Greg the finger.
Yeah.
And my wife
hand of truth.
and my wife goes,
the hand
"What?
of truth, Rick."
Well, no, that's the point. Yeah. Listen, picture this moment. Be her for a minute. She goes, "Oh my gosh, what in the world's that?" I said, "Well, that's the hand of truth." And she goes, "What?" I said, "Well, it's the hand of truth." And she goes, "What?" And I said, somebody has left somebody the bird, but that what they're using as the instrument. I said the actual instrument, that camo arm hand, is the hand of truth. And I said it like everybody's supposed to know that. And
we got that years ago.
I said, well, that's the hand of truth.
It travels around the studio.
So I knew it was you, Helmsy. I knew you
Well,
did that.
Here's what happened is so for some reason
It was uncomfortable though.
Well, I
you
bet.
must have fixed it
Well,
because when I came in, it was giving me the power sign.
and that's what
I had to fix it.
And that told me that somebody else
Rick.
had been here. So on Friday when I hosted
Put the hand of
best
truth's
of,
finger down.
for some reason, Trump, Big Boy, Christmas Pig, and Hand of Truth were all in the floor.
Right.
And I didn't know,
They had a rough day.
like over by that camera stand, and by the way, got nasty back there behind those seats with there were cups and trash.
sure.
So I was trying to clean all that up, and I didn't know if the Christmas Pig and Trump and Big Boy and Hand of Truth were supposed to be down there or they could be up. But then I thought, you know what? Greg's always talking about we should do that. I'm going to leave him a surprise because I thought he would be the first one here on Monday.
Yep.
Well, when I saw it this morning being changed, he didn't even notice it in the seats, by the way. You left it in the seats, you just changed the hand gesture.
Yeah.
And I knew then somebody else had seen it first.
I said, let's just take the middle finger of the hand of truth and push that down, baby. Now let's move on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Chris in Pensacola. Chris, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
What's up, Biggins?
Buddy.
I was the one that called in about the Chick-fil-A. My sister-in-law told me about a meeting that was on Facebook. They said if somebody had pulled into Popeye's Chicken, and the line was they were sold out of sandwiches, so they went to Chick-fil-A, and then the Holy Spirit spoke to them and said, "You can always come home."
That's funny. Does that say Charles Julius up here?
It looks like it.
Charles Julius? CJ? Charles?
Julius.
Julius.
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, this is good.
Hello?
Hey, buddy.
Charles?
You're on the Rick and Bubba show.
Yes, I've been trying to reach y'all, Rick and Bubba. My name is C. Julius. I live in Gaston,
Uh-huh.
and I am the black Elvis Presley of this world, of Alabama. Just put it like that. Now, y'all ain't saying nothing about it. But today he died and everything. I've been following him for the last 42 years.
So
is today the death?
No.
That was back on August 16th.
It was the 16th.
But is this the Black Elvis?
Are you Black Elvis?
This is not the same.
No, he was.
I sang all his music, but I sang all his music. Just put it like that.
So the one we were talking about is running for mayor in Montgomery.
So you're
but he's
saying
Black Elvis of Gadsden.
you're saying you're the true Black Elvis.
I'm the true one. I don't care about who else you got. I think Elvis is my. I've been following ever since he passed away.
Well, can you sing a little for us?
Yeah, I'll sing anything for you. What you want to hear?
I like "Are You Lonesome Tonight."
Are you lonesome tonight? Do you miss me tonight? Are you sorry we drifted apart? Does your memory stray to the bright summer day when I kiss you and call you sweetheart?
Oh, yeah. I thought it was E on the phone.
Can I have a little suspicious minds?
42 years, and I've been wanting to get on y'all's show.
All right, Suspicious Minds. Quick, we're running out of time. Suspicious
Caught in
Minds.
a trap, I can walk out because I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me when you don't believe a word I say? We can't go on together.
Sing it.
With suspicious minds.
Suspicious Minds. No, that's good. That's good. That's good, Black Elvis. There you go.
Great job, Charles.
Yeah, send us an email. We'll try to see if you can come down and watch a show one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Love
great.
to do that. We're in Birmingham.
All right, yeah. We're based out of Birmingham. Rick at rickandbubba.com. Or Speedy at rickandbubba.com.
Yeah. Contact us.
There you go.
Are you lonesome tonight?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We've pretty much recapped the Thanksgiving weekend. We got a little bit left. We'll try to get some phone calls in before the hour's done. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Cyber Monday, ready to go. You can go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba, and how about that? 25% off. Plus, you'll get a free gift. Now, make this happen today. It's time to sleep better, and you want to pick up that free gift and get 25% off. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. They customize a mattress made for you, because all of us sleep differently, and they want to know that. They want to know if you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach. They want to know about, what kind of firmness you like. You like a really firm mattress? You like a soft mattress? You like something in between? Greg and Lisa Burgess have been sleeping on theirs. It was customized for them. And, Greg, you could tell a difference, couldn't you? I mean,
Absolutely.
It makes a lot of difference if it's actually made for you.
They know how you sleep.
That's right. It
what
made
your preference
for
is.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Send it right to the door. Okay, you got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure that you love it. And on Cyber Monday, 25% off, HelixSleep.com/Bubba, and a free gift. So if you've been thinking about this, today's the day. Make the move to HelixSleep.com/Bubba, or find them at RickandBubba.com there under the sponsors button. We've gone all through Thanksgiving. I know that the kickoff hour covered some of this, but that's been so long ago. So, Speedy, your Thanksgiving, you were on the road. You were over in Sturgis, Mississippi. Am I saying that right? Sturgis, Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is this the first time that the Willie Bowl has been played there? We talked about the Turkey and Dressing Bowl. Greg played in his first this year. Was on the other side of the Team Turkey, led by me. Did win 28-0.
Right. I mean, you're not bragging. That's just what happened.
For our third win in a row.
Right.
Three-peat.
Yeah.
But anyway, Greg played hard. He gave it all he had.
Yeah.
You have the Willie Bowl. I guess, how did it go? Was it played? Did you do it?
Yeah, well, there was discussion. And I don't know about you guys. I'm a big, let's get pictures out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
If we could. I'm almost to the point where we show up, and before we say, hey, can we just go and get this done?
Yeah.
Because that's what's on everybody's mind.
Right.
And sure enough, we sit down, and my sister is normally the leader on this. Well, you know what time it is? And I'm like, oh, here we go. And this is when I look at my boys, and I'm like, hey, just get it done. Man, I know you're grown now, but let's just get this done. And so we can enjoy the rest of the day.
There you go.
So we all get around, and I thought Johnette, in a big win, got a tripod to hold the phone.
That's good.
So we were able to do that, and that seemed to just speed things up tremendously. Hey, let's get couples out of the way, families.
That's really
all right,
good.
grandkids
Really
now.
good.
Dad, no, you're look this way, Dad. Listen to my voice, Dad.
Speedy, your turn
And
goes.
no, I mean he'll tell you. And he just needs to get pointed in the right direction. And so we get the pictures out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we get the pictures out of the way. This is one where
Look at
JC
that.
decided to do a selfie. And we're all just, I thought, look at him.
This is called
I
JC
said,
and the family.
I said, Dad, look, high 12.
Oh, he's
high
perfect.
12. Everything is by a clock. Okay.
Well, you got him done.
And so we get that done, and so then all the toys come out. We got cornhole. We got different things happening.
Yeah.
And then, hey, where's y'all's footballs?
Who's usually the person that brings up the Willie Bowl? Because for our family, it's my nephew Greg and our nephew Reese.
Yeah.
We won't even play it if he won't bring it up.
And we ate way too much to get out
throw
there
that
and
picture
run.
back up. I didn't get a good look at it.
So who usually brings it up?
Normally it's JC or Reese.
Okay.
Yeah, normally it's JC or Reese. And this year, surprisingly, it was JC.
Really?
Yes. Who
He must have felt like he was ready.
Yeah, he had to shave because they had some kind of interview thing and they couldn't have any facial hair. So now he's trying to grow his mustache back out.
I meant to tell you when you sent me the picture of you guys shooting pistols.
Yes.
Not far from the farm.
Yeah.
I almost sent back tell JC, even though he wasn't supposed to be in the picture. I see that chain. And I thought, you
That's
know what?
mine.
Yeah, he's got his daddy's old player chain.
I do. He does. That's my chain.
I started telling him. I said, "Look, I've seen that chain.
Yeah,
that chain's
Sit down.
Yeah. He found that in one of the
I'm in the camera.
in
That's
one
a
of the
good
drawers or
opening you got
whatever,
there.
and he said, "Hey, what's this?" And I said, "Oh, it's my chain, son."
Yeah.
He said, "What do you mean it's my chain?" I said, "That's my chain I was wearing when I met your mom."
Did you get emotional when you passed the chain on?
Yeah, we had ceremony.
If his chain could only talk.
I said, well, and
Did you tell him don't believe everything that chain tells you?
Yeah.
That's right. Hey, chains will lie.
Look, don't let it guide you where it wants to carry you.
That's
don't
right.
don't listen to the chain.
That's a redeemed chain.
Oh, it'll pull that neck left and right. Before you know it, you're in areas you don't need to be in. That's Reese there. Now, Reese is wearing an old chain, too, but I think that's a hand-me-down from JC. I don't know. There it is. There it sits. There it is. There's old daddy.
There it is. Reese being an electrical guy, he probably don't want too many chains hanging around.
No,
you don't want that
yeah,
getting into something.
That's right. So,
Speedy, I've been when you were on steroids, going with no shirt and
buddy, I don't know why you always say that, but I wasn't on steroids.
That change is like the ring from Lord of the Rings, but you got to throw it into the beach outside of Club Navila. Throw it in the water.
Yeah. The second he put it on, he's like he got dizzy. He's like, it's all right, son. Hang on. It's heavy. I know.
That's a lot to carry, son.
I can't carry it.
Strengthen your neck, son.
I'm not ready.
So it did start. He goes, hey, what about some football?
Oh, boy.
And
wow.
I heard, and by the way, had a very uncomfortable conversation with Reg. Let's just get it out there.
Oh, no.
I told him about how Greg doesn't like his name.
I
thought we just got it out there.
I didn't say I didn't like his name. I just said if his name's Reginald, though, you would think it'd be Reg. That's all I said.
But it's Reg.
Which is a good name.
R-E-G.
R-E-G,
it's Reg.
Yeah. That's a good name. Nothing wrong
and I
with
told him that you were uncomfortable with it, so that I always told you that he says, hey. And he said, really, thank you.
I met him at the wedding.
Yeah,
Did he work on his game a little bit?
Well, there was
that bad as I
conversation about the teams and what they would be,
right?
And this is they have like a nice little covered area where they to the left you can't see it, but they have like a fireplace, and there's the cornholes games sitting up, getting ready to be put out there. But there's just everybody hanging out. They got Christmas music going. The game was on one of the TVs. It was just a great day. And so I was like, hey, there's football talk. He said, well, I've got two footballs.
Full. I don't feel like it.
I got two footballs laying around here somewhere. And I think he had deflated balls on purpose. I do. I'm not sure. But but we couldn't find the needle.
Come on, Red.
We couldn't find the needle. And God loved JC and Reese's heart. They looked and they looked and they looked.
With a flat one.
And so we had a slightly deflated football that we
Tom
started
Brady.
throwing around.
I actually got a new ball pump because the same thing was happening in my house.
Really? And it was one of those things where it started like getting a little bit more serious, but at first it was let's just throw to each other.
Understood.
Then it was who can moss who,
right.
And then now it's like we're boxing out underneath the rim, who can go up and get it and stuff.
Moss that,
and
moss
so
that,
it
moss
really
this,
never
that.
turned into a downset hut.
Nobody
kinda
kept
thing.
score.
No,
Did Reg get
nothing
mossed?
like that. Reg did not get
top off
mossed.
the defense.
However, we split up in a cornhole tournament. And I drew Reg.
He won't leave that alone.
You drew,
Keeps talking about it.
And it was the two of us against everybody.
Right.
And I'm not
So you pretty
bragging. I'm
good?
just going to say what happened, and that is
Not
that we
trying to
were-
bring attention
we
to
were-
myself.
We were undefeated.
Right.
Now I wish he would have helped just a little more.
carry
And
it?
I think he would announce
you carry it?
just a little more
Let
air.
JC
All we
carry
need
that chain?
we need a little more air.
Yeah.
That's all we need.
Yeah.
Did he ever throw one in the hole?
He did. He did. But the cornhole. What do you call it? The landing pad or whatever you want to call it. It was very slick. So if you didn't give it enough air, it would just hit and just slide completely off.
How many times
Somebody
did you have to say
waxed
a little
it.
more air?
A little more air. He did get 2 points. We played to
little more
20.
arc.
We played to 21.
Oh,
But I thought
he got
I thought,
two in one game?
Yeah. But he even started making fun of himself a little bit and claimed that normally he helps more. But no, in all seriousness, we were undefeated, and we let everybody know that the entire day.
Right.
We didn't stop as far as that goes.
Right.
For some reason, everybody had to bring their dog, but us. And I won't get into that. But we,
dog bringers.
We had
DBs.
Oh,
but they have the perfect yard for it. I'm talking about it is wide open, and they ran and barked and had a good old time. Did their own thing.
Rick,
and
I
so
should have
then we
brought
just-
Millie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Not according to him.
It'd have bit everybody.
Yeah, let's spend our entire Thanksgiving not putting our back toward her.
Yeah.
Yeah, just so you don't turn your back on it.
Yeah.
Don't turn your back on that dog, kids. Keep looking at Uncle Rick.
Or
But
put
look-
a mask on, wear it backwards.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I
Tigers of
love
the jungle.
I love going to their house because it's the perfect entertainment setup. But then you got the 2.5 hour drive home.
Hey, Mr.
And
I'm not so sure, though, that the drive, I know, Greg, you may disagree since you had to drive this year. There's the drive,
Yeah,
certainly.
right.
But the freedom of not being the host home,
Yeah.
it's almost worth the drive.
Well,
I think it is.
And I'm glad
it
you
is.
brought that
I'll
up
drive to
because
Panama
I'm starting
City.
to think that myself.
Yeah.
that was the discussion. Would you rather drive or host? And
I'd
we
rather
had that
drive.
conversation actually.
I'd rather drive.
And I'm about to send Adler this.
What
I
is
had
the
not sent
distance
it.
that you say no to that? Is it 3 hours?
My cutoff's 2.5.
Okay.
I'll drive 2.5, not the host.
Okay.
Okay. And it was a pretty drive. It really was. It was nice.
I can't do 3.5.
We had to.
That's tough.
That's a little far.
We had to take probably more cars than I would have liked, but because I
Yeah,
think
that
half the
ruins
fun
it, too.
is the drive over too, But we had my parents with us, so we played. We played. They started like talking about artists that they grew up with and their big hits.
Oh, yeah.
And we'd play, and they just sang.
I hope you
and loved.
didn't
We'd had
bring up some of the ones you grew up with. Some of them hits.
Yeah. This was the doggy table.
Oh my
here.
God. Rick, how miserable would you have been right there?
Yeah. Well, they were outside. It was,
The dog bringers, I don't understand them.
Right.
Especially
There's one on top of the table.
Right. Yeah. That'd be cutting.
We have that same table, by the way.
Do you?
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, Jay Giles, man. My boy, Betty Lou Bussey knows that today, doesn't she? When you have to tote your whole husband into work, love stinks.
She's been a trooper for the past 24
Betty,
hours.
Betty Bussey. Our fun is your struggle.
Yes, it is. Are we getting into it this early?
Well,
that's so funny.
You just sit right there, young lady, and we'll be going to this pretty quick because we don't know how long we got, Bubba, today. You remember because we all began to text after what we would now refer to as the pickleball incident, and I've been in the situation Bubba is in, the same type of injury, all of this, and I know what it feels like. And the first thing I thought of is these chairs are designed to sit around a console, but when you start climbing up into something with this type of injury, it's kind of a thumbs down. As Helmsley sadly found out yesterday when he was pumping Bubba's gas. But so, Bubba, where do we begin? Do we just jump right in, or do you want to just?
Well, why don't we just? We have a lot to cover today. There's a lot of outstanding things. You want to just kind of set that up, and then we'll come back and start. We have we have a pickleball story today.
We do. It's a dandy.
Boy, do we.
And video to go with it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's
and there's a young man out there somewhere because I saw him in the video, and he's got a great shot of it on his phone.
He does.
We also had Greg starring in a TV commercial yesterday.
We did. Yep, saw some pictures from that that were troubling. But there's something about watching Greg, and Bubba and I've had to do it, and Speedy too. I understand it's part of it, and that's a normal deal when people do. Well, there's things we shoot that I call like for YouTube and goofing off, or you shoot it on your phone, and then there's that I've got to go to a show enough. Commercial,
like a professional thing.
A commercial shoot, and you went to a show.
Had all kinds of stuff.
You went to a show enough when I know y'all talked about it a little bit in the kickoff hour, and you sitting in the makeup chair is not something we see a lot.
Actually, I still got the makeup on.
You look fantastic.
Was that the first time you had to put makeup
Oh,
on?
yes.
Ever?
Except when I was in that 80s metal band.
Well, remember, Greg, though, there was a reason behind that.
Well, yeah. Well, besides
that is a funny story. Sadly, it won't make the show.
Oh, my goodness.
But I tell you what, it's a good kitchen story.
Yeah, it is.
But anyway, so we got that update. I told you Caliendo was coming by, or actually going to call us, I guess. Or whatever that thing is he does. But he's checking in a lot, and this scares me. This scares me a lot. I think we're okay here because Caliendo's already a star. He's already a celebrity.
Right.
But this feels the way it felt when Zach Brown started being on the show a lot.
Right.
And we all got excited thinking, well, now that they've hit it big, we've already got access, and then of course we never saw him again.
Right.
Yeah. But
he changed his
When
number.
I think about this,
but Caliendo was already there. So
Yeah.
We had access with Frank, and then we didn't talk to him for a while he was kind of big doing the pregame show, and now we're seeing him a lot again.
Right.
So you can finish that story however you want to.
Right.
No, it makes the day you were gone when he called in.
Yeah,
I was confused about why he was the urgency of that. Now we understand what it was.
We understand.
Now it's come full cycle.
We understand. And how about this? I will say this, and I mean this, because I'm going to certainly give him a very hard time coming up here in a little bit. But in all sincerity, I appreciate that he cares enough about what we do and cares enough about this audience. And he's going to thank you guys today for the incredible support of what he does. And he does a clean, hilarious show.
Yeah.
But he was doing something that was off color, and he respected the show enough, and all of you who watch and listen, to call and say, I want you to know this is no indication that you're going to see a different show from me.
Right.
And I got caught up in the moment, and I want to give you a heads up so it doesn't blindside you. And I actually respect that.
Yeah.
I do, I think. And now he does get dicey.
He does.
He does. But it was but he called it. He didn't hide from it. He didn't make an excuse about it, and he called it, which I appreciate.
And just said, hey, that ain't me. I was doing an imitation, and it got away from me. And
yeah.
But we didn't understand it at the time. Now it makes sense.
It does. And I wasn't here, so I started hearing it second and third hand. So then it really got confusing for me. But anyway, he'll come back today, and from what Speedy told me, he just wants to say thank you.
He does.
To everybody in the audience for how well the tour has gone, especially in the markets where the Rick and Bubba Army got out and really gave him huge support. So we'll unpack that and the stories of the day, and we'll just kind of roll through it. Your phone calls will be part of it too at 866-WE-BE-BIG. That'll definitely be part. Finish to the top. Helmsy goes to the phones, and all 10 lines are available and ready to go. You can join us now. It is a phone troll, so at the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close. We'll move to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions or anything like that. It's simply comments, questions, bringing information to the table. And, of course, we continue to have hope that, yes, our society once again can learn to go back and claim the ability to cull oneself. Taking an inner look at ourselves, not being delusional, and asking the question, if I were to hear my own phone call, would I be informed? Would I be entertained? Or would I have to be honest and say, I think I would find myself annoyed. I think I will not call. So 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. 10 lines aplenty. It should be easy to get in, and because of the phone troll format, those in line ahead of you should move quickly. Things you need to know on this Cyber Monday. New items in the Rick and Bubba store. If you're shopping online, for the Rick and Bubba fan on your list that you think has it all, well, there's 3 new items. The new CD rough patch is available. We've got the new collectible glasses. It's a series of 4. The Christmas one is ready to go. New Rick and Bubba hunting hat, and all sorts of goodies at rickandbubba.com under the store. So if you're shopping on Cyber Monday, be sure to include the Rick and Bubba store. To the phones we go. Let's start with Robert in South Carolina. If you want to join us, you have room. Robert, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, Robert, you're on. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you explain the rules for the 12 business days of Christmas?
12 working.
First time listener.
Yeah, 12 working days of Christmas.
Whatever.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So every day for 12 working days, all the way up to the big year ender, or as the veterans call it, bye. We will be giving away a gift sometime during the show, and you must be listening to win. So it could be by the correct caller. It could be a Rick and Bubba contest. But you have to listen every day for a chance to win. You must find some way to listen to the show or watch the show live.
And we change the rules as we go, as we see fit.
Right.
So that is the only rule, is we make up the rules.
That is correct. And sometimes we might offer a registration prize. We haven't really decided on that, but that's one thing that's been also a possibility. Could be a contest, could be just be the correct caller, could be a registration. As Bubba said, it varies year to year. But the bottom line is 12 days in a row, there'll be a gift every day. So really, you must be committed to listening to all 5 hours of the show Monday through Friday for 12 straight days. If not, you may not win. We continue. Let's go to Jason in Anniston, Alabama. Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Good morning, guys.
Uh-oh.
Jason?
There he goes. He's cutting in and out.
Well, that went south. I'm talking about
quick.
Lines are available. You can join us now at 866-WE-BE-BIG as we're clearing. They're coming available. Helmsy's ready. Josh in Demopolis, Alabama. Josh, go ahead.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. Josh, what did you think about that game?
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Roll Tide. Roll Tide. Amazing.
Is that all you have, Josh? No more details?
Is there much more to say, really?
Yes, sir. That's it.
Okay. All right. Well, that's it. You know what? It was only a few words, but it said so much.
It did.
So there you go. You know, I was wondering, it was a miraculous win, and making that play is, as we said, incredible. But is there a little bit of side, if you're an Alabama fan, going, wow, that game was a lot closer than all of us expected, and that is a concern? Or do you go, hey, it's a rivalry, weird things happen, and we pulled it off, let's move on?
I think that's
probably
it.
that.
Yeah.
Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead, 30 seconds.
I was wondering if Bubba saw the real special, the Kennedy assassination called Smoking Gun. If you hadn't, you need to watch it because they do bring up some good stuff. Like, you need to watch it. I'm not going to spoil it for
Didn't
you.
you see that? The Kennedy assassination special? Did you
Well,
see Smoking Gun?
I don't think I saw one.
It's on Reels. It's on Reels called Smoking Gun.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to
Robert,
look
are you
into it.
standing in the middle of a mall right now shopping?
Yeah.
Airport, a lot of activity.
Yeah.
So the Robert in South Carolina guy's calling again? And we just explained it? Okay. Tommy in Andalusia. Tommy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead, 30 seconds. Tommy?
A lot of that today.
Boy, I tell you what.
What's going on here?
I don't know. Tommy?
Speedy's hot.
Yeah.
Okay. What's weird
Join us,
is what
Tommy.
you're missing is, so the different colors on this board represent different things.
Right.
So red is time to talk.
Yeah.
And it's gone to yellow. It's gone back to green.
Oh, I had it jumping around in there.
And
when
it does it itself, like without
Yeah, it
anything
does.
happening. Yeah. So that's not a good sign. Tommy,
I
go
think
ahead.
Speedy
You're on now.
broke it.
It, Tommy.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Morning. Does Coach Lou come back on the show anymore?
He was on to kick the season off. If you missed that, the archives on the YouTube channel, and I think that's usually it, right? And yeah, just one time. Now, Dr. Lou has 3 small children, so week after week after week, not really an option anymore. But he did kick off the season and has. John in Fort Payne. John, welcome to the show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, man, I'll be quick. So I just got some ramblings from the last several weeks. Been trying to call in, but didn't ever make it.
Okay.
So a while back, y'all was talking.
This is
not gonna make it this time.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
A lot of good shows on PBS. So, but don't get into the liberal stuff. A lot of good shows on PBS. And then my daughter is at Auburn, and they were very, very disappointed about the game. But it's still a great state.
Well, I couldn't. I didn't miss the whole.
You know what you
middle
missed?
part of
There's
it.
a lot of good things on PBS. That's all you missed.
I thought there was something else.
Right.
What is he watching on PBS?
I'd like to know.
He went out for a longer period than that.
You think there was more than just what happened?
Yeah.
I mean, since Bob Ross died, ain't a whole lot happening.
You cut. Is that the same?
I want to do this whole segment over.
Bubba, I'm going to just save you. And
Can we
us from
start
that.
over?
Yeah.
Is there a way to rewind and start over?
I don't know what's going on. Why?
I feel like it's 4th and 31 here.
He said he had a lot of ramblings from the last few weeks, and then his phone went out like you were trying to help him there. And then all he came back with says, there's some good stuff on PBS. Don't watch the liberal stuff.
Well, that's all that's on.
And then his daughter was at Auburn, and she's disappointed.
She's disappointed with the loss.
Adler, do you have anything else?
Did you get any of that?
Just as we're talking about this Auburn game, something that helped me a lot. After the game, I was laying down, trying to sleep, and it was haunting my dreams. You know.
Yeah.
And so what I did was I thought about Dolly Parton in the Dallas Cowboys cheerleader's costume instead, and that haunted my dreams instead. So if anybody wants to use that, it works.
That was quite the Thanksgiving surprise, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
sure.
How about that,
Happy
Dolly?
Thanksgiving.
Look at him.
Is she 77?
She is.
If you're
Yeah, Rick.
77 and you put on the Dallas Cowboy cheerleader uniform, that's as bold a move I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean, that's courageous.
Can I ask you something about that?
It'll
Because
stop the room.
I saw it. She was holding on to the side of the stage a lot.
She's
was she
77.
Was she supposed to be on top of that? Because on one side of the stadium you couldn't see her.
I don't know.
You know, she was like down below
I
and
didn't
was
see
holding
it.
on to the edge of like a stage up above her.
I don't know. I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Happy Thanksgiving.
She might have been hanging on because she's afraid if she moves, something would fall off.
All right.
Well, that's very possible.
Hey.
A lot of work. A lot of work.
I would look and then I'd look away. I'd feel bad.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other waking on their blubber. Gonna be a big star. Fat will get you very far.
Rick and Bubba's in the house. They all up in the house. Rick and Bubba's in the house.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other waking on their blubber. Gonna be a big star. Fat will get you